instead. You could either think about it in that school of logic, or he was told to go down because we need the temptation, which is what the evil that he had brought was, correct?
Uh-huh. What do
So it
we
is then
need temptation for?
to bring about the choice,
Okay,
to
does God
clarify
have
what
free
sort
will?
of individual that you are. Yeah,
Does God have free will?
I believe so.
Does God do evil? Or rather, according to the Bible, does God do evil? Because it says
In
he's
a
all
sense, yeah.
good, meaning he doesn't. Okay, so if God is all good and also has free will, why can we not also be all good and have free will?
Because we want things.
God also wants things.
Well, what things does he want?
He wants us to worship him and glorify him. And
And
he
to be
tells us that all the
decent
time.
and good. But how can you, if you have, let's say you're raising a child, right, and you put them on this path and they only do that path, would it be nearly as gratifying as them actually choosing a good path like that? Even if it's not exactly as you designed it, wouldn't it be better for them to choose trying slowly to, slow incremental positive changes over time?
Not necess. I mean, like, I don't see what the difference would be. But also, we don't literally make their paths. Like, we can have an idea for what we want our kids to do, but God quite literally carves out every single last thing we will ever do before we're even conceived. Like, he knows every single thing we will ever do because he's all knowing.
So, see, here's my question there about that one is, if he has carved out a path for us, then how therefore then do we have free will?
Yeah, I agree. It's another contradiction in the Bible. The problem of free will. Welcome to philosophy, bestie.
I think that we do have the option of free will, but like, so we have the capability to choose between either or, to watch to see which path leads where and how.
Well, yeah, but how could, as you mentioned, free will be free if God knows everything we will do, ever? Are our
Well,
choices really ours if they're already pre-carved out for us?
nothing is free. Period.
Well, apparently free will is supposed to be free.
Well, free will in the sense that you do have the ability to choose, but at the same time, your choice will cost you what your other choice is.
No, yeah, but that's not the point of the argument. The point is God knows what we're gonna do. Free meaning we have freedom to choose. But how can your choice be yours if somebody knows exactly what choice you will make? And they created you. So they technically made your choice before you even knew you were gonna make it.
That's fair.
Okay. Well, do you have another argument for the existence of God?
Um, if he says that he is in all things, and goodness, sorry, so isn't Lucifer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then the argument of free will is still which one you would choose. And now you still have the option to choose either or.
How do you
But
have an option if someone who created you knows what your options will be? It's like you're about to fight someone, and that person knows, not predicts, but knows for a fact every single move you will make. That fight is unwinnable unless that person lets you win. You do not have a choice.
So I don't necessarily see it as like he's giving you like essentially it's like multiple choice answers. You have multiple choices on what the answer could be, but only one or maybe a few of them are the right ones.
But he knows what the right answer is.
Yeah.
So regardless of what you pick, he knows what you're going to pick.
Well, he doesn't know what you're going to pick because you have free will. You
Okay,
have the
so then God
ability
is
to
not
choose between
all-knowing.
either or. He can be all-knowing, but you can still... Things only necessarily become known when, like, to our understanding, when they allow themselves to be collapsed and to become known. If you look at the double slit experiment.
Not to
So
God.
in the fact of us making the choice, he then knows. Because if both of them are inside all of us, then both of them are continuously, essentially, viewing the options and seeing which one we pick.
Well, no, he's not seeing which one we pick. He knows what we're going to pick. Or he's not all-knowing, which is a contradiction in the Bible. And contradictions cannot logically exist. Which would basically make every single test he puts anyone through in the Bible or in real life, torture. He already knows what you're gonna do. There's no point in testing you.
So you're under the school of thought that we don't have free will.
If God exists, like the Christian God, no.
But inherently, in his supposed existence, he has given us free will to choose between good and evil.
That's not an inherent choice.
No, but he did say that we essentially have free will, right?
Yeah, he said a lot of things, but a lot of things he says contradicts what he says later. That's the problem.
I mean, isn't it sort of a contradiction for your background, but then to also say that certain things that you have said about how you believe that he is real, but at the same time you're sort of questioning it? So isn't
No,
that
this is an internal critique. I'm operating under your worldview right now. I don't think he's real, but I'm trying to tell you why he wouldn't be with your framework.
So he's not real because he gave us free will, but gave us the choice, but also knows?
Well, that, and also he claims to be all good but creates evil. And other things that contradict in the Bible. Speaking of the problem of evil, God commands slavery. I don't think
Does
that's
he?
good. Yeah.
When?
Leviticus 24:44 through 46, if I'm not mistaken.
Alright.
Either Leviticus 25 or Leviticus 24. Yeah, 25. Leviticus 25:44 through 46. From the nations around you, you are to take male and female slaves. Aaron, bestie, where did you go? Also, hi everyone. If you're here and you're a supporter, make sure to tap that screen.
Sorry about that. I went to Google real quick.
It's okay, no worries.
I see what you're saying.
Okay.
I hear what you're saying. But I also do have the rebuttal that I don't necessarily believe that everything in the church is everything that was. I feel like they left some stuff out on purpose.
So then how would you know what is and is not accurate in the Bible? How do you know what to follow?
Discernment.
Okay. So you're just supposed to try and hope to know that the stuff in the Bible is sometimes true and sometimes not, and it's up to you to figure out what that is.
Not necessarily.
Well, you just had discernment. That's putting the onus on you to know what in the Bible is true and what's not.
Yeah, but isn't that how we get about with almost everything else in life?
Yeah, sure. But when an all good God is forcing you to do that, that doesn't make any sense. Especially when your decisions are part of what decides whether or not you burn in hell for all of eternity or go to paradise.
See, I view those things as not a sense of eternity, but a passage of the singular moment that we all have, and the very state of existence of which you would like to live. Not necessarily like to live, but are living it.
Okay.
So I don't necessarily think that, once you get your ticket to hell or once you get your ticket to heaven, either way, it's your hole's punched and you have no other choice in the option. That's
Oh, Rip Tashika. Damn. Does she get banned? Because that's... I don't know why they keep cracking down on us. It's very annoying. But okay. I mean, you're allowed to think that. That doesn't necessarily prove that God exists, but... Okay. Well, unless you have anything else to say, I think I'm going to move on to the next guest. But I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
I'll do my best.
Okay.
I mean,
well,
I would
bye-bye.
like to sort of add
Oh, okay.
sort of some schools of thought, because at the beginning it was the word. So what you speak into reality, the way that you think, and you have to be mindful of yourself, which is why, in a sense, you also can't just assume that he doesn't have to do the same, or she. I think it goes beyond gender at that point.
Agreed. Oh, okay. Well, thank you for adding that. And bye-bye.
All right. Bye. Have a great day.
Tanova, understandably so. Very, very much understandably so. Hello? Charles.
Yeah.
I am. Hi, how old are you?
How are you doing today?
I'm good, thank you. How old are you?
I am 52.
Okay. Do you think the Christian God is real?
No, it's not.
Oh, period.
Yeah.
I'm only looking for opposition though. So while I appreciate your presence, thank you for coming up.
No, but listen. You got a second?
Are you about to preach to me?
Yeah, but I'm not preaching. I just want to thank you so much. I'm telling you, because you have the kind of mindset that I have, because I've been telling a lot of people all this kind of Bible shit, all this bullshit. I just assumption it's not real. You see, Trump releases this new version of Bible. It's gonna go all over the world which is mixed with the U.S. Constitution. That is exactly what the Bible is. The Bible is not real. There's nothing in the Bible which is real. It's man-made. So I appreciate you keep on preaching to people who are still ignorant.
Thank you for the kind message.
Thank you so very much. Keep on going.
And will. Thank you, Charles.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. I wasn't expecting that. Period. He ate down, I fear. I fear he ate down. Hello? Hi, how old are you?
I'm 29.
Okay. Do you think the Christian God is real?
So I can argue the evil thing, or I can argue your other point.
Do you think he's real?
No, he's a fantasy character, but I can argue the existence of a
No,
god.
Dad, no. I know that's why you didn't answer my question, because you didn't want to lie to me. Cancelled. All right. Cancelled. Hello?
Hello. Yes,
Hi.
I believe God is real.
Okay. How old are you?
God, too. I'm 20.
Okay. Do you think the Christian God is real?
Yes.
Why is that?
First off, it will be creation. I don't believe like everything came from absolutely nothing. That's like scientifically impossible, first of all. Secondly, will be like morality without God. Morality is kind of like subjective. Yeah, I think that's the word.
Okay. Okay, well, which one do you want to go for first? Number 1 or number 2?
I mean, whichever one you want, honestly.
Okay. So for you thinking creation happened because like God's creation happened because something cannot be created out of nothing. We have naturalistic explanations for how the earth came to be, that being the Big Bang, life specifically coming from abiogenesis. And for the second one, morality is subjective, including if you believe in God, because then morality is just up to God's subjective preferences.
I think that's a misconception because then God would be like the standard of morality. Like if he's the standard of love, God is love, then he's the greatest form of love. If God is good, he's the greatest form of good, So anything outside of what God is would be considered evil in such a sense. But as an atheist, you don't have good, nor you have evil.
That's not true.
Like,
do you think people that don't believe in God just don't have morals? Like just straight up?
No, you can definitely have morals, right? You can believe that, but it's subjectively like, oh, that's what I believe, But objectively, I can't tell, like, a rapist or a murderer why they're doing what they're doing is like wrong. Just objectively speaking, you can definitely point out why it's wrong, right? I believe that, but objectively, like we're just kind of like matter in space in such ways.
Oh,
like, does that
okay.
make sense?
So do you think slavery is wrong?
Yes.
God doesn't.
Where at?
That's going to be Leviticus 25, 44 through 46.
Right. But if you read in context, like you just read verse 35. I actually have it in the Spanish. Do you have the translation in English?
The
Like verse
English
35?
translation of Leviticus 25 through 44 through 46?
Huh?
You said Leviticus what?
25, 35, verse 35. It
Sure.
specifically, like in context, it states when he's like poor, when he's lacking like finances, that he comes to you, and it's kind of like going. Slavery back then was kind of like an indenture slave, You're kind of paying somebody off.
No.
Like slavery.
That's not the slavery he's talking about in Leviticus 25.
So what type of slavery is he talking about? Because
He said you can go to the nations around you and purchase people as property
right
to bequeath to your children.
Yes, that's why I'm telling you the context.
There was no
35.
there wasn't servitude. That's not indentured servitude. You can work your way out of indentured servitude.
Right.
He didn't say servant, he said slave. And he said property.
Yeah, it's possession, but like of what they owe you, I believe so. Because that's something I'm kind of looking into. I wouldn't be an expert like to just question it, but just by looking at verse 35, that is the context. It's not telling you just take him, because it first talks about an Israelite, and you will actually take him as a brother, such and such, and then it kind of goes on and says like you should take from the nations, and then you can possess them in such a way. But it's still talking in context. It doesn't go into another thing abruptly.
Okay,
You see, like, what I'm trying to say?
Well, no, it's still slavery. Like the context is not helpful. I can just read the verse straight up if you want. But he literally
sure.
says the word take. So your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. You may also buy some of the temporary residents living among you, and members of their clans born in your country, and they will become your property. You can bequeath them to your children as inherited property and can make them slaves for life, but you must not rule over your fellow Israelites ruthlessly.
Was that verse 35?
No, that's Leviticus 25, 44 through 46. Only thing verse 35 says is, if any of your fellow Israelites become poor and are unable to support themselves among you, help them as you would a foreigner and stranger so they can continue to live among you.
Right. That's what kind of was looking at. And again, you could be right. Like, I don't believe so. That's why, like, that's an argument I've been hearing a lot. And I only been Christian about 2 years. So I've been looking into that a little bit, but that's personally what I believe. Like, to back it up, I definitely had to look a little bit more into it. I was just kind of like looking at it right now because I heard you saying that to somebody else. That's kind of the conclusion I came up with.
Okay.
Yeah, because
So what is there to look into? What is there to look into?
like what type of slavery you was talking about? Because you saying it's just slavery. Which
I mean,
don't
they
believe
said
that's what
slave.
is. Right.
Am I
But
supposed to
that's-
just like extrapolate that Moses did not actually mean slave when he said slave?
Is that the Hebrew?
Is that the Hebrew? I'm not reading Hebrew. No, I'm reading
That's what I'm
English.
saying. Like, I'm pretty sure it was like indentured slave, right? But in the English version, it's just slave.
Is the
Because like even in Hebrews, yeah, it talks about there's no slave, there's no Jew, there's no free, and how God kind of basically created everybody, you know. So it would be a contradiction if he kind of just allows people to have slaves. That's why I believe it's not talking about that specifically speaking. A lot of the like sources that I've been hearing is literally like indentured slave. Because even Paul writes to a slave owner in Philemon abolishing slave. So the Bible isn't for slave, it's actually against slavery.
how is the Bible against slavery if God is specifically telling them to take slaves?
Because I just told you, like, it's an indentured slave, not just
It doesn't
a slave.
say indentured.
That's what
You're saying
believe the
indentured.
context is. And
Right. Okay.
specifically with
So
everything else, like Philemon, where Paul talks about to a slave owner to free a brother in Christ, and Hebrews, where it says there's no slave, there's no free man, there's no Jew, there's no Gentile, but we are all in Christ. So it consistently pushes the message like that we're created first, like in Genesis, in the image of God, and that we have value because we're creation from God.
oh, okay. So then you recognize that there are contradictions in the Bible.
That's what I'm telling you.
Because
I don't believe that's a contradiction.
in one notion we have go take some slaves, and in the other we have actually no, slavery is bad.
Yeah, that's where I believe you have to kind of like prove to me like that's what it means in context, like just slaves, right? Because when I read the Bible, it does not scream out to me God is actually telling people to go and take slaves, you know?
Okay. So just to make sure, you're making the claim that a word that is not there is there in context. I'm just reading to you verbatim what it says, but I have to prove something?
That's just because I haven't really researched it. I could come back some other time, honestly, and like actually dissect that a little bit more. Because, you know, I haven't really seen too much of that, like,
Okay.
of like your argumentation and everything. But if you want, we could talk about, yes, morality.
Sure.
So I believe like God is the standard of morality. And one thing also I want to touch about like in Isaiah, I think that verse you said in Isaiah that he created evil. It doesn't specifically say like he's a creator of, but he does these things in the sense of calamity. Like
What
disasters.
version of the Bible are you reading?
The Reina Valera. It's like the King James version of the Spanish.
Okay. From the light, I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things.
So I don't
Why the
think
fuck he do that?
he creates evil, like in the sense that he created evil, or he creates evil, like in he crosses calamity, disasters, such things.
Wait, so why are you not taking God's word for his word? Like, why are you adding things to what he specifically said? Because it's not like I'm adding things for context. I'm reading to you exactly what he said. Like this is him speaking. So why should I add things that he didn't mention into context for his word?
Because you're taking out one verse, right? So you're kind of pick and choosing, but you don't understand what he's actually talking about.
So I don't understand verbatim. I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things.
Right. So creates.
What
evil
is there
in
to
what
understand?
way?
What do you
Creates
mean in what
evil
way?
In what way?
He creates evil, like evil
he
itself.
Yeah. You believe he's saying he created evil itself, but he creates evil, like in such a way of like making calamity, right? Or just
Okay, do you
creates
think
evil.
an all good God should create calamity?
Oh, good God.
I mean, in the
We
Bible
are
says
like
he's
that.
all good.
Right. But we do live like in a sinful world and a
That
fallen
he
state.
made.
Right. But that's kind of like the consequences of evil too. Because again, God like casts judgment. And every time like he casts a judgment, he says, I will not do this evil again, So even him like pouring out his wrath on somebody, the Bible uses the word as evil, like God did an evil thing.
Well, no, sometimes the Bible says evil and sometimes the Bible says wrath. Here it specifically says, thank you for the high bear, evil.
Yeah. Which I don't believe he created evil.
So you don't believe God when God said he created evil. I just want to make sure.
Not in the context you're talking about.
What do you mean the context I'm talking about? Do you want me to read the verse from start to finish?
Like the whole chapter.
I mean the chapter. For the context.
You can have Bible study, I guess. But no.
Okay, cute.
I don't think that'd be
okay.
necessary.
So, all right. So, why should I not believe God at His word?
Just I told you, the context matters.
Right. So I'm asking if you want the context.
He created evil as it's such, but just he causes it. It's a causation.
Oh, okay. So then He causes evil. Cute. Do you think an all God causes evil? An all good God causes evil?
Like I told you, just as pouring out his wrath, doing like earthquakes, tsunamis, and all these other things. Like he would
I
be
think that's fucked
the
up.
causation of that.
Yeah, that's pretty fucked up.
But that's not how things like started off as.
That doesn't mean that He didn't do them.
He didn't, actually. He gave us the choice.
Oh, okay. So then God is not all powerful. God is not the creator of all things. I thought He was the creator of all things.
He's not all powerful because he gave us free will.
No, I thought He was all powerful and the creator of all things.
He is. But
Okay, so
what
that means he created everything, including evil, which he specifically said that he did.
no, because that's a contradiction. Like I said, if God is good, how can God create evil?
That's literally, that is the point. That is the point
Yeah,
that I'm making.
but
Yeah.
I don't think that's what it's saying.
So
You're just taking it as like a cherry pick kind of way. I think
okay,
no, like a straw man.
let's
Like a
read.
straw man.
How is that a straw man? I said God
Yeah.
created evil, and then God says He
Yeah.
created evil. Where is straw
Yeah,
man?
God created evil, but not in the way He created this evil. Like the
Okay.
cause itself, like moral evil, but definitely like evil as disasters and such.
Right. Why would He do that as an all good God?
Disasters because there's punishment, there's wrath. God has
So
wrath.
innocent kids deserve punishment.
And you see, like that's the thing. God's sovereign in such a way. So I'm not God to know like why He does these things exactly.
What a cop out. What?
But what do you mean?
So
That's like okay, I do agree with you, right? God.
thank you for the
flooded earth, too.
$10, Elias. I can't do it. I simply refuse. I simply refuse to do it.
Oh man. All right, that was hard to listen to.
That's
All right.
you're telling me.
Sometimes you just got to concede and admit that, the person you're talking to is making a good point. Okay. All right, I got to get into discussion mode. I was just practicing guitar.
Okay.
Okay. Just let me just gather. Give me like 5 seconds, okay?
Okay.
All right. Let me also turn my light on. I'm like in a dungeon right now. Okay. So what I'm kind of looking to discuss, I think it doesn't take a genius. Perhaps it takes a genius to self-reflect and realize that the Bible's wrong, but it doesn't take a genius to debate against religion. It just takes a little bit of humility to admit that religion is wrong, I suppose. Like it just is clearly wrong. The condoning of slavery, the condoning of stoning non-virgin women, the sending 2 bears to kill 42 kids because they called them a baldy. Like all of these different laws and commandments is just weird. It's clearly not. It's clearly not right.
Bro picked up a stick on the Sabbath day. It was like, well,
what
time to die.
Yeah, and then people will be like, yeah, that dude, he loves you, by the way.
No, for real.
Yeah, it's the weirdest thing. But so it doesn't take a genius to know that that's all like not right. But the issue at hand is if it's not right, then what is right? And one of the things that I want to tell you, if you don't mind, a little bit of an introduction to how I arrived to the truth that I think I hold in my heart right now, that I think to be true. Sorry. When I was in school, I think it was like 9th grade English, they slapped a Egyptian book on my desk, and it was a white pharaoh, and they were like, "You're gonna learn about Egyptian mythology," and it was like 30 minutes, and then the class ended, and then we never learned about it ever again. And then the next year they did the same thing for Greek mythology. They slapped a Greek book on my desk. They said, "We're gonna learn about Greek mythology." They did some shitty rundown, and then the thing is though, they never explained why it's myth. And it's really weird because all of those myths, quote unquote, are connected to the same era in which the Bible is referencing as well. So I came to the consensus that at the very least, something was happening during that time. Something was happening. Some stuff was popping off for sure.
True.
Like most definitely, right? So I think that the Christian God, and I don't know if you remember, we were talking last night and then somebody used a free kick on me. Apparently learning our ancient history is just too much. It's too not enjoyable. I don't know.
I think the people were bored.
Yeah, well, geez. Me personally, I love to get really stoned and learn about our ancient history. I guess some people just don't care to know. So one of the things that I want to ask you is all of those ancient cultures that reference all these different gods that were roaming the earth, you just completely distrust all of that, right? Like completely? Okay. Do you don't think that there's any truth to any of that?
Not that unless I were to receive evidence that these gods existed, I don't think that I have any reason to believe that they did.
Okay.
I think it would be cool if they did, but I think it would be cool if there was a god, period, because that would just be like an interesting thing.
Yeah, okay.
But that's kind of where it ends.
Okay. Yeah, so for me, I'm not necessarily going to be able to provide you like, this is the bone of one of those acclaimed gods and it's carbon dated and it's literally, it floats in the air when you grab it. It's clearly a god's bone. I can't do anything like that. Mm-hmm. But when you ray trace, or here, this is one of the weirdest things to me, okay? And I want you to give me your opinion on this. One of the strangest things that you have to say in order to distrust those cultures, you have to say, you know what? All those people during that era at the same time, at the same exact time, across the whole planet, they all said, you know what? I'm going to make up a giant lie. I'm going to make up a giant lie and I'm going to continue this lie for thousands upon thousands of years for no reason at all. And matter of fact, that lie, all aspects of it are going to cross-reference with the entire planet, which I have no communication with, by the way.
Well, actually, I disagree with this.
Okay.
I don't think you do have to say that. I think what you have to say is there were a lot of people during this time that were really curious about how we got here. And they did their best to understand with the little bit of science they had at their disposal, along with a want for understanding basically just the world as we know it. And they tried their best and they wrote down what they thought was the case based off of the information they had, which was not a lot. I don't think that they like created a huge lie, like it was some kind of like conspiracy shit, like the lizards and whatever.
Well, you're definitely better off having that viewpoint than the other one, for sure.
Yeah, I think it was rather they needed something to believe in, they found something to believe in, and they kept believing in it. Okay, but then you would have to believe that they created the same explanation as one another at the same exact time. Like there's just that's just too strange. That's way too strange. And like they all start to develop the inclination to develop an explanation the same way, all at the same time, is what you're saying. And then get this. What was it? Was it the exact like did they all wake up and this? Because I was under the impression that there was like at least a few hundred years in between.
That's a great point. Not all cultures were on the same time frame, but even cultures that were on different time frames weren't on same areas of the world. Like the Egyptians and the Mayans share a lot of like basically the same exact story of what was happening. And the Mayans are obviously in South America and the Egyptians are in Africa. There's absolutely no way for them to communicate that they should have the same explanation for how they got their architecture. So that's just extremely strange. And I feel like you and I both, when we hear that, it's like that doesn't really make much sense that they have the same explanation, you know?
Well, actually, I don't think this would be strange because before the creation of religion, similar times in multiple areas without like these groups having contact with one another, agriculture was developed around the same time for most civilizations. Tools were developed around the same time for multiple civilizations. And while that is like an interesting coincidence, I don't think it's like implausible. Like why exactly that happened?
Well, the thing is the tools and the clothing, the culture and the architecture wasn't quite the same. So if you're trying to say that, well, the inventions were also the same, they kind of weren't. The thing
the
that
inventions weren't the same. The
Yeah.
discovery, I'm saying.
Sure, but the explanations are weirdly identical. And not only that, why would they characterize and personify beings that they aren't seeing? Like, what's the point of that? You're telling me that they're worshiping, like they're literally worshiping and writing literature about people that they don't see?
Yeah.
That's nuts.
I mean, it was also around this time where people were starting to discover a lot of things, and also by a lot of things I mean like different plants and such that could have given them like psychedelic effects, or like the discovery of caffeine was around this time too. And so they thought that caffeine was like a gift from the gods that gave them like special powers, when really it was just them.
I don't think. Do you have a source for that? That
Sure,
them claiming that caffeine was a source from God? Mm-hmm. Okay. Also, what does them discovering things freshly have to do with discrediting their claims?
Because when people think that something is the product of divinity when really they just don't understand it, I don't see why we can't attribute that to other things.
But you saying they don't understand it is a personal opinion. That's like not necessarily like that's what we're debating. You can't really claim that to be true. You know what I mean? It's possible they didn't know what they were saying, but it's possible that they did know what they were saying, you know? So you can't really choose something that's not defined yet.
Okay. Well, I mean, I haven't seen evidence of these being the case.
I would love to get into the evidence. The pyramids, for example. So do you know how much those bricks weigh?
No.
So they weigh between 2 and 12 tons each. And if I'm not mistaken, each ton, it's either each 1 ton or each 2 tons is 2,000 pounds. Okay? That is extremely heavy. And not only that, it'd be different if the bricks came from like around the corner. The bricks came from 500 miles northeast to where the pyramids themselves were built. Considering they have no form of transportation, these dudes, you're saying that they voluntarily decided to walk 1,000 miles total without any transportation, somehow carrying 2 to 12 ton limestone bricks just to then bring it back another 500 miles and then somehow build the pyramid just to worship beings that don't actually exist. That's what you think?
The way that this sounds, I'm just gonna ask. I'm just gonna ask.
Go ahead and ask.
Are you like trying to imply that aliens exist?
Hell
right now?
Yeah, aliens do exist. You know that the government confirmed UFOs, and that I think their exact wording was non-human pilots. Like that, wasn't that like a huge thing in like 2021? There's a
I
ton
heard of it. I hadn't seen the
Navy-
documents for myself.
There's a ton of Navy footage capturing like hovering craft over the ocean that are hovering like right above the ocean line, and then they just zip away. Aliens are like undoubtedly real. As far as how frequently they visit and why, what they look like, I don't really know, but they undoubtedly exist. I mean, didn't we both agree that there was something obviously happening during this time?
Yeah, but
Like-
why would the something be?
Because that's what they all said. Because that's what they all said. If there was, and this is one of my most, this is one of the strangest, the absolute strangest things in my opinion. And if this doesn't make you think, if this doesn't make you like second guess things, I don't really know what will. It sounds like you're about to say something. You can go ahead.
They all said it was aliens?
No, they didn't necessarily say it was aliens. They had different words for it. They said either gods, fallen angels, beings from the stars. They all reference basically beings descending upon the planet and engaging ancient mankind. There's a consistent story from these ancient cultures. I'm like not even kidding. If you read like the Sumerian tablets, they document the species that visited ancient mankind, and they're actually responsible for why we're conscious. Modern science cannot account for how we became conscious. There's just a gigantic leap in evolution that's completely not explained by science. I mean, unless, you could explain it. Are you aware of how we became conscious?
No.
Right. That like nobody really is.
Well, that doesn't make them right.
No, that doesn't automatically make them right. That's a good point. But you know what makes it more likely that they're right is the fact that consciousness began with the civilization that claimed gods. That's the point I was trying to get into last time. And I'm telling you, like, I'm a skeptic. Is your name Sam, by the way? That's your live name. So
Yeah.
Sam, I'm a skeptic. All right. I didn't just like read this and was like, you know what? This is all true. I've really dug deep into all this, and it really seems to actually legitimately be true. I'm like not even playing. When you ray trace when humans became conscious, consciousness literally began with the Sumerian culture. Out of literally nowhere, they invent written language, they invent mathematics, architecture spawns in, and simultaneous with consciousness beginning with them, they claim, they're like, guys, gods are roaming amongst us. Some of them are evil, some of them are good. The Christian God's an example of an evil one. He was condoning slavery, sanctioning slavery, the stoning, and that provides a lot of clarity for that story, by the way. And also, when you ray trace the personality of the Christian God and you compare it with the personality of the Sumerian God Enlil, you realize that they're the same person. Like even deeper than that, the Christian God is not even just Enlil. He's actually the Garden of Eden aspects of God is Enlil.
Listen.
I'm not even playing.
No, hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
One. The people who thought coffee as magical were the people of Yemen. You can look into that.
Yemen?
Yeah.
Okay.
And also, Sam has given me $10 to kick you.
Oh my gosh, bro. Well, then can I just say like one more minute's worth of that?
Dude, just DM me. We could literally FaceTime if you want.
Conversation about like this is Sam. We share this history. Like this is the planet that we live on. I'm referencing what happened on this planet. I'm not just like I'm telling you what they claimed.
No, yeah, that's understandable. It's fine.
Yeah.
But like just DM me, bro. Like we can.
All right, sure.
Talk about it.
You
Like,
got
it's
the
okay.
$10. I'll respect that. May I just say one more minute's worth of stuff and I'll leave?
That is not the way the rule works. I'm sorry.
Can I have 10 seconds? All right. There is an ancient tablet called the Enuma Elish, and it's called the 7 Tablets of Creation. When you look at the 6th tablet, the wording from that god is the exact same wording from Genesis. It's the creation story. All right, that's all.
All right. I know Cleo was over here like this. Cleo was ready. Hello?
Hello, yes.
Hi, how old are you?
I am 29.
Okay. What year were you born?
Sorry?
What year were you born?
Me? What years?
Yeah. What year
Yeah,
were you
I'm
born?
born-
Yes.
So I am born in 1997?
And you said you're how old?
Yes, 1997.
Okay, that would make you 27.
I'm old enough.
I think.
I'm old enough,
I
don't
think.
worry.
What does
Yeah, don't
that work? Does that
No,
work,
you didn't.
guys?
Yes, no, I'm born in 1997. I'm just telling you.
And how old did you say you were?
Huh?
How old did you say you were?
I'm 29.
Oh no, that's not. No, that's no, 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 no. I did the math for you, actually. No. No. Anyway, y'all, I'm gonna hit the restart. Also, when I hit the restart, I'll be doing the spanking topic. I will be right back. Follow me if you aren't already, which it looks like most people in here would be. Trans men are men, indeed. Period. I will see you all in a bit. Peace. Hello, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. Hi, Annie. We are back indeed. Hello, Bayonetta content page. Hi, Uni. Hello, Edwin. Hi, Ivy. You made the edit? Say less. Yes, this is the calico hair in question. My pronouns are she, he, they. Hi, demon. Flushed. Aw. Put it in the Discord so we can all watch it, because I'm sure it serves cunt. You are early to this one. I was on stream earlier, by earlier I mean a few seconds ago, for an hour and 33 minutes. This is the restart. But please hop in the guest request if you think spanking is not abuse. Also, y'all make sure we're tapping that screen. Let's try and get to 20k likes very soon. And also make sure we're hitting that share button. But y'all, please hop in the guest quest if you think spanking is not abuse. Thank you, Jet. Also, hi everyone. I hope everyone's doing well. The shadow ban bullshit is really getting on my nerves.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, hi. How old are you?
I am 20.
Okay. What year were you born?
2004.
Okay. Do you think spanking is abuse?
No.
Why is that?
The reason is, let's say you have a kid and then, they do wrong. Spanking is kind of like a way to give a consequence of wrong. You feel me?
Okay. Do you think consequences are not abusive sometimes?
They can be. I do think consequences can be abusive, but the way spanking is, like, you don't spank someone in the face. Spanking is on your butt. So
okay.
It's
so
more
you
of
think
like
it can't be abuse if it's on the butt?
I mean, yeah, they're not trying to hit you in the face. They're just trying to teach you a lesson, saying, okay, let's not do that.
What is abuse to you?
That's a good question. Abuse to me is, hitting someone without good purpose, purposely causing harm to someone.
Okay.
Whether it's mentally or physically, that's abuse to me.
So, I don't wanna trigger warning essay. Leave the turn the volume down, or perhaps exit the live if you must, for your own safety. Or I'm gonna use a reductio. Do you think if someone essays someone and they don't mean it in a harmful way, that it's fine?
SA cannot be met in a not harmful way. SA is harmful. No matter what you say, if it's without consent,
and so
if it's
is
without
spanking.
consent, then it's harmful. Spanking is not harmful because the intention of spanking is to teach your child a lesson.
Okay, so as long as the intentions are good, it's fine. So if someone is essaying someone, but they think that what they're doing is okay, then it's fine?
If they genuinely think that, it's not fine because it still has effects on other people. Spanking, though, is used to define consequence. You don't essay someone without no consequence. You essay out of your own will. You spank not for your own will. Like, you don't just randomly want to spank your child. You spank them when they do consequence, when they do something that's not wrong. So you can teach your kids when they grow up to identify right from wrong.
Okay, but you said that the problem was consent. Children can't consent to being spanked. Thank you for the stinging bee.
But what they can't, children can't consent to anything. They're children. They don't have fully developed brains. They don't even know what they're doing is right from wrong. That's why spanking comes in play, because spanking kind of develops I would say not really conscious decision making, but like a way to identify right from wrong, saying, oh no, I can't do this because I'll get spanked.
Right, so that's not telling you right from wrong. That's telling you fear. That's not actually teaching you
fear
anything.
from doing wrong. Yeah, fear from doing wrong.
Well, no. If someone hits me, if someone spanks me for spilling a cup onto the floor, for example, that's not necessarily a wrong thing to do. It's an accident.
I never said spilling a cup. I said like for example.
Well, yeah, but you said to teach someone consequences. Spilling a cup means that there's a bunch of shit on the floor.
Spilling a cup isn't a wrong thing. Spilling a cup is more of a mistake.
Okay, so then how do you decide what is and is not a wrong thing for your child to do that justifies spanking them?
Okay, mistakes can be... that's a good question. Mistakes are more of like a thing where it's like over less emotion and more of just trying to do, like, for example, let's say I'm trying to pour a cup of orange juice or something, a cup of orange juice. I'm trying to get orange juice out the cup. But let's say I throw a remote at a TV. There's no reason why you should be throwing a remote at a TV.
Okay, so in the event that this child is throwing a remote at the TV because they're neurodivergent and they're trying to express their emotions and don't know how else to do it, but you don't know that yet because you haven't taken your kid to be evaluated and you spank your kid.
That's what spanking does, to say, okay, yeah, that's not how we're going to express our emotion. You don't express your emotions by throwing a remote at a TV. That's why you spank them for it.
So you think spanking your autistic child for throwing something when they don't understand?
When did you say autistic? If I know my child is
No, I'm saying you don't know.
I think I'll know if my child's autistic. Bro, what?
Not everyone knows when their child's autistic.
Okay.
Autism does not have a specific look.
That's why you get your child tested if you see there's something wrong with your child.
Well, no, you said spank them.
Yeah, spank them.
So don't get them evaluated. Spank them.
I mean, you just said if you're not always going to know if your child's autistic. Are we doing it in the scenario where I don't know if my child's autistic?
Yes, but this is why I'm saying don't spank your kid, period. Because you could be spanking them for them doing something they have little to no control over.
Spanking can still help an autistic person know right from wrong.
No, it cannot. No, it cannot. No, it will not.
I've had autistic friends before. Even they can tell right from wrong. I know autistic people.
You think it's because they got spanked?
It develops that decision where it's like, okay, I'm not going to do that because I'll get spanked. Oh no, my parents taught me not to do that because then I'll receive consequence.
Yeah, the consequence is not teaching you what's wrong and why. It's just teaching you, oh, well, my parents don't like when I do this thing. So if I do this thing, I feel pain. You're not actually learning anything.
You don't just spank the child though. After you spank them, have a conversation with them. That's what.
Why wouldn't you have the conversation with them first?
I mean, that is a good point. But spanking kind of gives more of that, fear of doing wrong vibe. Having a conversation saying, oh, my parents aren't going to care. They're just going to talk to me about it and just shrug it off. Not all children are the same. Spanking can apply to all children. No one likes to be spanked.
So you think children should fear you?
No, they should fear doing what they know it's wrong. You spank them for doing stuff that's wrong.
So they should be afraid of tossing a remote at a TV?
Yes, because it's wrong. There's no point of where you should be throwing a remote at a TV.
So despite the psychological damage that comes from spanking a child, you spank a child for throwing a remote at a TV, you have no idea why this child is doing that. You're just thinking, oh, well, it's inconvenient for me and I don't like it, so you're getting spanked.
What scenario would my child need to throw the remote at the TV for?
Yeah, I didn't say it was a need. I'm just wondering how you justify hitting them for that. Like, it's a child.
I don't know
they don't
how much
understand
times I have to
everything.
say it, but I said to develop consciousness in what you do.
That's not developing anything. That actually, on average, lowers their IQ.
How do you develop consciousness and, like, for example, saying, oh, no, that's wrong and what's right? You can't just tell a kid, oh, that's wrong, that's right. Their brains are not developed yet. They don't have that mindset.
Okay. So just to make sure I'm getting this right, you're hitting a kid for not understanding something.
They're too young to understand. No matter what I say, it's not going to go through their brain.
According to what? Where did you get that from?
According to the way children act.
Okay, so you think children are so stupid that there's no other way to explain to them how to do something aside from hitting them?
I mean, most children don't know what's wrong and what's right. They don't. They don't. It's just how children are. No children is going to be able to sit there and say, I'm gonna sit there and do this and do that. No, they just do. Children just do. They don't actually take time to make decisions. They're too young for that.
That's not true. Children make decisions.
Not good ones, though. Not good decisions.
That's not even necessarily true. That children are capable of making decisions, and not all the decisions they make.
They mostly make wrong decisions because they don't know what's right and what's wrong. That's why spanking comes in play.
So to teach them right from wrong, instead of explaining to them what's right or what's wrong, or showing them an example of what's right, you hit them.
What example would I show? Give me an example. Shoot your shot.
It depends on the situation.
Okay, give me a situation, anything.
Okay, sure. Kid is trying to go touch the electrical socket. Well, number one, you're a parent, so you should have the electrical socket plugged up. That's your fault, actually, as a parent. But aside from that, put your finger near the socket. Pretend that it hurts. You're showing the child the consequence. You put your finger near the socket. Ow, hurt, bad. Or you could draw a picture. You could show them visually. Be like, this is the it's a child. This is some of the ways that children are able to learn.
I mean, how many times do you want me to do that? To put my finger near a socket and be like, ow, it hurts. Ow, it hurts.
Oh, okay, so you're lazy.
I'm lazy. No.
So instead of taking. Okay, so you're lazy. So instead of taking the time out to teach your child right from wrong without hitting them, you're like, oh, well, that's going to take too much time. So instead of doing that, I'm going to hit them instead. Because that way, it'll be easier.
Hitting them is more of an instant and long-term solution. Or spanking them, not hitting them. There's a difference between spanking and hitting.
Spanking is a hit on the butt.
Oh my gosh! Wow, the butt hurts so much. The butt is to develop. For example, if my child
that doesn't help development.
Yes, it does. I'll
Give
prove
me a
to
source that says spanking helps development.
You want a source?
Yes.
I don't need no source. I can just use this basic logic. You haven't provided any sources. You haven't
Okay, do you
provided.
want me to provide you sources that say spanking is psychologically damaging to children?
I would provide sources, but my computer's off right now. But
No, please. I'll show you the source that says
okay, show
spanking
me.
is psychologically damaging to children.
All right, let's
Period.
get it.
Lovely.
Lazy, can't even turn the computer on. I just got home from a hibachi buffet, actually, so that's why.
How's okay?
Edwin says, I'm still lazy. Okay. Spear Hassan, do you have kids? Yes.
Research has long underscored, and this is from Harvard. Research has long underscored the negative effects of spanking on children's social, emotional development, self-regulation, and cognitive development. But new research published this month shows that spanking alters children's brain response in ways similar to severe maltreatment and increases perception of threats. These findings are one of the last pieces of evidence to make sense of the research of the last 50 years on spanking. We know that spanking is not effective and can be harmful for children's development and increases the chance of mental health issues. With these new findings, we also know it can have potential impact on brain development, changing biology, and leading to lasting consequences.
Okay, that's pretty solid, I'll admit. But that still doesn't change the fact to me. It's like, okay, let's get back to the light socket part, right? Where a child puts their hand near a light socket. They're gonna be like, oh, I remember the time where I got spanked. Nah, oh, I remember that time where my mom and dad told me to not put my finger near the light socket. The spanking is gonna develop more of a long-lasting memory of like, okay, oh shit, oh, I'm sorry, of, oh dang, I wouldn't want that to happen.
Okay, can I have a source that says spanking has a more long-lasting learning effect than actually teaching your children?
If you let me turn on my PC, yeah.
Go ahead.
All right, I got you. May take a while though, but
that's okay.
Turning on. Yeah, that's called trauma.
Yeah, that would be trauma, but
okay. Trauma from not putting your hand near a light socket, I guess. Yeah.
No, trauma from being spanked for doing something that you didn't think was wrong.
Spanking isn't just to clearly develop trauma of getting spanked. It's to develop trauma of doing wrong things.
So you think trauma is good?
In some cases, it can be.
I'm sorry. Do you know what trauma is? Do you know what trauma is?
Hold on, I'm finding my source.
Oh, okay. Cute.
Okay.
Oh, omelet. What you missed is this person is saying that spanking is not abuse. And actually it helps development, even though it literally doesn't, and actually does the opposite. But now, someone in the comments said that it can cause trauma, and Guest is saying trauma is good sometimes. So, that's where we left off.
Okay. Oh shoot. Let me turn off my VPN. Have this in my notes. I got y'all. Just give me a moment.
Mm-hmm. Social services, anyone?
Shoot, my children are disciplined, so they know what's right from wrong.
Yeah, that doesn't mean they're not traumatized, but okay.
Okay. According to healthline.com, it states that spanking benefits are considered to have immediate response and behavioral improvement. Research suggests that spanking can lead to improved behavior in children as they learn to associate the punishment with the misbehavior and adjust their actions accordingly. What I've been trying to say.
What study are they referencing?
What study?
Yeah.
Shit, I don't know. I just read it off healthline.com.
Okay. Well, considering the study that Harvard is referencing is one I've already read, corporal punishment, elevated neural response to threat in children.
It doesn't take
Healthline.
rocket science. It doesn't take rocket science to figure out what spanking does to a child.
Well, yeah, what spanking does to a child is psychologically damage them. You're reading from a .com. I'm reading from an edu. So can you give me the research?
So are you saying it's wrong though? Do you think it won't help with behavioral improvement as to associate
I disagree.
punishment with misbehavior?
I think that it can do that, for sure. I don't think that outweighs the psychological damage though. Like, spanking can literally lower IQ. I'd rather take the time out of my day to teach my child
How
right
does
from wrong
spanking
without...
lower IQ? Does it just knock the brain cells out of you? Here, you know what? Wait, you said
No.
Harvard what? Where?
It does not knock the brain cells out of you. But anyway, it is called
Why
The
do I have a
Effect of
timer
Spanking on the Brain. Because my mods don't like you.
No, they don't like me.
Yeah. The effect of spanking on the brain.
Okay. I got you.
What is this source from Healthline called, by the way, which is not the most reliable place in the world, but okay.
I mean, you even said yourself you partially don't disagree with it, so.
Well, yeah, I think that, like spanking, torture can also teach you things. Do I think you should torture people? No.
No, I don't either. I never said torture. Wait, so I have a real question for you. What age? So, okay. To me, spanking should stop around like 8 to 9 years old. It's not a thing where you do to your children for your whole life. That's what
I don't think you should spank your child ever, especially in their developmental years, considering it's been proven that spanking your kids is likely to stunt their development. Doing it at a point where they're developing most rapidly
yeah, but
would
you're
be
acting like
like the
spanking is
worst.
a daily thing. Spanking is when they misbehave. Spanking isn't a thing where you just do
I
on
don't
the daily.
care if it's daily. It doesn't have to be daily.
I have a question. Have you been hit before?
Yes.
Have you been spanked?
Yes.
And what were you spanked for?
Lying.
And what did you lie for? Or
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Okay.
No. No, I didn't lie. My mom accused me of lying and then she hit me.
Well, she shouldn't have hit you for that. I'll admit
Yeah,
she shouldn't
I
have hit you for
agree.
accusing of lying.
Oh, but I thought you said that it was the intent. She thought I was lying, and her intent was to prove that lying is bad.
Yeah, but she accused you of lying with no evidence. That isn't.
But
a
you
good
said it was the
intention of
intent that
accusing.
mattered.
Yeah,
Her
I
intention
know.
was to teach me.
How do you know her intention?
She told me. You said it's fine as long as you have
You're
the
telling me
conversation
your mom
after.
told you, "Oh, I hit you because I wanted to teach you."
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
That's why I know you haven't been hit or spanked.
Oh, okay.
So give me a way to discipline your child then. What do you do for discipline? Let me know.
There are a bunch of things you could do for discipline. You could do the age-old take things away from your child. You could also give them things in exchange for them doing the right thing. For example, do this chore and be responsible. If you do not do this chore and be responsible, then you will not get X. If you want X, you will do this chore. Let's see, what else? You could have them do something educational in response. Depending on what that thing is, it could end up reinforcing like a dislike for education. So you'd have to be very, you'd have to use your discernment for that. But you could have them write about why they think what they did was right or wrong, and then you can explain with their writing why what they did is wrong or right. Things of that nature. There are a bunch of alternative consequences to hitting your child on the ass.
I mean, if you, as you were saying, I do think that's a good method. I'm not saying spanking is the only thing, but spanking is a good way to teach your child from wrong and right.
No, I don't think good things are psychologically damaging. I wouldn't do something psychologically damaging to my kid on purpose.
No, I said, wait, what'd you say? Repeat yourself. I'm sorry.
No worries. Spanking is psychologically damaging. I don't think good ways of teaching are psychologically damaging.
Yeah, but once you actually teach your child, if you just spank to spank, then yeah, it can be psychologically damaging.
It doesn't matter what your intention is. It can be psychologically damaging regardless.
Yeah, but if you after explain to your child that, oh, that's wrong, let's not do that, and they're like, okay, well, I remember the time I got spanked for that. Let me not do that. It'll create.
Does that get rid of the trauma? Does that get rid of psychological damage?
Everyone gets spanked, though. It's not trauma. Do y'all not get spanked?
I'm gonna explain to you why that makes absolutely no sense. Everyone gets graped. That doesn't mean it's traumatizing.
Not everyone gets raped or raped.
You can't say the word, but the majority of women have experienced SA in their lifetime. So actually, if we're talking about women, most women get SA'd. So it's not traumatizing, because it happens to a bunch of people. So it's fine. Slavery happened to a bunch of black people, but you know, it happened to a lot of them, so it's fine. Slavery in some places, yes, not the black people for the most part.
Is it normalized? Is slavery?
No.
Exactly.
And why? You want to know why
Spanking
that is? Because it's psychologically damaging.
No, because it's just not how you treat humans.
So it's fine to hit. So it's fine to hit your kids, even though they're human. But it wasn't fine to treat slaves that way?
The slaves didn't do anything wrong. Did slaves do anything wrong? No.
According to some of the slave masters, yes. Again, this is about intent. It was the intent of a lot of slave masters to teach them to be civilized people.
Okay, really? That wasn't their intent. Their intent is they wanted their cotton picked off the farm. That was their intent. Their intent wasn't
that wasn't all their intent. Why do you think the Bible is the only book that some slaves got to read? They thought that their intent was not only to, use them for labor, but also to teach them to be civilized people, to save them from the uncivilized land of Africa and to show them the right ways of Europe by showing them the Holy Bible and telling them what is and is not okay to do.
By making them pick up cotton.
No, by making them read the Bible and recite lines from the Bible, if they even got to read.
So they enslaved them to read the Bible. They put them on a farm to read the Bible.
They put them on the farm to do manual labor and also to civilize them.
Yeah, you're tripping, dog.
W argument, I guess.
No, okay, wait, we're getting off track. We need to get back on spanking, not slavery.
Okay.
Spanking, I still stand by it. Spanking is still... It's not a daily thing, though. It's not something you just, oh, yeah, today I want to spank my kid. Oh, it's when they do consequence. It's when something bad that they shouldn't be doing happens. That's when slavery happens. That's when spanking, I'm sorry. That's when spanking happens.
Okay, so trauma is okay as long as you do it occasionally.
It's not really trauma once you develop the idea that it's because of what they did wrong.
That's not how trauma works. Understanding why somebody traumatized you doesn't get rid of the trauma.
It's spanking, though. It's consequence. It's
a traumatizing consequence.
It's risk and bad reward. That's the idea of spanking. You take the risk of doing something wrong and you get a bad reward for doing something wrong. That's the idea that spanking develops.
That doesn't make it not traumatizing. This has nothing to do with the trauma. Like you're not addressing that part. You're just being like, oh, well anyway, consequences.
I've been spanked before. I don't have flashbacks of me getting spanked. I don't have PTSD from it.
You are one person of billions. Also, who's to say
I have.
spanking didn't lower your IQ? You have no idea.
I mean, I wouldn't know. I haven't taken an IQ test.
That's fine. But it's likely that if you were spanked, especially consistently, that it lowered your IQ.
Hassan, you didn't deserve to get spanked, and your kids don't either. Raises aggression too. See, the thing I could like, y'all are wild. Spanking, it's risk and bad reward. That's the idea of spanking.
That does not make it not traumatizing. That does not make it not psychologically damaging. Just saying that this thing can teach someone something does not get rid of the negative consequences on their brain.
The consequence is getting spanked for doing something wrong.
And psychological damage. Fire.
Okay, hold on. Give me a moment, please.
Dude, to the people in the comments going, oh, well, it didn't happen to me, so it's fine to do. Not everyone is traumatized by things that are bad that happen to them. That does not make it not generally traumatizing. You are one person out of billions of people. And also with the lower IQ people saying, oh, I got hit, my IQ's high. Good for you. Same. That doesn't mean that it doesn't lower IQ for other people. So. Unless you have studies, I don't care. Thank you, Andre. That's very kind.
I gotta go back to work in like 2 minutes, but if chat summoned me up, that must mean you done fucked up, sir. In the middle of my goddamn shift, too. That's crazy work.
No way you're in the TikTok live in the middle of your shift. That's kind of wild.
Yo.
What's kind of wild is the fact you don't understand that people are allowed to take breaks when they're working.
Oh, really?
So I also have to assume your opinion on this is just as garbage as what you just said.
So
Damn.
you're using your work break to hop on a TikTok live. Okay.
Of course I am. What else am I gonna do? Sit there and be bored? I like to listen to you yap stupid shit.
Lunch. Take a walk. A bunch of other things you can do.
There's many things you can do with a phone in your hand. I don't know if you knew that or not.
Yeah, scroll on TikTok. What I did to find this live.
And you know what's even better? Everybody would like to use their free kick, and I would love to do the honors to let you know
$10
you
to
suck.
kick me. That's actually crazy.
Bye-bye.
That's crazy.
Bye. Also, the irony is crazy considering he's also using his free time to be on TikTok live.
I know, I love that. Everybody immediately DM'd me and was like, we need you. So, your Lord and Savior is here, folks. God is real and it's me. What's up?
Let him know.
Are you going to still be live for a little bit? I got to get off here in about 40-ish minutes.
Yeah, I'll be here when you come back.
Okay, guys, be very, very patient with me while I get everything taken care of, and I will be home as soon as possible. Remember, $10 kicks are active. When you give it to Sam, put it in the notes. $10 for current guests or $10 for future kicks.
Indeed.
I love you guys, and I'll see you all soon, okay?
Love you too. Bye-bye. Ugh, I love her. I love her so much. She's great. All right, moving on to the next guest. Oh?
You look like a bitch, boy.
Wait, that's actually so affirming for my gender. Thank you. Anyway. Moving on to the next guest. Yes, that was a child. Yes. If anyone was wondering, that was a whole child. Yes. Hello? Hello? All right, well, bye-bye. Moving on to the next guest. Hello?
All I want here to say is whatever that person did is blasphemy, and the only savior here is.
Yeah, so anyways, moving swiftly along. Hello?
Hi there.
Hi, how old are you?
19,
Okay, what year were you born?
2005.
Okay, do you think spanking is abuse?
I mean, to kids, no.
Yes, specifically to kids.
I don't think so. Like, for multiple reasons. Like, if you need to teach them a lesson. Like, you need,
Again, I don't see how this makes it not abuse.
So think about this. Think about this. Let's say they turned on the oven, yeah, and you were away, and you come home to find the oven on, yeah? And that kid, he's like, no, I didn't do it. What are you gonna do?
What is spanking gonna do to fix that?
You gotta show him that it's wrong. That's like teaching a guy, okay, he did something wrong, they send him to jail, right? Now he knows that's wrong to do, he's not gonna do it again.
Okay, so then you know that there are ways to teach people things without hitting them. W.
But that's the thing. Imagine going to jail. He's gonna get Diddy-ified in jail. Like I'm talking about, he's gonna get diddled by the diddler in jail. Free Diddy, guys. Free R. Kelly too. But basically, that's what I'm trying to say. Do you think it's wrong? Nigger, faggot niggers.
Okay, so anyways, moving on to the next guest.
Hi.
Hello? Hi.
Hello.
How old are you?
18.
Oh, wait, 1 second. This live is for educational purposes only. Harassment or bullying of any kind will not be tolerated. Also, thank you guys for the F1s in the chat. Hello? Hi, I'm sorry, could you repeat your age? I was a tad bit distracted by the slurs.
18.
Thank you for the $2 on Venmo, Ethan, for the reparations. What year were you born?
2006.
Okay, what month?
April.
Okay, do you think spanking is abuse?
Me personally, I don't think so. I mean, to a certain point it is, you know, like, for saying my parents, they only hit me on the hand or, you know, with the belt, but they wouldn't, like, actually abuse me, which, like, in some cases, like, yeah, that's totally abuse, but to a certain point only. But I think just, like, a small hit or, you know, something like that isn't that bad, because as someone who used to get spankings or, you know, used to get hit, I do really think it taught me a lesson and, you know, like, just made me who I am today. Like, I wouldn't personally spank my kids because I don't, you know, really see a need for it, but I don't necessarily think it's abuse. There's other ways to go about it, but I don't necessarily think it's abuse. All parents have different ways of teaching their kids, and I mean, that's completely fine. I just, you know, don't think it's needed. It's not necessary, but it's not necessarily abuse in the same way.
So, when you harm someone unnecessarily, does that not seem abusive to you?
It's not unnecessary.
You just said it wasn't necessary. Like, those are the exact words you use.
Yeah, it isn't necessary because you can teach them other ways, but it's not like they're just hitting them because they're mad and they just get home from a hard day at work and then they just see their kid and then just start hitting them because, you know, they're mad. That's unnecessary. But, you know, say the kid just cursed at a teacher. So
what is hitting them going to do to teach them to not do that?
Is what?
What is hitting them gonna do? To teach them why that's wrong.
It's just a more like assertive way of saying you can't do this. For instance, I know a couple people who used to not get spankings, and they would do the wildest things. And that used to shock me as a kid because I was like, do your parents not hit you? And they're like, oh, no. I'm like, oh, okay. So, I mean, if you don't do bad things, you don't get spankings, etc.
Do you think it's okay to hit someone without their consent for not listening to you if they're not a child?
No.
So why is it okay to do that to a kid?
Because kids are learning. Kids are learning the rules of the world. Adults are people who can think for themselves, and if it gets to a point where you hit them, they can go to jail for that. And you know, they're adults.
So it's wrong because
Shut up.
Prison?
Sorry. No, it's wrong. It's wrong because they are adults, and at the end of the day, you can't control what they do because they are over 18 and they're legally adult, and they have already learned the ways of the world. So no matter what you tell them or what you do to them, they're not going to change, and it can't change the fact that
So if it could change them, it will be fine.
What?
So if it could change them, it would be fine to hit the adult.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm saying there's. Do you mix something?
Oh. Well, okay then. Bye-bye, Edwin. Mwah. Alright, moving swiftly along. I have a headache, y'all. I don't even really... Hello? Oh, excuse me.
Hello. Thank you for bringing me in. Boy, can I tell you about abuse. I was abused by my mother. That is why I do not believe in spanking. And I was abused because she did not want this dark-skinned baby. And the man that impregnated her had moved on and married another woman. So she was filled with hurt and rage. My abuse started when she threw me away in a box. She didn't want me. I was born in the Caribbean. They found me and reunited me with certain family members, and then they sent me back to another island. And when I rejoined her in another island at 9 years old, I didn't know she was my mother. And this woman treated me badly. I got hit, stabbed, kicked, deprived of food, bust my head open, verbal abuse, psychological abuse. So I no kind of hitting. You're not supposed to be doing that. No, that is abuse. And we are human beings. I wasn't a child to do anything wrong. I'm going to tell you that. I wasn't a mischievous child. I was afraid of being hit. So I walked up the straight and narrow. There were other siblings in
Oh, I'm not able
get
to
the brunt of fury.
Oh,
I
okay.
called her the
Your
boogeyman.
audio had cut out. I'm sorry. But first of all, wow, that's insane. I'm so sorry that happened to you. But also, so the lie doesn't get taken down. Try not to be too graphic because
Understood.
TikTok no likey. But yeah.
But I was terribly abused, and I'm 64 years old. I had 11 long years of therapy in the United States to cope with what I went through because I was diagnosed with complex PTSD. I could talk about it now, and I do use my platform. I get to speak all over the world. I was in my 20s and wetting my bed. That
Oh
is what
wow.
abuse does to you, right? So I tell until I started getting therapy. So I tell people, don't know, talk to your children. Try another way of, oh, give me that phone. Take away the tablet. Okay, you don't go to you don't go to the zoo or you don't go on your class trip, but don't no. You see the hitting thing, the spanking thing. You're not doing anything, and especially you want may think you're disciplining, but there's a thin line between that and abuse. You're getting into a raging state, and you're inflicting this harm on this little child. You can easily take their life or make them unalive. You can inflict serious harm to them. I lost my hearing from one blow to my head. The abuse was that bad. No,
Wow.
I don't believe in don't hit. And as a matter of fact, for that, I didn't have any children of my own. I
My
because of
goodness.
her and my papi rejecting me also. I was afraid, I was afraid that I would pick up some dude that will abandon me and my child. And I didn't want my child to feel the way I felt abandoned. I was afraid. I was really afraid. And, I think, but I don't like, don't hit, no, no. Don't hit your children. Please, I beg all you. Don't hit your
Thank you
children.
for coming up and sharing your story, my love.
Thank you. I hope you didn't get sanctioned or anything, by
Well,
anything.
hopefully not. We'll see in a few minutes. But
I wrote
yeah.
I wrote my life story. It's available on Amazon. I'm trying to turn it into a musical play.
Oh wow!
Set in the back end of the
Congratulations.
70s. Yeah, trying to do that. Yeah. So I was so Maya Angelou said, "There's no greater agony than bearing an untold story inside of you." And I had for catharsis, I had for healing, and to reach a state of catharsis, I had to let it out, talk about it. I'm also an award-winning poet, author, and journalist. And I write from a certain perspective. I in your face. I address the things people are afraid to say, and I say it. And I think that is why they gave me all these awards. So please, I beg of y'all, if y'all do not hit your children. Do not hit your children. I beg of you. I beg of you. It does not do anything. You get resented by the child. You can harm the child. Please stop. Stop.
Period. Thank you, my love. I hope
Thank
you enjoy
you.
the rest of your day. And also, the best of luck with your work.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm following you.
Oh, thank you.
Hi, Apollo.
Bye-bye.
Somebody is telling me hi. Hi. Thank you.
Wow. Period. All right. Moving on to the next kiosk. Hello?
Hello.
Hi, how old are you?
I'm 19.
What year were you born?
March of 2005.
Okay. Do you think spanking is abuse?
I'm not really sure. I think I'm on both ends of the thing.
Okay, could you explain what that means?
When I was growing up, everybody I knew got spanked. Like my uncles, my aunts, my grandmother, my grandfather, all my siblings, we all got spanked. But it wasn't like abuse or anything. When I was a kid, I used to fight my brother. I used to get in stuff I wasn't supposed to, and I got spanked, and it really didn't affect me. But also, my heart goes out to that woman that was just on here. That was really heartbreaking.
Yeah, that was a lot. Okay, so you're saying it's not abuse because a lot of people do it?
No, I'm just saying, in my opinion, I don't know, I'm on both ends. I think it's abuse because some people just want to hit people to take all their anger and frustration out. And another part of me doesn't think it because I got spanked growing up, but it was just for doing horrible things, like just getting into stuff.
Okay. I don't really know how to like what to do with that information. Like, what is it about it that makes it not abuse to you? Oh. Well, okay then. Moving swiftly along to the next guest. No, it's okay. You're good. If you want to re-request, you can. It's fine. You're good. No worries. Hello?
Oh, hello. How you doing?
Hi, I'm good, thank you. How old are you?
I'm 24. I was born in 2000.
Okay. Do you have like earbuds in or something?
Yeah, yes. Am I silent, quiet?
Quiet and also very echoey. It kind of sounds like you're in a submarine. Could you maybe unplug them?
Okay. Hold on. Let's see.
Live from the fishbowl.
All right. How about now?
A lot better.
Okay.
It's still giving aquatic, but we'll work through it. Do you think spanking is abuse?
No. But first and foremost, I would like to apologize for anybody I might trigger with this, with my opinion. It's not a fact that it's not abuse. It's not a fact that it is abuse. It's a strong, well, controversial opinion. So I apologize if I get too graphic. I'll try not to.
Okay.
But, so, I personally don't believe spanking is abuse. But like your other few guests, especially that older woman who, Jesus, I can't even imagine what she has went through. And if anything, that proves that touching children in any type of aggressive way can lead to a traumatic life and hardship. So it makes my position even harder to argue. So with that being said, as someone with ADHD and growing up in a black Southern family with a single household, I know, right?
Hell no. Oh, fuck. Okay. I'm prepping myself.
Don't worry. And I understand if you guys want to say I'm traumatized. That's completely fair. And to some extent, it may be possible. I don't see it. And who knows? I know my therapist didn't see it when I went there for anger management issues and to be diagnosed with ADHD and psychiatrist. But with that being said, let me go ahead and get started. This is just background information with me. Spanking to me is not abuse as long as it comes from a place of not just learning, but understanding that this is a punishment. With that being said, I do not believe spanking should be your first go-to. Also, let me add on to that. I don't think you should be spanking children under 8. Do not touch them. Do not hit them. A belt should not be used because, yes, at the end of the day, when you're I believe most people develop their
Oh, I think were you getting a phone call?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, well, you just teacupped and then just came back, so I don't know what happened, but okay.
I'm sorry. What was the last thing you heard?
I just remember belt bad.
Oh, belt bad, basically, depending on your age. And that age range...
Wait.
Yes.
I've received $10 to kick you. I must now kick you.
Understandable.
Apologies. But
no, it's fine.
I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Thank you for the $10 on Venmo, Ethan. Thank you. Hello?
Hello.
Hi, how old are you?
First of all, I'm a little bit scared because English is not my first language.
No
I'm from
worries.
the Netherlands.
Okay.
And my vision on spanking, it is abuse.
Oh, awesome.
Over here in the Netherlands, we have a law to prevent parents for hitting their children. You can even give them a slap on the wrist. It's a decent law.
We love to see it.
In my opinion, I would love to see that law goes around the world, because no kid ever deserves to be hit by a parent. As
Completely
a parent, you
agreed.
have to love your children. You have to embarrass them. You have not embarrass, but build them up. You have to build them up. You have to make sure that they're going to be strong, self-loving children. Yeah, encourage them. that's the word I was looking for. So that's my vision.
I think that that's beautiful, and also I didn't know that it was illegal in Netherlands, but I hope they adopt
really is.
that rule here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you for sharing your perspective, and now I want to move. So thank you.
That's okay. That's okay. And you are a beautiful, beautiful person. I love your.
Thank you.
no, it's true. I love your whole vision and style. So thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. Thank you for coming up.
Okay, thank you. Goodbye.
Bye-bye. That was genuinely very heartwarming to know. I'm very glad that children are being protected. If not here, then at least elsewhere. That's awesome. Hello?
Hey.
Hi. How old are you?
31.
Okay. Do you think spanking is abuse?
To a certain extent. I do think, like the last guy was saying, I don't know how to explain it, but sometimes spanking comes from a place of love. I mean, I don't know what you consider a spanking to be. With a belt, no. Now, don't get me wrong, with the belt, freak no. But like with the hand for redirection or just to get things back in the way it's supposed to be. I don't know how to explain it, but I don't think spanking is always a bad thing.
Okay. So, I'm just going to be fully honest with you. I think there are a lot of ways that you could have worded what you just said, but I'm not going to lie. Sometimes it comes from a place of love is kind of wild. Like just a little bit. Like, could you expand on that, please?
Yeah, so the best example I can give as of right now, you know how when like a criminal go to jail to do their time because that's the punishment they receive. Now I know it's not really on the same, I guess, aspect of spanking, but it's kind of so like it's not okay. So not with the belt, okay, but I have two boys. And boys are really, 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 really. I grew up with all sisters, and they're just a different breed. So I won't whoop them with a belt, but sometimes I do have to like pop their shoulder or just little stuff. Does that make sense at all?
Okay. I mean, like, I understand what you're saying if asking you why it doesn't make sense, but are there not better ways to teach your child to not do whatever they did? You don't think?
Right, of course. I grew up with both parents in the household. My dad, he was a talker. He made me understand why things are important. And my mom, she was just straight action. So I definitely, when it comes to my boys, especially raising kings, I do talk to them, sit them down, help them understand things, or even just see the way that I see things. Nevertheless, like I stated, boys are just different. Like they're just, sometimes they just need, like I said, the redirection. I'm like, again, I don't believe in whooping them with a belt. I don't believe in hitting my kids with anything, but it does come a time where I have to just hem them up a little bit, or just, I ain't gonna say jack them up because I don't want the audience to take it the wrong way, but just sometimes just let them know, like, hey, come on now, y'all.
But like, why with hitting them though? Like why? Because there are alternatives, which you acknowledge that there are alternatives.
Of course,
I mean, you're saying it's because they're boys, and I understand the sentiment in that, like, boys can be a little rough, or as some people might think, they're a little more hard-headed. I don't necessarily subscribe to that, but I could see where you are coming from with that. But if you can acknowledge there are alternatives, why do you specifically go to hit them sometimes?
Yeah, so again, as I stated before, that's not my go-to, of course. Nevertheless, it's to be honest, it's probably just, it's one of those things where if we had a conversation about it, you acknowledge it. I also ask for my boys' stance anytime that we talk. And if it's one of those things that, if we're just out and say, like, if they do something they know they're not supposed to do because they come from a good household, they have aunties, uncles, grannies, grandpas, they have a good household, and they'll do something either disrespectful, not saying that they will, but this is just an example, or just something that's just catches me off guard where they know better, then I do tap them or hit their shoulder, or, you know, just little stuff like that. I don't know if that would be considered spanking, but my boys do get popped, if that makes sense.
Okay. So that would not necessarily be considered spanking, but it would be considered like a form of corporal punishment, which I also disagree with. Okay. So I guess that doesn't necessarily answer my question, because I understand why you're doing it, but if you know that there are different things you could do instead, like why pop them?
Because again, like I stated, my boys have a lot of common sense, and if they go out, or even if they conduct themselves like they don't have common sense, it's just that go-to thing, like, stop, something like that, like, just tap.
Is it just because it's easy?
It's no, not necessarily, because like I stated before, I do talk to my boys. I sit down, I talk to them, I even try to understand where they're coming from and get in their headspace a little bit. But it's not easy. Raising kids isn't easy. I'm not saying that.
I'm sure that shit's hard. I believe it.
Yeah, it's not for the weak. And I'm not saying it, so don't get me wrong. I'm not saying like it's my go-to, and I'm not saying like immediately that's the thing to do when something's wrong. But again, is some things I just, after having so many conversations, or just the way that the kids are brought up and as much love as they have around them, I don't expect my kids to act a certain type of way. Now, I have a 13-year-old and I have an 8-year-old. So yeah, of course I treat them totally different, because my 8-year-old, I still feel like he's learning, but my 13-year-old, he's still learning too, but he's getting to that age where I can't keep redirecting all the time. Like, I'm not saying I'm not going to do that, because that's my son. I'm going to do that for the rest of my life. But I can't make it a thing. And you're getting to that decision now, where your decisions does have an impact on the way that you grow up, and it comes with consequences, deeper consequences than what we're dealing with in the household. Does that make sense?
No, that makes sense. But in the real world, if you have a loved one who is not acting in a way that you prefer they act, you don't pop them. Unless you do, which if you did, that would be considered like assault.
Yeah, but that's I'm not raising everybody else's kids. I'm not raising nobody else. So I'm not going out here and assaulting everybody and thinking that's okay. But at the end of the day, like, these are young men that I'm raising. So when they decide to leave my home and they're not no longer under my wing or my direction, then these is they have to make their own decisions. You get what I'm saying? So yeah, like I said, it's not easy, and their fathers is there in their life too. Nevertheless, it's just a mama way, and I'm the mother. They're my sons, and I don't know how to explain it, but I don't whip my kids with belts. I don't leave marks on my kids. When I say pop, I mean like I hit them in their shoulder, not with a balled up fist, y'all. So don't think that it's like an open hand. It's like one of those quick ones. Like, hey, one of those. I know you all can't see me, but
I understand. I mean, the only reason why I brought that up is not because like it's your responsibility to do what other people are doing or anything. It's just you said that you're trying to prepare them for the real world, which is understandable. As a parent, you should. But in the real world, if someone were to hit you or pop you for doing something that they don't want you to do, that would be considered wrong. So why is it okay to do it as a parent if it's not okay to do it when they get older?
That's a point. That's a good point. Again, just this is as a parent, and like I said, as raising two boys, I can only state my opinion, in my honest opinion. Like I stated, I understand where you're coming from, and I'm not ruling that out because, of course, like I talk to my boys. I talk to them. I try to get an understanding with them. And again, I'm going to just reiterate, I definitely try to get them in their headspace. But it is instance where I do pop my boys.
Okay. Well, I'm not quite sure. I feel like we're at an impasse, so I'm not quite sure continuing the convo would be productive. But thank you for coming up and sharing your perspective, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you, you too.
Bye-bye. All right. Moving on to the next guest.
Oh.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi. How old are you?
28.
Okay. Do you think spanking is abuse?
You know, it can definitely be abusive. I don't think spanking in and of itself is abuse.
Okay. Why?
You know what? I guess it's kind of a moot point because, so the way I feel, it's like I think that spanking is a disciplinary thing, and maybe I'm traumatized. My parents from Tennessee in the South, so this is something that I had to deal with, and I went through belts and switches and all that stuff. So maybe I'm kind of covering for that, but I don't know. I do think that some spanking, and let's say even 5 smacks, I don't know if it's abusive per se.
Okay, so what do you define abuse as?
You know what? That's a good question. I think abuse would be like, well, abusing someone. When I think about it in the sense of like hurting someone that maybe didn't deserve it, or going overboard with physical violence, whether it's emotional, language, whatever.
Okay, but who is to decide what is and is not going overboard is the problem. Because for some people, spanking is viewed as even like a light thing, like something that all parents should do, and that it's fine to do it. And in fact, if you don't do it, then you're a bad parent. And that's like a really light thing. Whereas some people, such as myself, would look at the psychological ramifications of abuse and spanking, and would decide, well, if there are alternatives for raising your children, why choose the one that's likely to psychologically damage them?
Yeah. And that's something, I don't have kids yet, and I don't think I would spank them. So maybe I'm kind of arguing against a point that I don't fully believe. Because I do think there's other ways to discipline a child, or, I don't know, you know what I mean, than to spank. I do, and maybe this might be fucked up to say, I think some people, some kids, quote unquote bad kids. Bad kids are set up. People call kids bad for whatever different reasons. So this might be wrong to say. I was growing up, people saying that like some kids need to be whooped because they're bad, but not really looking at like why they're bad. People are looking from the outside in, like, oh, this woman's son is bad. He needs his butt whooped more often because now. And I don't know if if that would be even the case to quote unquote fix a misbehaving child or not. I don't know.
Well, I mean, it's been proven doesn't actually really do anything. Like it just associates whatever they did with fear. It doesn't actually like teach them anything. So, in the case of a bad child, which whether or not a bad child even exists is something that I am grappling with. I'm not quite sure a bad child is a thing, especially because children are still trying to understand. There are unruly children, for sure, but I don't know about bad. But considering spanking has been shown to actually, like, worsen development for a lot of kids, I don't see why spanking would be the route that you take, like, ever. Like, it's linked to depression, anxiety, substance abuse, being violent yourself, actually, as a child. It's also linked with lower IQ. So I don't think that's a vibe.
I don't either. And I mean, I guess what is your opinion on, like, let's say the older generation, your boomers and Gen X people who kind of swear by whipping,
Saw that too. You saw that shit too, huh?
Yes.
Listen, I am walking home right now trying to dodge cars and pay attention to y'all at the same time.
Dodge cars?
You gotta play a little Frogger when you get off of work as a treat.
No, you don't.
Don't do that, chat. That was bad advice. Anyways, I'm on my way home and chat is just exploding. My DMs are exploding while I'm trying to get dishes done and clean. Everybody's losing their fucking minds right now.
They said, come here.
I know. And I was like, well, it can't be that. I guess it's got to be really bad if everybody, like 10 people are messaging me.
I don't think it's bad. I just think they enjoy your presence. It definitely could be worse for sure. Like,
I don't know how you guys do, but thank you.
Yeah, our current guest right now is actually a very reasonable individual. I just think they like you.
Oh, y'all, gonna make me cry.
This is my friend Gohan, guest. She's chilling.
Hi,
sorry
guest.
for the interruption.
Yeah, no, I also apologize, but not really. I'm happy to be here.
Thank you for that.
Glad to be here with my babies.
Oh.
I have a good time with y'all. So, I want to make sure that I stress, since we are talking about this topic, you are completely correct, Sam. There are no bad children. There's no such fucking thing. There are bad teenagers. There are bad adults. There are not bad children. Under any circumstances. If you are at work and it's your first day at work and you fuck up, does everybody turn around and look at you and go, fuck it, you're fired, get out? No. You know what they do? They say, oh, you fucked up. Here's how to do it the correct way.
And if that is what they do, they're a shit boss.
And you should definitely sue.
Yeah.
Get your money, babies. Get your money.
That looks like a civil court issue.
Okay, listen, I won't go, but I am going to mute myself real quick, and if Sam decides that they need me to go, I will. But I am going to get out of this disgusting uniform. I smell like bread and flour and sadness.
Okay.
I'll be right there, I promise. Keep talking, guys.
All right. But hello, guest. Apologies for the interruption.
Still not sorry.
I apologize. They do not apologize at all. But yeah, do you have a response or anything you'd like to add, or?
Yeah, no, I just think that I can only speak for Black people, but I think this is kind of a direct relation to, like, trauma, slavery, hypotheticals. I mean, I think whooping is a direct relation to that, and I think that it's tough to think that your ancestors are wrong. I mean, your family is wrong. They can be wrong about something, and we're trying to. I think my only thing is I don't know how to. I was a rowdy kid growing up. I was always on some shit, so I don't know how I'm gonna raise an equally rowdy son if that comes to be, or a daughter. Don't know. I know how I react to spanking. React, but I don't know other disciplinary actions until that day.
Oh. Well, I mean, there are a bunch of different things you could take as disciplinary actions. Some of the ones that I suggested to a previous guest were the age old taking a thing away from a kid and hoping that them missing that thing encourages them to do the thing that you would like them to do. There's also the exchanging method that someone, or I guess like a bartering or a bargaining method that a guest from yesterday shared, where he would give their child, he would give his child something that he needed them to do, and if they didn't do it, then they would not receive X privilege. So for example, rake the leaves, and if you don't rake the leaves, then you don't get the tasty casserole that mom made. I'm still gonna feed you. You're just gonna have to eat fruit instead of the tasty casserole. And then he raked the leaves because he wanted the casserole and not the fucking fruit and pears. That's another way. And also you could have them write that. This is something that they do in schools sometimes. You can have them write down why they did what they did or why they didn't do what they didn't do, and then you can read it so you can understand their headspace and then respond to it out loud to them. So read it out loud, say that you understand why they did what they did or understand what they wrote, or ask them to expand upon what their thoughts were, and then explain to them your perspective, or even write them a letter in response for them to read.
So here's what I did. I'm still trying to get dressed down from all the nasty grease. I raised my sister, and I was 5 when she was born. And when she did something that was really, really, really messed up, I sat her down with a pen and paper, and I made her write a 2-page essay, front to back, on what she did wrong, why she did it, why it was bad, and what she could do to prevent it from happening again. She got so sick of writing essays, she stopped doing that shit. And when she went into high school, it actually helped her out a lot with writing essays in school.
Because now she's desensitized to that shit and has some writing skill under her belt. Her.
She was able to focus a lot more in school. She was able to understand concepts better, understand problem solving, conflict and resolution. Those types of things that are incredibly important for children her age to learn at a young age. Because if I would have learned it at a younger age, I probably wouldn't be such a dumb bitch now. So thanks, Mom.
You're only a dumb bitch sometimes. It's okay. We're all dumb bitches sometimes.
It's the age. 26 years of it, you start to get bored, and you're like, maybe I should be smart for a little bit.
You start to get bored.
I don't have good ideas, honestly. I think I wish I had that, because my parents basically they're not talking type. They just ass whooping or nothing. So,
yeah, it's not Nerf, dude. We don't have to do that now.
No, for real.
Like we can actually like. Here's the thing.
I'm sorry, that joke was so corny. I might have to block you, Gohan. Oh my god.
Yeah,
it's not Nerf. You're done.
Slipped right past you too.
Fuck.
Right in the undies. All right. Okay. My bad. I'm feeling a little good after work. I had a good shift, guys. It was really nice.
I'm glad.
Thanks. Here's the problem. Our parents' generation did not do any of that, except for maybe a couple of rare people. Like that guy last night, the correctional officer. Perfect example. And they blame us because we're doing things different. Isn't that the goal? Aren't we always supposed to advance better and do better than the last generation did anyways?
Dude, what was that? What was his name? Randy? Ugh.
Oh yeah, because
I hope I'm like Randy.
Hey Randy, if you're in here, if you're single, bro, I ain't smart, but I've got enough common sense to get me by.
Can you feel the love tonight? Because you will.
Because you fiddle. There's a lot of amazing things you can do with children, and if you actually sit down and talk to them, kids are incredibly smart.
Indeed.
They're so fucking smart.
Someone said he's 50. Did we ask?
Yeah,
but,
yeah.
But did we ask?
Hey, daddy?
Daddy?
Okay.
I know this guest is tired.
Y'all can't keep me. So I don't know what to tell you. If you're salty about it, hit the guest request. Because I would love to hear it. Did you want up here so motherfucking bad?
I just, you know what? I feel like I'm in a boring opposition. I want to get one of these people who are crazy about spanking. So I thank you for your time. I want somebody crazy up on it, low key though. So.
Oh, trust me too. I'm ready to rock and roll. But you seem really cool, and I appreciate you actually listening to us, and I hope we did make some type of improvement on your opinion.
You guys did. Thank you so much. I don't know how to kick myself off here, but if you could throw me down, guys, I'd appreciate it.
I got
We
you.
got
No
you.
worries.
Good night. Guys, I want 200 shares. We are at 149, and I want 36,000 likes. Let's tap it.
Hello? Caballero?
Hi there, yeah. Your audio went for a moment there on my side.
Oh, no worries. How old
Yeah.
are you?
Quite a bit old.
Okay.
Give me a
I have to
guesstimate here. Yeah, what are we working
I gotta
with?
have an age for TikTok terms of service.
Yeah, well, yeah. I'm in the midway region.
Okay. All right, that's good. About 50 or so. I'll take it.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think spanking is abuse?
So just a question, and I don't mean anything by this, but have you got kids yourself?
No.
Oh, okay.
I technically do, if that makes you feel any better.
Okay.
Just I don't disagree with the with sort of the spanking as you put it, but just to let you know where I'm coming from though, I didn't use that method with my son. I used the naughty corner method.
No,
which works
no,
really
fair.
well for me. But the one thing that I will say is this: there's a lot of this gentle parenting that seems to be going to an extreme, which has no benefit at all for children.
Could you give an example? Because I think a lot of people are confusing gentle parenting with passive parenting. I think passive parenting is shit because it's basically child neglect. But there is a difference between that and gentle parenting.
Yeah, maybe because what I've seen is these videos of people who are basically saying to their kids when they're doing something wrong, they're saying, "Oh, that's a bad decision. Choose a good decision," and there's no consequences for their actions. They just feel that they're letting their kids get away with basically anything and letting the child make too many decisions. There needs to be some sort of reining in on the decision making because the child is not old enough to make those decisions. They need to be guided. So, when my son did things wrong or didn't listen, and he would basically be put in the naughty corner. I'm the type of parent who basically he needed to go to bed basically if he didn't get enough sleep, he would be absolutely he'd be in a right mood. So we'd try to encourage him to go to bed at the right time and get enough sleep. And sometimes he would rebel against that. Or if he'd misbehaved, he'd be obviously put to bed. And there was one instance where he refused. He kept coming out of his room, and I picked him up, put him back, picked him up, put him back, picked him up, put him back. And I think some parents aren't prepared to have the patience to make sure that the child understands who's boss. And you don't have to resort to sort of spanking sometimes, really. But it has to start early. I think that's the key. That's one of the key things. You can't guarantee that a child is going to necessarily grow up without a rebellious nature, no matter what you do. But you have to start early. And one of the things that I observed was that parents didn't really talk to their children properly. What you would find is that parents would shout at their children and say, "Don't do that, don't do that." They wouldn't explain why. And then when they got older, to towards their sort of teenage years, they would expect them to know better, but they never explained why. It's almost like, so what I did with my son is, even before he could talk, whenever I told him not to do something, I would explain. I got into the habit of explaining why I told him not to do something, even if he couldn't, he wasn't of an age to fully understand, because parents don't realize that just because you tell a child not to do something doesn't mean to say they understand. And as they get older, if they still don't understand the reasons why, they can still be prone to gravitate towards that wrong behavior. And it doesn't matter what it is. It could be just as simple as touching a fire, your fireplace or something like that. Not even anything major. But it's
Wait.
No, I understand. I understand what you're saying in a way. I totally get what you're saying. You want to make sure that there is mutual respect at a younger age, so they respect you, but you also don't have to smack them around.
No, you don't.
I do understand what you're saying with that.
Yeah, you don't. But the only thing that I would say is that I was brought up in that sort of thing. Did me no harm psychologically. And there are hundreds of people of the generation where it was prominent, who grew up and had no issues. Now, I do understand that there are psychological issues that can occur if it is taken out of proportion and not done in a correct moderation, and it can become abusive, and it can become oppressive.
I want to correct in saying that it doesn't necessarily have to be incredibly severe for it to be damaging, which is what I try to emphasize to guests. You don't have to be like hitting them with an object or hitting them until they bruise in order for it to have an effect on you mentally. It can be the occasional spank for disciplinary action and still cause problems.
That depends on the disposition of the child, because if you're using that in the wrong situation, and when a child is not necessarily overly rebellious, there does sometimes with some children an element of discipline is needed.
Well, yeah, an element of discipline for sure, but not hitting them.
There's so many different forms of discipline. It's actually insane. There are so many things you can use.
There's a generation of people who grew up with no issues with it. We are living. We are living in a different. We're living in a different era where people are brought up in a different way. They're acclimatized to a different experience, and so everything that we do nowadays is based on a completely different social environment. Whereas back when it was more prominent and people did grow up with that in a moderate way, where it wasn't used in an excessive way, but for discipline, it worked. There was no issues with it. But we live in a completely different sort of era.
Thank God for that.
Socially.
Well,
I'm going to say that right quick. I'm glad that we're living in a different era.
Yeah, but what I want to address is that's not accurate. Like, can I have a source that says that people from previous generations that were spanked did not incur trauma? Because with the way that they're treating their children...
Speak to your elders to find that
That's
out.
not a source.
Yes, it is, because it's people.
No, it's not. Hold on. As much as I respect what you're saying and I understand what you're saying, you are on a debate platform. Hold on. Stop.
I've just cited myself as a source.
You cannot cite yourself as a source.
Because I experienced the same thing.
Because anecdotal evidence does not hold value here.
My evidence doesn't hold value. The fact that I have first-hand experience.
Oh my God. Here we go. No, I don't
Okay.
care about your
Right,
personal
so,
experiences
let's
with
end
it.
this
I want
conversation
data.
because you're arrogant. I've got first-hand experience.
Oh,
and you're rejecting
Jesus
it.
Christ. I don't care about your personal
let's end it.
experience. You little
Yeah,
slab.
let's end
Come
it.
on now.
Yeah, let's end it.
You're literally on a debate platform. Don't be a little
debate
joker
platform
about
where
it.
you're actually
I want
rejecting
data.
facts.
I want
You're
fucking
rejecting
numbers. You are not a
You're actually
fact.
rejecting facts.
You have
Ask
opinions.
your
Well,
elders.
no. The problem with
It's facts.
this,
You only have to
the
Google
problem.
it. You only have to Google it, or you have to ask your elders.
No,
Speak to your elders. and
okay.
they'll
Well,
You're
if
in your
if
50s and you don't know how to give me
hold on,
data?
Go on.
I'm
Go
sorry, you're right.
on.
You're right.
Go
You're right.
on.
You're right.
I understand.
No, you're right.
Hold on.
100%. You're right.
Okay. So, he probably doesn't know how to unmute. Hold on. Oh my god, it's AG! Gasp! Guest, if you don't know how to unmute, there's gonna be a microphone-shaped icon. There we go. Okay. But yeah, the reason why your personal experience does not hold value in a debate is because you are one out of almost 8 billion people. Your personal experience, one, I have no reason to believe you, but number two, there are too many things to be controlled for that you cannot control for because you did not conduct a study on yourself.
Well, you can go and search for the facts yourself. The facts are there
I
on
have.
Google if you want to.
The
You
previous
haven't.
generations,
You
I
haven't.
have.
100%.
Previous
you haven't.
generations have incurred
Because
some
there are
incredible
thousands of people
trauma.
who will tell you. There are thousands of people who will tell you otherwise. And
There are
Can I do it
thousands
now?
of people.
You
that,
you
hold
are
on.
lying because you
There are
have not
thousands
checked
of
that
there
you
are
have not
thousands of
fact-checked it.
there are thousands of people that have claimed they have not been traumatized from things like grape. Does that mean grape is not traumatizing? No. There are thousands of people who claim that spanking has not traumatized them. Does that make
From
spanking
what
not
generation?
traumatizing?
From what
No.
generation?
From all
From what
generations.
generation? No, that's not true. Talking
Okay,
about-
then
you're
then give me
you're
the
talking-
facts.
You're talking about it being used in excessive for excess.
I'm not.
Yes, you are.
I'm
the
not.
only people who would have suffered
You know
from
what?
it would have been those
Since
in
apparently
excessive
I'm
thought.
lying. Since apparently I'm
Yes, you are
lying.
because you haven't fact checked it.
I have, but let's pull up the studies, shall we? I think we should.
For
That's what I want.
Not for
I
this
want studies.
generation,
I want
not for this
data. I want
generation,
facts.
Not for this generation. Make sure it's not
Okay.
for this generation.
I mean, it wouldn't be because this generation is newer, so that wouldn't be the generation. But okay.
Okay. So which
do you want it to
generation are
be?
you looking at?
Do you want it to be millennial? The one before that? Boomers? Like what do you want?
You can work from 1900s up to the 90s, and let's
well,
see what
that
you
that
get
would be
from
multiple. That would be multiple generations.
Well, there you go. So multiple generations will prove you wrong.
Okay, sure.
Literally,
This is
literally.
ridiculous.
That's definitely.
It's not ridiculous. Well, it is ridiculous actually because you basically.
Oh, no, all of this is a little bit ridiculous. How are you going to come up here, make claims, and not already have the data pulled up? You're the one that went into the request box. You should
yes,
be
I
doing
know.
this, not Sam.
Okay.
You should have already
you're-
had this.
You're making an argument. You're making an argument.
I'm not making an argument. I'm telling you 100% you should have been way more prepared when you got in here and when you hit that guest box that you are right now.
I'm old enough and
That's what we
experienced enough
want.
to know that it's facts.
That's not what we
And you-
need.
and you-
That's
and
not
you've
what.
got
That's not what I
Google at
want.
your fingertips to find the facts.
See, that's the thing. You want me to do the work. You want
Yeah,
Sam to
you
do the work,
you do
but
the
you're
legwork
the
'cause
one
you're
with the
making
claim.
argument. I don't
You're
need
the
to
one
do
with
the
the
legwork
claim.
because I already know. So you look it up.
My
Well, yeah.
You
If you
can't- you
already.
can't prove
But
otherwise.
that's the thing. If you already know, you should be able to show me.
It's called life experience and knowing.
Yeah,
that-
in
what
my
I know
life
from
experience, I've
what
seen
grown up with.
people. Yeah, in my life experience, my mother, who was spanked, ended up having irreparable mental damage that has caused me to block her on my phone.
Probably because it was excessive.
It wasn't. I'm friends with her
Oh, yeah,
mother.
okay, so tell me what she experienced then. Tell me
her
what she
grandmother.
experienced. Tell
I'm not
me
gonna.
what-
Okay, hold
I'm
on.
not gonna detail
First of
her
all-
trauma to you.
Well, then you have
That's
no proof.
weird. That's weird to
You have
even
no
say.
proof.
First of all,
If you
second
can't
of all,
detail the experience, you have no proof.
sir,
It was excessive.
it is the
It would have been
sir,
excessive. It would have been
sir,
excessive. That's the only reason it would have caused trauma.
Sir. Do I need to start dangling some keys in the mic? What do I gotta do here?
It
Thank
would have been
you.
excessive.
Oh my god.
Don't click at me. Don't click your fingers at me.
Then shut up for 2 seconds. Thank you. As much as I want to try to respect you, you're making it impossible right now. So I'm going to get your attention by snapping, because you cannot physically see me, so you do not know when I am going to talk. Do you understand that? Thank you. Second, what is with you? Why are you acting so entitled? Why? What is the point in that? Third, trying to ask to explain somebody else's personal trauma to you as quote unquote proof, considering how easy it is to lie on the internet, is not a good idea at all. Because it's the internet. I hope you understand that. Fourth, guests, have your data pulled up before you pop up in here. Because I'm going to need the numbers. We are almost at 50K likes.
True.
We are almost at 300 shares. I am helping with the tapping, folks, so don't worry about that, because I got you. You can either stay muted or you are more than welcome to unmute, but the second you start getting rude, we're going to have a little bit of an issue. Fucking old people.
Yeah, I don't think he knows how. I'm gonna have to send the invite, huh? All right. Well. Also, you ate down. Period.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
I've been dealing with old people a lot today. They've been pissing me off, sis. Oh my god. Old people take pizza really seriously, chat. I don't know why. But they do not play about it. I tell you that much.
Guest, do you know how to unmute? Again, there's the microphone button. You click that. Lord have mercy.
I think it's safe to say that we should just move on to the next guest.
Yeah, probably. I can't unmute. You blocked it. I just invited you to unmute. Once you're muted, you're able to immediately unmute. Lord have mercy. You know what? In the meantime, this is so sad.
Chat is going bonkers over it too. The timer.
Man's called you arrogant, and he doesn't know how to. Anyway.
I know. 53,000 likes, folks. 260 shares. Thank you so much for all the love and support to me and Sam. Please continue. I want 60K likes. Let's get to 60K. Let's continue to work towards that 300 share goal. Make sure to follow Sam. If you want to give me a follow, I guess you can. You might as well, since you're already tapping buttons. Cash App, PayPal, and Venmo is in Sam's bio. And tonight, as a special treat for you guys, we are going to host another Discord after party. Do not miss it. We are playing Jackbox games, and regardless of if you can join in or not, you can still contribute as an audience member, and we would appreciate your presence.
So from the American Academy of Pediatrics, we have something that was written in to their guidance for raising children in 1998. When advising families about discipline strategies, pediatricians should use a comprehensive approach that includes consideration of the parent-child relationship, reinforcement of desired behaviors, and consequences for negative behaviors. Corporal punishment is of limited effectiveness and has potentially deleterious side effects. The American Academy of Pediatrics recommends that parents be encouraged and assisted in the development of methods other than spanking for managing undesired behavior. Then if we go into some analyses, this is from CBS is providing the different studies here. The new analysis used data from the Monitoring the Future study, a national survey of 25 consecutive groups of graduating high school seniors between 1993 and 2017. Each group was reassessed 17 years later at about 35 years of age. The study excluded those without children or with older children and focused on parents with at least one biological child. Some 50% of parents reported spanking a child in 1993. That number was down to 35% by 2017. While this is excellent news, that number is still too high by standards set by the American Academy of Pediatrics. which designates this as an unhealthy form of parenting. So
now, unfortunately for you, you've also had 5 minutes to figure this out, and you haven't. And I want a fight. Now that you have the facts and the data that you were so hesitant to give out to the chat here tonight, keep it with you. Lock it in. No matter how old you are, there's always time to learn.
very true. I fear he still has yet to learn how to turn his mic on, so
He will learn eventually. Someday you will figure out how TikTok works, and I cannot wait.
one of these days.
One of these days. Sometime very soon, I hope. I fear for you. Getting
You
on
could
a TikTok
always-
live and not having to know how to work TikTok is crazy work indeed. So
You could also re-request if you know how to do that.
But honestly, if it's a monologue, I'm probably not going to listen.
Yeah, fair enough. Me neither.
Mm-hmm.
All right, this person is not joining. Please no.
309 shares. Let's try to make it to 350. I will give you guys
Oh, wait.
bite-sized goals.
Oh wait, hold on.
I know. I saw her. I saw her name pop up, and I didn't want to interrupt you because you were talking about data.
No, not that. I mean,
what?
I mean this.
Oh no. Welcome back.
Right, so you guys are great at being condescending. The unmute button wasn't working
Thank you.
for me.
Well, we were
wouldn't-
being condescending
being
because you
very
called her
condescending
arrogant. So
and
I
saying-
wasn't
saying-
being respectful to you
No,
anymore. Yes.
Yeah, I'm not going to respect you. You're old and bitter.
Yeah,
it is not my fault that you are bitter.
I've been working in
I
IT
was.
for over 30 years. I know how to use TikTok.
You do
and how
not.
to
I
answer
fear
it.
you do
It
not.
wasn't
I
working.
fear you do not.
It wasn't. When I was
wait.
pressing the button, it wasn't working.
But if you know
So don't
how
be
to use
condescending.
TikTok, if you know how to use
Don't be
TikTok,
condescending.
why? Well,
I've been
no,
working
I'm gonna,
in IT over forever.
Oh my god, ew.
I don't care how much IT you've worked when you don't know how to fucking unmute yourself,
Gross.
people.
As someone working in IT, you should know one of the first things you do whenever something goes wrong is you turn it off and on. You could have just left the app and came back and it probably would have worked. So whatever degree you got in order to work in the IT department, either you should be fired or you should rip that degree into several hundreds of thousands of pieces. Number
You do
two.
understand that software can glitch.
Oh,
Stop
look, you can
glitching.
do it.
Okay, then you could have left the app and came back. No one was stopping you from doing that. No one was stopping you from doing that. Not a soul was stopping you from leaving the app and coming back. When software glitches, you restart it as a first attempt. So,
Little goofy goober. Did you just come up here to insult us and tell us the obvious?
Kinda.
You
I
just
guess.
cited
I know.
information from 1988 and 1993. I said prior. You used information
You
about.
said the 1900s
I said
to the
1900s up
1990s.
to 1990s. You cited information from 1993 to 1998. Studies done between 1993 and 1998.
Wait, you want studies from 1900? Do you think that
Up to
information
the-
would
up to
still
the
be
90s.
credible?
Up to the 90s.
You're right. I gave you
Up
a
to
study
the
that
90s?
Up to the 90s.
The study
not
that
after the 90s.
the study that I
Not
gave
after
you.
the 90s.
The study that I.
If you're not going to look at
if you're
the
gonna talk
information-
over me, if you're gonna talk over me, we're not having this
You were
conversation.
talking over me. I was talking
Yeah,
first.
this
was
is
talking
this. I'm
You see what the
correcting you.
problem is?
Right.
You're old and cranky, and I'm sorry it's
correcting
past
you.
your bedtime.
I was actually talking first.
Yeah, I stopped you to correct you. The study is
Okay,
from
I'm stopping
the
you to
19
correct you.
I don't give a
I'm
fuck.
stopping you to
Anyway, anyways, the study starts
I'm
in.
stopping you to correct.
All right, shut the fuck up.
Just-
Anyway.
No, you shut the fuck up.
Oh no, I don't think I will. Anyway,
Would you
anyway,
You have reason
anyway,
to.
the study starts with people that
condescending
were
and
born in the
arrogant.
80s. Okay, then leave. If you know how to do that,
And then
do you know
arrogant.
how to leave the app? Do you know how to do that?
Condescending and
Do you know how to leave the app?
rude, condescending, and arrogant.
Do you know how to leave
rude,
that?
condescending, and arrogant?
If you
Don't
know how
have
to leave
a
that,
lie
then
if
leave.
you don't have a lie.
Then
Hey
leave.
mods, every time he unmutes his mic, can you guys do me a
If you
favor and
can't-
mute it again, mods,
leave.
please? Mods, please, just mute him.
Then
Non-stop
leave.
mods.
Don't have a lie if you
Dude,
can't
then
look.
leave. Then leave.
This
You
is
work
not your
in
platform.
IT. You work in
This
IT,
is-
so leave. Use
Go to
those
a different
IT
live.
skills and leave. It's not that hard. No one's holding you hostage, bestie. You can leave anytime you want. That's the grace that comes with TikTok.
Use your
Is you
brain.
have free will.
It's too hard to use your brain, isn't it?
You have free will.
Thank you.
It's fire.
Couple
Free will
relevant
is so
information.
fire.
Is it too hard to use my brain because I'm a dumb girl? Is it because I'm a dumb woman? I don't know how to use my fucking brain. Is that what the problem is?
No, you're
Is
just a
that what
human
the
being.
deal is? Do you like being put in the cage constantly? I have to ask because you're just constantly going and going and going.
Oh my god.
Does it feel good to put to have a muzzle on your face? You see what happens there? You see what the deal is there? Keep pressing the button and the button continues to be
condescending.
pressed. I'm so happy that I can be condescending to
see?
you.
I can.
It fuels me to be condescending to you. I actually enjoy it so much. So much. So, if you want to continue to be here,
You're enjoying being an idiot.
you're gonna shut up. Oh, chat. Chat, he figured me out. I'm fucked, everybody. He figured me out.
Hell yeah.
I'm cooked. I'm
Damn,
fucking
it's
cooked,
over.
everybody.
Damn, fuck, it's
Cancel.
over.
Can we get some cancel Gohans in the chat, please?
Gohans in the motherfucking
Get some cancel
chat.
Gohans in the chat, please.
Cancel Gohan.
Please, please,
Oh,
please.
poor you, Gohan. Oh.
I might be an idiot, but at least I know how to fucking work TikTok.
You're hilarious.
That's how little brain. Thank you.
You think you're
Thank
hilarious.
you.
Hell. The bar
I
is
am
in hell.
hilarious.
The bar is
I
truly in
am.
hell.
I can 100% confirm that I am so fucking funny, and I love it. I love
Wait,
it.
hold on.
So,
we
Caro,
got-
my baby.
Yeah. Caro is really quick with the muting, so Caro has been brought up.
Yeah, literally, the dog is outsmarting you. What do you feel about that?
He said, how do you like them apples?
He even gave you a couple oranges for free.
Hey yo, crazy work. But let's see. Hold on. Let's look into it.
Oh my god, Caro, I love you, bitch.
And what's hilarious? He keeps muting himself sometimes.
That's so funny. That's so fucking funny. But let's look at a Catholic school from the 50s, 60s, and 70s. Anyone who attended Catholic school during the 1950s, 60s, and 70s will attest to the fact that no one does better punishment, seclusion, restraint, and isolation techniques than the Catholic orders of nuns who taught in the Catholic school systems across the US and Canada. The nuns imposed corporal punishment for inattention, failure to do homework, and any misbehavior in their classroom was met with a brutality unknown to most of the outside world. Each nun had her own mysterious criteria for punishment depending on her mood, degree of unhappiness with herself or her class, and the amount of rage built up within her during the school day. The fury was always disproportionate to the crime.
Wow, he
He's done.
actually figured it out.
He's done. He left. He got tired of it.
Oh.
He actually figured
Thank
out
God.
that the only way to leave the live is to turn off his phone.
Caro.
Oh my god.
Actually,
Oh
you
my
know what,
God.
sir? Do me a huge favor since you work in IT and you're so fucking brain smart, big brain boy. Go ahead and just delete TikTok for me.
No,
okay?
yeah.
Just delete the whole app.
Also, I literally brought my keys with me so I could be like,
Oh, Caro, thank you.
come on, let's go.
Thank
Let's
you.
pay attention.
He said, I work
you.
in IT. I work
Somebody
in IT.
said-
Don't be so arrogant, condescending.
Somebody
and rude.
said, go eat your beans and toast, and it took me so much to not.
Go eat your beans and toast is fucking insane work.
Crazy
That's
work. I love
insane.
it.
That's crazy fucking work. Okay, after
love
this
it.
guest, I will how unfortunate. You know what? And on that note, I'm gonna hit the restart. I think that's enough for this topic for today. I I think that
I know. I really wanted to be here when you started it.
Yeah, I think that's my cue. I think that's my cue to hit the restart.
All right, let's give it a second. Everybody, follow Caro. Follow me since you're already doing shit anyways. Follow Sam. Share, like, do everything. And Sam, because I haven't gotten to yet. Look at you. Bitch. Look at you. Can we get a fit check, milady? Please. Can we get a fit check?
Follow, you're amazing.
Everybody. It's not anything crazy. It's very simple, but.
Oh. Oh, yeah.
Question. We have the juicy couture top.
Oh, yes.
We have the low-rise flare jeans.
Yes.
We have the boyfriend hoodie from 4 years ago. Yes.
Oh.
We have the star that's not a pentagram, but people keep accusing me of it being a pentagram, but there's no circle around it, so it's not a pentagram, you fucking ignorant people. And then we have the iconic cross and pearls, which I thought would be fitting for the occasion.
It is giving Tara Yummy, and I am so in love with it. I am so in love with it.
That.
I did. Gorgeous as always.
Thank you.
Gorgeous as always. Chat, you already know the deal. I'll be up in the requests. If it gets fucking brutal, we know, and I got y'all. Time to elevate.
Indeed.
I worked hard today.
And now that the dog is here too.
True. Okay, so I'm gonna hit the restart. We're gonna do the lesbian topic because it's my bread and butter, and I think it'll be funny. Check out the heartogram. Ooh, okay. We'll look up what a heartogram is.
Even better news. I also kiss women, so I have knowledge on this.
Oh, this is gorgeous. Oh, this is so pretty. Honestly, this eats.
I do want to say before we hit the restart as well, chat. Do not forget, it is game night tonight. Kara and I will be doing another round of Jackbox. We had so much fun with it. It's not working. I'm sorry, baby. I'm sorry. The background is amazing, but it does not give you the ability to do shit.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
It doesn't.
It doesn't.
But
anyway, a heartogram is literally just a pentagram, but the top 2 points are rounded, so it's a heart. It's so cute.
I'm gonna have to go shopping.
Here,
shopping. Shopping. So, don't forget, game night tonight. I'm really excited about it. The last time we hosted a game night, it went incredibly well. Oh my god, it kind of looks like titties a little bit.
I hate you, Gohan.
It does, doesn't it? Look at it. It's a perfect fitting for the lesbian topic.
She's right.
Titties!
She's right. Why?
I was like, maybe she's just being immature, but fuck, it's accurate. Damn.
I want a titty necklace.
Titty gram. That's enough.
I want a titty gram necklace. And don't forget, guys. And that's where we'll leave it off.
Oh my. Anyway, I'll be. With aggression. I need y'all to spam those shares and hit that like button like you done never hit that like button before. Alright? Hit that shit. Also, someone just told me to oil up. Crazy work. Welcome in. Please hop in Guest Request if you think being lesbian is wrong. Once again, please hop in the guest request if you think being lesbian is wrong. Thank you. Thank you. Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna grab my ice cream so it can fall. And then I can have... Please don't tell me it's not. No, wait, no, please tell me this is the baby. No, please, no, No. Okay. I was the way I was gonna cry. The way I was gonna cry. Oh my gosh. I thought my ice cream was stuck like inside the freezer. Like it was frozen to the bottom of the freezer. I was gonna cry tears. I was gonna cry. But hello everyone. Welcome in. Welcome in. Thank you. Facility? I thought it was gonna be Felicity, but period facility. Per. Thank you. Alright. Hello, creator. Hi, Luna. I also love women. Oh, that's funny. I feel like a teacher has called you facility on accident. I feel like that's something that happened. Hi, Key. Also, I see you in there, Ray. Hi. Thank you, Liv. But yeah, please hop in the guest request if you think being lesbian is wrong. And only if you think being lesbian is wrong. I do not think being lesbian is wrong. It's really hard to get ops in on this topic. I think it's because I'm shadow bananaed. But we will try our best. Thank you, Cleo. Thank you, Ivy. This is literally, I told you guys before, I wake up with this hairstyle. This is how I go to sleep. So I'm a roll back in bed. I'm an op. Ray, you know damn well. You know damn well, Ray. Indeed. Let's get up to 20k likes and 400 shares. Period. And I do have another account. I have to go live on it 3 times in order for me to be able to have multi-guest access. So that's an issue. I guess we can have like a decompressing live on my other account to do the 2 birds with 1 stone type beat with the 30 minutes and the other thing. And hopefully I can use that account instead. Hello?
Hi.
Hi, how old are you?
19.
What year were you born?
Huh?
What year were you born?
What?
What year were you born?
What? You're speaking, but like, it's like cutting. Can you hear? Hello?
Hi. How old are you? I feel was she about to go? Yeah, was she about to go look it up to come back? That's crazy work. That's diabolical, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, she's smarter than most kids that come up here, so fair enough. Lol, LMAO even. 50k likes by 10 p.m. Eastern, or comments go off. You know Carl means business. You guys have 15, not even, you have 12 and a half minutes. You have 12 and a half minutes to get us to 50k likes or the comments go off.
Hey, Sam. Hey, Sam. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Good.
Okay.
So,
Do you think that
my,
being lesbian is wrong?
actually, my sister just got married today. So, I was in the wedding.
Okay. I hope you enjoyed the wedding.
And she got married to a man.
Okay. Did you have a good time at the wedding?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm glad. Wait, so then you don't think being lesbian is wrong?
I do. She got married to a man.
Oh, you said you're married to a man? So that...
No, I said my sister's married to a man. I said I was in the wedding. I was a groomsman.
Oh, okay. Okay. I thought you meant that you were at a wedding where a man got married to a man and you were the man.
I wouldn't go to that wedding.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was invited out to know.
Okay. Do you think being lesbian is wrong?
Don't get me wrong. I think it is, but it's wrong because God does not like it. But He loves the person, but He hates what they do. He hates what they're doing.
Okay. Why would God make them that way if He hated it?
He didn't make them that way. They chose to. Nobody. They chose to.
You don't choose to be queer.
Yes, you do.
Do you have a source that says you choose to be queer? Because I have a source that
This
says
is a
the other
very
one.
good example of people not respecting consent and boundaries. Ladies and gentlemen,
this is not Dylan. This is not Dylan.
barely getting
This is
by
not Dylan.
911.
This is not Dylan.
This is the person I asked you guys to block the other day.
Oh, what the fuck? What the? Are you serious?
Look at the name. Remember, everybody, please block this account.
I'm sorry. Gohan, can I have a moment? Can I have a moment? All right. So let's just cut the cameras real quick, right? What the fuck is wrong with you, and why are you stalking my friend?
Me?
Yes, you.
I'm not.
Yes, you are.
Y'all come up on my For You page, and if you're gonna be like that, you can get reported.
Be like what? Exist?
I'm reporting you right now.
For existing?
I just reported you. Hopefully your account gets banned. Because, and Gohan.
Suck it.
Yeah, you've been blocked. Anyway,
I'm sorry that I came up so fast, but I felt like that was really important to express.
No, it's okay. I thought that you thought that the person that, because you said boundaries, I thought you thought that it was Dylan. But
no.
That makes
No.
a lot more sense.
Just another boundary disrespecter, and unfortunately, people do not know what consent or reading is. So,
the audacity that person would have.
yeah, I'm actually like shaking a little bit because I blocked him, and he's still showing up on my shit, and he's blocked. He's not even, I can't even see any of his content, nothing. He's completely blocked from my profile, and I am still running into him on other people's lives.
I'm so
and not just
sorry.
yours. Nah, it's okay. I'm not worried about it. What? They can't get Gohan, bitch. Come on now. You already know.
True.
You
But
already know.
Like, for TikTok not doing it, I mean, not that it's known for doing its due diligence anyway.
Yeah,
But
I'm
the
okay
fact
with
that
it. It's the internet. We know what's going to happen. Don't worry, guys. We're good. I'm glad that I got to you guys in time. I didn't even notice it for a little bit, so I am sorry that I was a little bit late to that.
Hello?
No, it's okay. Oh. Hi.
What's up?
Before we begin, would you like me to go ahead and drop down, or would you like me to stay up here? It is completely up to you.
You know what? Stay up here. Fuck it.
Sounds
Fuck
good
it.
to me. Sounds good to me.
I'm just gonna warn you. This guy is definitely a
excited.
person.
I'm excited.
Wait, what did I do?
Oh, nothing. Anyway, do you think being lesbian is wrong?
timer on you.
Yeah, wait, why do I have the timer? Like, what's up with
Because my
that?
mom don't like you, and neither do I. Anyway, do you think being lesbian is wrong?
Okay, so I gotta say something. So Most lesbians aren't even lesbians.
What the fuck does that mean?
They're like,
Source.
okay, hold on, let me cook. Let me cook.
No, the stove is off. The stove is
You
off.
need ingredients
The
to
stove
cook.
the stove is unplugged and sitting out in the middle of the Arctic desert. Give me a source now. You can't just keep making the same claims with no thing to back it up. Source.
I mean, I can't pull up my sources because I'm on my phone right now.
Homie, you don't even
You've
have an
been
air
sitting-
fryer in there right now.
You've
That's
been
crazy.
sitting in my guest requests, and you've been watching my lives because you're not slick. You could have any opportunity to look up the sources, and you come up with the same excuse every time.
Like what?
I'm on my phone. I can't look it up.
I mean, yeah. Like as soon as I exit, my TikTok's gonna get disconnected.
Okay, so then look up the sources and come back with them. And then if you don't come back for the rest of the night, we know that you're a coward and you're a liar.
Okay.
All right, cool. Thank you for stopping by.
Okay, bye.
All right.
All right, moving on to the next one.
Not even an air fryer, chat. There is not one single cooking utensil in that goddamn kitchen.
No, not even a whisk, bro.
Man.
Not even a whisk.
That man eats with his hands.
Dead ass. And not in a cool cultural way, but in a
Hello?
me know how the money for fork kind of way. Hi, how old are you?
I'm 19.
What year were you born?
2005.
Okay. Do you think being lesbian is wrong?
I do not think it's wrong.
Thank you. Ally.
Ally. I am only looking for opposition though, so while I appreciate your presence, my love, I have to move on. But thank you for coming up.
Of course. Have a good night.
You too. Bye bye.
Bye bye. What a cutie.
Indeed. We could go Ben for Ben. Fuck that. We could go M for M.
Hey yo.
Why is he back in the? Did you find the studies?
Stop showing up. I don't.
Did you find the study? Did you find the studies? Did you find the studies yet? Anyways.
Hey y'all, I'm back again tonight.
Hi.
Okay, please, Devil's Advocate, come on tonight.
No.
Really?
No. You know better. You're in the Discord. You know better. What? I saw you pop in the Discord yesterday. I know you in there. Stop playing Devil's Advocate and play Jackbox with us tonight.
Period.
Oh
my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
What the fuck are you doing in there? That man, that's crazy. What are you doing in
Are you
there?
hitting your saucepans together above your head, bro? What the fuck is this? What?
That's a good question.
Bro!
I actually want to know. I
Are
wanna
you
know what he's
making
up
love to your kitchen utensil? Well, bye! The fuck? My god! I'll put my dick in a blender, head ass. What the fuck was that? I'm tired.
Oh my god.
Hello?
Hi, BBs. How are you?
Hi, okay, I'm sorry. You sound too pretty to be an op. Are you an op?
Okay, wait, first of all, no, I'm Twizzler Girl. I don't know if you remember me, but I joined and I was like, okay, Twizzlers. But I wanted to ask you a genuine question to both of you. So I debate often, but for you specifically, Sam and Gohan, I haven't seen you live before, but I'm sure just the way you've spoken, you sound incredibly intelligent. I'm just wondering what resources you guys use, or just so I can debate better, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just looking for more resources, more books, more like I keep up with the news and politics. Obviously that's a joke right now, and like policies, things like that, but like maybe even for the people listening that have their heads up their asses, like give us something to look up. But for me specifically, I'm looking for any sort of like ideas.
So here's what I do. .orgs and .govs. Those will be your lifeline. That is where I get. Yeah, that's where I get most of my information. Sam's in college, however, so Sam has a lot more resources and access to specific knowledge things than me.
Right.
Which is why I'm gonna do this thing. I'm sorry this is taking me so long, guys. I keep finding new sources, but I'm compiling all the sources I've ever used in debates, or the ones that I think are important anyway, and I'm putting them in a giant master doc, and I'm gonna put them in a link tree on my page so you can access them for free whenever you want, including ones that would usually be behind a paywall, but because I go to an institution that basically any organization accepts for PDFs, I can just download the PDFs and give them to you. Just don't tell them.
See, I love that you're doing that though, because I think a lot of people watch like TikTok debates like yours because again, both of you are very intelligent, and I think they try to take like your main talking points, and then when it goes further, they're like, oh, well, I don't really know exactly what to say, because I've been in that point where I'm like, you make sense, obviously. Does that make sense? So it's like, how do I like continue to like bring out the resources? So I would love the idea of you like collecting your resources and putting them in one place. Also, just to say you guys were being generous by saying he didn't even have a KitchenAid. My dude was on Survivor asking for Flint. Okay, he was not cooking with anything. He wasn't cooking with anything. He was begging. He was begging. He was begging. He was rubbing sticks. He was rubbing sticks. All right.
Said you barely have natural resources. Crazy word.
No. He said, "Let me win this. Let me win this, so I can get some Flint." Okay. Anyways, I'm a hop down.
I love you.
But I just wanted to say I love the both of you, and I'm excited for you to drop resources. I love you guys.
Thank you.
You are
and
so
before you
sweet.
leave,
Yes.
like it's gonna take me a while to make the doc. So for places that I deem reputable,
Yes.
the NIH, love them. The American Psychological Association, love them down. Brown, although I'm biased. Oxford University, Harvard University, Stanford University, Columbia University. Chicago is actually pretty fire too. Chicago University.
Okay, perfect.
So yeah, places like that, you're golden.
Okay, I'm gonna look into them. All right, thank you guys. Have a good night.
Thank
You too. Thank you.
Bye bye.
I got smart brain and people like it.
I told you.
Oh, great.
Yeah, hello?
Garfield's back with the sticks. Do you have a source?
Yeah, humanrights.org.
What does humanrights.org say?
All right, it says lesbians tend to be more attracted to bisexuals, so they're not even really lesbians at that point.
Do you know what a bisexual is?
Yeah, people were attracted to both genders.
Okay, so what's true of the bisexuals
Let me
that the lesbians
correct you
are
real quick.
Wait, no, go on. Don't
Let me
even.
cook.
Don't even. No, don't even. Right. The lesbians are attracted to bisexuals. What is true of the bisexuals?
What do you mean?
Name the gender of the bisexuals.
They can be either or.
No. What is the gender of the people who are bisexual that the lesbians are interested in?
A woman.
And what is a lesbian?
Yeah, but they can. Okay.
So what is a
All right.
lesbian?
But what if they do like a
That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna play the what if game tonight.
What's a lesbian?
Nah, what?
Nah, what's a lesbian? Let us know. Let the audience know. Because you're cooking, right? The stove is on. You putting the Cajun seasoning in there. You adding the paprika, the salt, and the pepper. So what's a lesbian?
You're being generous
like a
with
woman.
the Cajun seasoning.
But like, what if
A
they do
woman
like a
who-
threesome type shit?
With another woman? Love
Nah,
that for
like
them.
with a man.
Well, number one, sexuality is fluid, so there can be people out there that are attracted to like one man ever, and
Exactly,
they
I
like
win,
a bunch of
I
other
win.
women. Well, no, you don't, because this is the same case for straight people. Being straight your entire life and then finding one man attractive doesn't make you unstraight.
Yeah, it does. What? I would
It
never
does
be
not.
attracted to another man. What?
Well, good for you. You're on a really, 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 really far end of the spectrum for straight people. But there are some straight people that are straight, and then every once in a while they see someone of the same gender, and they're like,
No, I can acknowledge if like a guy is handsome, but like
okay,
I'm
so
not
you're
like,
cooked.
but I'm not gay though. Like what?
You sure?
You can't say that on TikTok anyways.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
My bad.
Spell it out. But
not even for Ryan Reynolds Garfield?
Nah.
You also messed up when you said that bisexuals liked both genders. You should have said all genders and been a little bit more inclusive, considering I'm bisexual.
Though.
Well, pansexual is all, but bi is 2 or more, so they could potentially like all. But there, when you said both, the both was the problem. That implies there aren't more than 2, because there are.
Could have just said both sexes, and then
True.
I would have actually, you would have actually ate a little bit of flour with that.
Just a little.
Instead, you spilled it on your shirt.
I mean, there are 2 genders though. Like what?
No. See, you just turned the stove off. You had it on and you turned it off.
Nah, I'm cooking right now.
Let me educate you because you obviously need a little bit of it. I know school's back in session, folks. Make sure you go back to school.
I'm in college actually, so.
I'm sorry for your college. There are 2 sexes. There are female and there are male. Is that correct? Can you confirm that, college boy?
There are what?
There are 2 sexes. Is that correct? Female and male.
Yeah.
Okay, so gender is completely different. Gender is a social construct of it. Gender is the they thems, the I its, the he hims, the she hers, the she its, the she hims.
I know that. It's not. It's social.
Okay.
I'm talking about
So
biology.
there's more than 2 genders. Okay, so
I'm
then
talking about biology.
You're conflating sex and gender. Then you're calling sex gender.
No, I took AP psychology and they actually covered this, so like I know what I'm talking about.
You didn't learn enough because me having to educate you on this subject when I have never even been inside a college before is scary work.
White. Also, AP, that's a high school course. Of course they're going to teach you the dumbed down version. That's the point.
You're taking the slow ones. You're taking the boring classes.
Yeah, as someone who is taking a gender sexuality class in my junior year of college, we are learning presently that gender is socially constructed. There are more than 2 genders. And actually, for the amount of sexes there are, we only recognize 2 colloquially, but how many sexes there are, or what, intersex people, how they play into it, there could be more than 2 sexes categorically. So, respectfully,
that's only if there's like a mutation in the person.
Okay, does that make them not, do they not have a sex? I don't understand. Mutations still count.
So when I took AP Psych,
thank you for the $10, Mick. I don't care about your high school experience.
Babies in the chat. Thank you, because I was about to go bonkers. Thank you, babies. Let's make sure we keep liking and sharing. We are at 64.8K right now. Let's get to 75. Let's get them shares up. 600 shares, please. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you.
Hi. How old are you?
I am 21.
Okay. Do you think being lesbian is wrong?
Lesbian is bad, okay? Is not good.
Oh, yeah. We're going to do South Park knowledge now? That's what we're doing?
Ciao.
Is bad.
Ciao, anyway. And you know what?
I'm going to tell you one fucking thing right now. Mr. Garrison would completely disagree with that statement, considering he is GAY.
Hello?
Hello?
How's it going?
Hi, it's going well. How old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born?
2007.
Okay. Do you think being lesbian is wrong?
No, it's alright. Can I get 30 seconds?
Wait, hold on. That was Carlo? That was Ray's fiance. That's fucking hilarious.
I was like, what?
That's actually
He said, nah, it's alright.
That's crazy. No, not him. The person that came up and said, yeah, lesbian is totally wrong. Hello? And yeah, AJ, pop up. Hello?
What's up?
Hi,
Hey.
how old are you?
Oh, I'm 19.
What year were you born?
2005.
And you said you're 19?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think being lesbian is wrong?
I don't think so. I think we all have our own choices, and we can be who we are. Well, I think it's pretty hot, though.
Oh no. Okay.
What?
Anyway. Gross.
I have never been more dry in my entire life as a vagina owner than in that one moment.
That shit shriveled up for real.
Like a sponge.
Like somebody
in the
poured
sun.
sand all up in it. Hello? London.
I tried
London
chat.
Milan? If that's
Let's
your
get
name,
some more debates
I feel
in.
like that was a little. Anyway,
If you hate me or if you hate lesbianism, get in here.
True. Also, don't put the ism on there because that's a dog whistle. Hello?
Hi.
Hi. How old are you?
I'm 19.
Can't say nothing around here.
I know. How old are you?
19.
Okay. Do you? Wait. What year were you born?
2005.
Okay. Do you think being lesbian is wrong?
No, not at all.
Her. To the person who's wondering, in the guest quest, by the way, we didn't say ew because he said no one cares. We said ew because he said he doesn't care, but lesbians are hot. That's gross. Anyway.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, yeah, like, listen, I'm not saying that they're not, 'cause they are. But it's weird when he says it, because he's a man, and they don't want him.
Truth.
Yeah.
But anyway, I'm
Well,
looking
thanks
for
for being an
opposition.
ally.
Yeah. Ally!
No, of course.
Thank you.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Opposition only, guys. I want to fight. I want to get angry. I want to be upset.
Indeed.
Lesbians want Sam.
And I want you. I'm not
we shall
lesbian,
provide.
Dave. I never said I was lesbian. The reading comprehension is crazy.
It's rough.
It's
crazy work out here.
I'm not
Live,
lesbian.
laugh, lesbian.
True.
Apollo speaking factual information.
Hello?
Yo.
Hi. How old are you?
27. How old
Okay.
are you?
I'm 20. Do you think being lesbian is wrong?
Yeah, it is, but like you said, you're not lesbian. So how are you speaking for lesbians? Like, what do you know about it?
Oh, do you
If
want a
you're not
lesbian to speak for lesbians?
Well, I would imagine so. I mean,
I
would
kiss
imagine-
women. Do you want to hear my opinion on it?
Yeah, sure. Why are you
Okay.
lesbian?
Because kissing women is fucking awesome.
So is it like physical or just
Do
mental?
you kiss women?
Yes, I do.
Then you should know it's fucking awesome.
But that's because I'm a man.
What does that have to do with anything? Am I
don't
not
kiss
manly enough
men
for you?
Because I think it's disgusting, you know? So I would imagine it'd be the same for
Oh,
women.
don't worry about it. Other men don't want to kiss you either because they probably think the same way. So it's an equal opportunity thing here. So don't worry about that part.
So I still think it's wrong.
Okay, why do you think it's wrong?
Because imagine if all the girls are lesbians, then how are we gonna have kids, you know?
Do you think being infertile is wrong?
Say that again.
Do you think being infertile is wrong?
No, it's not.
Why not? No children. No child bad. But
Not a
infertile
choice.
people no have child.
Not
Being
a
lesbian
choice.
isn't a choice either.
Are you born a lesbian?
No, no one's born lesbian or straight, but you're born with the genetic predisposition to be queer when you get older. So
Do you think trans people being a trans is wrong?
no.
Oh,
But I'm gonna assume you do because you asked that.
well, yeah, I do think. I think it's a.
We don't
it's a
trans
mental-
shame around here.
I think it's a mental thing.
You're a mental thing.
It's not about
We're all
shaming.
mental things.
It's about the
We
truth.
all have brains. You silly little goose. You're a little goofy goober.
But you're a child.
Oh, cry about it.
I'm sorry. You're a little goofy goober.
Does that make you feel better?
Manly man. Can I kiss women now?
Yo, children.
They're the children.
I have a
You're like
question,
a
though.
child.
Can I ask?
What?
Oh my god.
What do you want?
Do you
May
have
I
like
ask?
an argument or
Yeah, what's your fucking question? Since you want to ask so bad, what is it? What's your question? I'm so
Thank you.
excited to hear it.
It's about sex. Can I ask that a
Oh,
question
then
about
no.
sex?
I don't
or-
want to hear about sex
Yeah,
from you.
no.
You already denounced trans women. You
Well,
think
I'm
being
curious.
lesbian is wrong
Well, no,
already.
he's just
why
about
are
to-
you curious?
Wait, what? 1 second, Gohan. We're not here to give you a Q&A on how lesbian sex works. If you want to find out how lesbian sex works, go ask a lesbian who's looking to have that conversation. I'm asking
Well-
you why you think it's wrong, and you haven't told me.
It is absolutely related to.
No, it's
The
not.
question
Why do
that
you
I'm
think
asking.
being lesbian is wrong?
He's gonna say
Wow.
that stupid ass, unoriginal ass shit where he's like, lesbians use strap-on, so they must be yearning for the touch of a man. They don't want you. They don't want you. And also, statistically, lesbians are more likely to use their tongue and their hands than using toys. So, canceled.
Goddamn right.
Well,
Mm-hmm.
lesbians are
anything
smart.
else?
I'll give them that.
Yeah, we are.
I have
Anything
found
else?
lesbians to be smarter or a little bit more intelligent than straight girls, so I'll give you that. But I do still think it's wrong.
You didn't.
believe
You
in
didn't
God?
give us anything. You just completely just turned. You flipped it to just complete misogyny.
Yes,
like
queen,
I don't understand.
give us nothing.
You believe in
I
God?
don't understand. The plate you gave us a plate, and it's just there's nothing on it, and I'm pissed.
There's God. Do you believe in God?
No.
Oh, absolutely not.
God thinks slavery
No
is
shame.
okay.
No shame to other people that may or may not have their beliefs, but
So God
no.
made slavery now?
No. Well, actually, yeah, he did, because he made everything, including slavery.
People made slavery.
Why are we talking about God now? What is your point?
I think he doesn't have any actual valid argument, so his last line of defense is God said so.
Well, thanks for using your lifeline. Bye bye.
No, it's okay. We can get into it. Prove to me that God exists. Or not. Bye! Anyway.
He got. I think I made him a little angry.
No, Cleo kicked him. Cleo was tired. And you know what? Fair enough.
Valid.
May our hearts be touched by God, not without consent. Ew, hello?
The stove is still at the store.
Hello, gym guy. How old are you?
I'm 20.
Okay. Do you think being lesbian is wrong?
No, and I came up here to like ask, like, what do you mean, like, being wrong? Like, I
Morally.
don't. No, not at all. Like,
Word.
but I also just I was kind of offended with what you said about God, like creating slavery. Like,
Cope. Pray about it.
I mean,
Isn't God supposed to forgive me regardless? I can say what I want.
yeah, but not with black.
Oh, well, there we go. Thank you. God will forgive me
doesn't
later
forgive
for it.
black
Do you have anything on lesbians?
Hold on, Gohan. I'm gonna try and like be fully dead ass about this, but I'm gonna make it quick. That's not what we're here for. God is a creator of everything, as outlined in the Bible, meaning he also created slavery. And if you don't want to look at that, you can reference Isaiah 45:7, where he says he created evil, which is a very questionable thing of an all good God to do, which is why I'm atheist. So.
Okay, I mean, I respect your like what you value in your viewpoints, but just to say God created like slavery,
He did.
it's kind of like an ignorant thing to say, because I mean,
is it not true?
No, I mean, no, like slavery was man-made.
Who made man?
People, or God made man.
Okay, and is God all knowing or not?
No, he is, but that like,
Okay, so if God is all knowing, he made man, and he knew that man would command slavery, then he made slavery, as he is a creator of all things. But I didn't say he made slavery, I said he commanded it, which he did.
you said he made slavery.
I said he commanded slavery.
You said he created slavery.
Well, he did create it, but he also commanded it. Unless he's not the creator of all things, in which case that's another contradiction in the Bible.
I mean, I feel like you just like, I can't even educate you on this. I don't
want your education on it if it makes you feel any better.
Is he not the creator of all things?
He is the creator of all things, but when you say
So is slavery a thing?
Like,
is slavery a thing?
Obviously, it was a thing.
Okay.
AG.
So then he made slavery.
AG, save us. AG. AG, clock him. Clock him, boo. I'm muting up for AG. Shit.
Hey, bro. So you know the verses in the Bible where God commands slavery?
I know I do.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Can you refresh me on those verses?
Yeah, so in the same book that it condones or condemns homosexuality, it condones slavery, just so you know. So Leviticus 25:44 through 46. Do you have a specific version of the Bible you'd like me to read?
No, whatever one you have.
Sweet. Your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you, and from them you may buy slaves. You may also buy some of the temporary residents living among you, and members of their clans born in your country, and they will become your property. You can bequeath them to your children as inherited property, and can make them slaves for life, but you must not rule over your fellow Israelites ruthlessly. Then we'll go to Exodus. And this is just two. I have a shit ton. Exodus 21:20 through 21. Anyone who beats their male and female slave with a rod must be punished if the slave offs as a direct result, but they are not to be punished if the slave recovers after a day or two, since the slave is their property.
Wait, so which slavery were you referring to then? Like,
what slavery?
No.
What do you mean? What slavery am I referring to? That's in your Bible. God made it clear that you couldn't eat shellfish and that you couldn't mix fabrics, but he made it pretty clear that you can own people as property as long as they lived a day or two if you beat them. But if they off as a result of you beating them, then it's not okay. Only okay though if they live 2 to 3 days.
Slavery existed before the Bible was written.
That's not the problem. The problem is he commanded it.
The problem is that your God is an all-good God, right, Jim? Your God is an all-good God. That contradicts an all-good God. Because we become more moral than your God in understanding that slavery is wrong and owning people as property is wrong. But your God, who's an all-knowing God, the mass majority of society, I know that slavery still happens, unfortunately and disgustingly, and there's something hopefully we can do something about it, and we're actively trying to do something about it. But for the majority, we stopped the biggest parts of slavery.
So I'm assuming you don't believe in God, or
no.
Like, do you think it's common for like a lot of people in the lesbian community to not believe in God?
No, I think a lot of us were raised Christian.
Okay.
It's like 50-50. A lot of
I'm pretty sure the actual stat is like a little over 40% of queer people identify as Christian in the U.S.
Do you think just your like sexual identity plays a part in why you don't believe in God, or do you think that has
Not at all.
to do with it?
No,
not at all. I was a Christian while I was a lesbian. I got Hebrew tatted on my neck while I was a lesbian. Been a lesbian my entire life. I actually deconstructed the last 2 years of my life.
Okay, and that's why I say I don't believe.
A cupcake and ice cream.
That's why I said I don't believe everything in the Bible. And
well, so then what God are you worshiping if you don't believe everything in the Bible? Because at that point you might as well make up your own God. Because these are the words of God, right? So if you're not going to go off of the Bible, you might as well make up your own God at that point. Just kind of ridiculous.
But then when you say that, then that means, does everyone who doesn't go off every single thing in the Bible not worship God, like, in a sense?
Yes, you make up your own God at that point, your own imaginary friend, absolutely. If you're not going off of the word that was given to you as a direct, like, I'll give you an example, like the Quran is an example of the God they worship, right? And so the Bible is a direct, like, showing you God's character and who God is. And so if you don't read that and don't agree with the Bible, then you don't agree with the God you worship, and you might as well make up your own at that point.
I mean, I feel like everyone has like some sort of like things they view. Different views. Like if the mass majority of like what you follow is through the Bible, like you don't.
You should. If you don't know, if you
to.
don't read the book that your faith is based off of, then what God are you worshiping?
No, that doesn't that doesn't mean you don't read the book.
Well, most Christians don't. It's the most dustiest book in the room is the damn Bible. And that's all y'all know, is that he's an all good God, and you guys get told this like passed down, he's an all good God, and it's just indoctrination. But if you actually read the book, it's pretty fucking horrendous.
No, yeah, obviously, like
yeah, but this is your God that we're talking about. You have to remember that. So an all good God commands these type of things. Not only that, you can go through a list of horrendous shit. In Genesis, we talk about the testing of Abraham and Isaac. That alone, you should shut the book after that and never worship a God that commands such a thing.
So, do you not believe in any God? Are you an atheist?
I'm an atheist, yes.
Oh, okay. That's a respectable viewpoint. You're making some good points, but I mean, like I said, like you don't have to follow every single thing in the Bible, and if
actually, that's actually not true. You are supposed to follow everything in the Bible.
Well, yeah, but when you say if you don't, then then I guess you don't like worship a God. You're worshiping an imaginary God, like.
No, I'm saying that in your case, yes. In your case, you might as well make up your own God at that point. If you are not going to actually commit to the Bible because there's horrendous shit in it, you might as well make up your own God, because that's what you're already doing, is what I'm saying. You're already making up your own God, because the character of your God is in your Bible. And so if you don't like the shit that's in your Bible, then the God that you're making up, which is already imaginary, but it's essentially kind of like when you start dating somebody and like the facade you created for them, like a lot of people like fantasize about a person, and then you start to get to know them, and you don't like parts of that person, and so you start to ignore those like red flags, and you just like hold on to this like wish of who they are. It's the exact same thing.
I feel like no, because like I mean, with that example, like let's say you do have these qualities in a person you like, and you get to know them. I mean, they don't have to have every single quality that you desire, like, for you to like them. Like, they can have a couple things that you disagree with, and you still love them fully. Like,
yeah, but when we talk about an all good God, these things contradict. When we're talking about a supernatural being, issue. That's the whole issue. And so, like, we're talking about an all good and omnipotent, like, being that's supernatural. Like, it's going to contradict that.
Yeah, people worship imperfect gods all the time. The Greek pantheon, they're imperfect as fuck. That's part of their charm. Yeah,
they admit that they're wrong. They'll never claim that they are this all good, perfect being while also doing heinous things to people. They'll admit that they're wrong.
Okay, that's one point of view, I guess. I don't agree with it, but everyone's entitled to their opinion, so.
You don't agree with it? Okay. Let's talk about what God defines as love in the Bible, okay? So that we can really get a test of what your God is, all right? So in 1 Corinthians 13, 4-8, love is patient, love is kind, it does not envy, it does not boast, it is not proud, it does not dishonor others, it is not self-seeking, it is not easily angered, it does not keep record of wrongs. That alone, your God is not a patient. Your God is not patient. Even though all throughout the Bible, what does God say he is? God is love. It does not envy. God calls himself a jealous God all throughout the Bible, and a wrathful God all throughout the Bible. It does not dishonor others. I think him doing mass genocides all throughout the Bible is dishonoring others. We can go to 1 Samuel, when we talk about the Amalekites. Let me find it. Yeah. 1 Samuel, whenever we're talking about the Amalekites, and he offs the children, he's just as bad as the Amalekites. Do you know the story of the Amalekites?
No,
I don't. You don't know the story of the Amalekites, and you believe in God?
Yes, I do believe in God, and I do not.
Do you read your Bible at all?
I've started to read it more, but I'm not as.
So you're just indoctrinated, essentially.
I guess in a sense, but I have my certain views, and I'm still learning. Like I'm open-minded, and you're making a lot of good points, and I think it's interesting to learn what an atheist views, like how an atheist views God. But
well, it's more just like, okay, so like the biggest issue that me and Sam have, because we're both atheists, is, and typically this is where atheists come from, is like the problem of evil with God. or like with most gods. I mean, typically the Christian God is typically where we stand with this, but most of the religions, the problem of evil, specifically with the Christian God, is like the biggest issue because it's just completely contradictory to what he claims to be. An all-knowing, all-good, perfect being cannot, like, it just, you can't simultaneously be evil and be good.
Wait,
at
I'm
the same
sorry.
time.
I have to interrupt. I'm sorry. It's just someone in the guest request's name is critical thinking is rare, and the comment is the Amalekites were Satan worshippers like she is. We don't believe in God, so we also don't believe in Satan. But I think your username is incredibly ironic, and you might want to take that up with TikTok settings. It's never too late to turn back. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, I would just say that I think like there are some really good atheists that like rip apart the Bible, that explain in detail context and the history behind these specific things that you just can't really ignore when we're talking about like God and God's character, right? Because like if you want to derive your morals from something, because this is typically a theist's main viewpoint, is like, well, you can't have morals without an objective truth or an objective being, right? Like, but if you're going to derive your morals from something, I definitely wouldn't get it from the Bible, because the things that he commands are absolutely heinous.
So then why are so many people Christian?
They're indoctrinated.
Yeah.
Do you know? I'll read you the definition of indoctrinated, just so you can get help. I can help you. So it's the process of teaching a person or group to accept a set of beliefs uncritically. So like, typically these people grow up in a household like this. As a child, you can't critically think about what you are learning. So typically, as we get older, I'm 22. Sam can tell you their age if they want to. But
20.
Like, when you start to actually critically think about these things and you're presented with arguments that you just can't ignore, and you start to actually critically think, then it just doesn't make any fucking sense. And then when you actually start dissecting the Bible and what it is, it completely contradicts an all-good God of what you've been told God is all your entire life. If you grew up Christian, I grew up Christian.
Yeah, I did grow up Christian, and I feel like when you go in and like fully like read a lot of like the things in the Bible, there obviously is like a lot of wrong, and when you think, there's wrong, so like I can't worship this man because he's done wrong. I feel like people worship to, in a sense, become like a better person, and
so if you need something that's not backed up by evidence to be better, then I would just say that, like, I don't know how to help you, because like to me, like I think the best thing for anybody to do is to believe in things that are true and believe in things that are backed in evidence. And if you need an imaginary friend to be better, I can't quite help you. You're just coping. And typically that's what we see, because in prospering societies, they're atheist societies. But in societies that are not prosperous, we see that they hold on to religion really, really hard. And you'll see this throughout all types of people that come up if we do like God debates is, well, I really needed God because I went through this or I went through that. Life's really hard, blah, 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 blah. That's cool. As a child, most children also need imaginary friends if they don't have friends or they're going through something. But like, I think that you can read a book, you can learn from other people. There are millions of TED Talks. There are millions of people that you can talk to, professors and all types of things. Read so many books that can actually help you grow and be a better person. But this book is definitely not something, and in talking to somebody imaginary that's not going to be able to talk back to you, you're actually just talking to your own conscious, that it's not going to help you grow. You might as well go talk to a therapist.
Well, yeah, I guess like when you say, if you're talking to someone who doesn't talk to you, obviously God isn't like standing in front of me as a person speaking to me, but that's why you have faith. Like,
and what is faith? In the absence of evidence.
When you say the absence of evidence, do you mean
that's a definition? Definition of faith is in the absence of, believing in something in the absence of evidence.
Knowing that God is with you, even though you can't see him, I feel like...
That's the problem, you don't know.
I do know, though, like, through events in my life, and a lot of people...
What does it mean to know something? What is knowledge?
And, like, what's, like, sense, like, in...
Like, define it. What's your definition?
How did I prove atheism is a religion? Somebody just said I just proved atheism is a religion. No, atheism is a lack of belief. So
That's not. You did not eat the way you thought you ate, bestie.
sorry, brother. Keep talking.
Yeah, the plate is still full. Anyway.
Like I was saying, well, I feel like the point you're making is like, well, since God isn't really like here, like in front of me saying something, then I have no evidence proving he's real, which
No,
is
not at all. No. There can be other evidence. There can be logical evidence, archaeological evidence, peer-reviewed sources as evidence. You don't have to look at them. As a matter of fact, the Bible says you wouldn't be able to, even if you tried.
Yeah.
But that's not what we're asking. Evidence does not have to be having a picture of something in front of your face. Like, there's evidence that there's wind when I see it when I see it pick up
like
objects and
demonstrating
move
something.
it around. But I can't actually visually see the air molecules moving around. But God still hasn't shown evidence of his existence, despite the fact that he wants all the glory and would, I assume, want his creations to go to paradise.
Well, I feel like when you follow in God's path, like you do the things he wants you to do, and become a better person, throughout your life, like you can see how like God is, I guess, in a sense, like, and it all comes down to just faith. Like that's why I'm a faithful person. I believe in God, and I don't need to prove through pure sources or any sort of evidence that he's with me. God's always with me. Like, and all the Christians and all the people that believe in God, not just Christians, but I'm Christian, so that's why I say that, like, would agree with me. Like, I don't know, like, you want like a pure reviewed source of someone seeing God or something. Like, I don't know how to answer that.
I also said logical. You could give me a logical argument for his existence. I'll take it.
It's usually philosophical arguments that people give for the existence of God, because we don't have evidence to back up like the resurrection of Jesus Christ. We have philosophical arguments, which would be like the Kalam argument. There's so many arguments. Philosophical arguments that theists make for the need for an existence of a God, but it does always come down to faith, which is in the absence of evidence, because we don't have evidence for a God existing. And I find that to be like just silly to believe in something. And if you need like something that's not real or present, like something that is like imaginary to be better, I just can't hop on that bandwagon with you. Like, I just don't understand that. Like, how can you be better with something that doesn't exist? Especially if you don't read the book. If you don't read the book, and it's just like you and your imaginary friend, like, it's just not.
Then I could say the same thing about atheists. I think being an atheist is illogical. I think not worshiping someone.
How is it illogical?
With the same way you're trying to say being a Christian is not logical.
So it's illogical. That but that doesn't.
No. AG, don't even give him the building blocks. What's illogical about it?
The same reason being Christian isn't logical.
Name it.
Like I said, if you're not worshiping, like if you don't have a higher power that you worship, and you want to, because I feel like worshiping God, in a sense, it's not, when you read the Bible, obviously there's bad in there, but that's not what that's not what I'm worshiping. I'm
We're
trying
cherry
to
picking. Yeah.
Yeah, that also didn't explain why atheism is illogical. So, fire pivot for real.
Yeah, so I would just wholeheartedly disagree with you. I think that it's very logical to believe in things that are logical, that are backed up by science, backed up in logic, and it's illogical to believe in something that does not exist and has not been proven to exist. But if you need, like, here's where I find a problem in your morals, because one, you've already stated you don't know the Amalekites, which proves to me you haven't read your Bible, and you said that you're freshly reading the Bible. So then I can presuppose that you, again, have just been indoctrinated to believe that God is all good, and I'll just give that to you there. But the issue with me and my morality with Christians is you are good in the same way that a child is good because they want presents with Santa. You're not good naturally or good for society. You're good out of the sake of, I want to go to heaven or hell. Heaven, not hell. But you're not naturally good.
The point.
Whereas I'm naturally good because my morality goes this way. Your morality goes this way. It's you and God that you want to be better for. You don't want to be better because of the people around you. Whereas me and Sam's morality comes from the suffering of others. We don't want suffering for society, and we want what's best for society. And that's less selfish. It's more selfish to have a morality that stems around you and God.
So then Christians are selfish?
Yes.
Very.
We see that they shove themselves in every single like look at the abortions, look at you're up here telling me being lesbian is wrong.
No, but that's the thing that I was gonna say, AG.
Who said being lesbian is wrong?
This further proves the selfishness thing you're saying. He doesn't even think being lesbian is wrong.
I don't.
He saw me speak to another person who does think being lesbian is wrong, and he came up because he was offended by me saying God commands slavery.
Created.
It has nothing to. He did create it, but he also commanded it.
In your worldview, he did create it because he created humans and he didn't stop it. The same way he created Satan, right?
Yeah, but when you look at it from that viewpoint, then I mean, like,
He also created the natural disasters, created cancer. Like you have to uphold to all these things that God created in your worldview.
Yeah, but
whereas
then,
I have a scientific explanation for all of these things. That's why I don't believe in God, because I would never. If there was a God, he is evil the way he created the world, and the way that the earth is, the way the sun is, that gives us skin cancer when we also need the sun at the same time simultaneously. Creating disease, natural disasters.
There are very many people that were born as Christian that now have PTSD from it, that are actually traumatized in the brain because they were constantly raised to believe that if they fuck up even one tiny bit and they don't immediately repent, they're going straight to the flames, and it fucked them up as adults. That causes harm. I don't fuck with that.
So then, do you think everyone should grow up atheist?
No.
Well, no. Atheism entails that you have the understanding that there is no God. I don't think you have to raise your kid to tell them there is no God. Right.
You can present them with you can present them with morals and values that of just general life, but as they get older you can give them like Buddhism, Hinduism, Muslim, whatever one they align with if they want to align with a religion.
Give them the tools to choose. Don't raise them with something they didn't get to pick.
Yeah, and then they get angry they have to go to church because they don't want to go to church on a Sunday.
I mean, if their parents grew up following a certain belief, then I feel like it's respectable for them to
take away their choice. I'm an atheist. I'm not going to raise my kid as an atheist. I'm going to raise my kid as a kid, and then when they get to a certain age, they can comprehend what religion is. When they start asking, I'll just tell them a bunch of religions exist. Here, you can analyze them. Here's how I feel, and then do what you will.
My dad was a Catholic. Catholic boy. He was super religious, but raising us, he did not instill those values. In fact, he instilled a lot of Buddhism values, a lot of other religious values that he took from all that he liked the good parts from, and he put those morals into us, finding enlightenment from Buddhism, and that's what your goal in life is finding your purpose and finding what makes you happy for the rest of your life. Finding a job that will make you happy and doing that. But then my mom on the other side is very religious, and it was not a good thing. She was a Christian. So there's a way to do it. You don't have to, I wouldn't raise my kids atheist. I would just give them all the tools. I'd be here's, I would give them morals to be a good person, because I don't think that you need the Bible to be moral whatsoever.
And you don't. You really don't.
And if I take the Bible away from you and you don't have morals, then you never had morals to begin with.
Ate that up?
Okay.
I can give you an example of this. That P3DOs are wrong, but your Bible never speaks about it.
Wait, what did you say? I didn't hear you.
you know that P3DOs are wrong, but your Bible never speaks about it.
Oh.
You have an innate sense of morality, but theists like to push that you have no morality if you don't have the Bible. But you know that things are wrong, and the issue that I have is that you don't come to your own innate sense of morality because you're just told things are wrong. Like, for example, you didn't come up here and say homosexuality is wrong, but we do these debates and people come up here and say it's wrong because of the Bible. But if I ask them to break down why being homosexual is wrong the same way that grape is wrong, they can't do it. They also can't break down why grape is wrong. They literally can't even break down why grape is wrong. Because they're just told these things are wrong without critically thinking or understanding morality on a psychological level. They have no idea why they have morals. They just are told that things are wrong. And I find that to be super illogical and just absolutely destructive. Because you just walk around the world being told, essentially, all of these things.
Yeah, and that's why I think it's important to not just go directly off the Bible. That's why you can have... that's why I think it's important to obviously have a majority of your values come from the Bible, but then at the same time, you don't have to agree with everything in the Bible, because I don't agree that homosexuality is bad.
Well, according to the Bible, if you don't agree with everything in the Bible, you're not a true Christian.
Yeah, God goes against you if you don't. There's so many verses for that. Like if you don't agree with the Bible, that's blasphemous. Actually, what you just said was blasphemous. That's why I don't like your God, brother. Because he literally...
It don't sound like you like him either, for real.
I'm sorry?
It don't sound like you fuck with him either. It always sounds like you fuck with him partially.
Why?
Or like the him that you look at in your head. Well, number one, according to the Bible, apparently being lesbian is wrong. You don't think being lesbian is wrong, which fire. But if God says that you need to follow him as closely as possible, and you're actively choosing to not do that, then that means you disagree with God.
And I don't think I'm a perfect Christian, but I feel like a lot of people aren't perfect Christians. But just because you're not a perfect Christian, it does make you a Christian.
So we're
not a devout one.
Yeah, no.
You might as well just not believe in God. I mean, why do you need God?
So he can guide me.
Guide you how?
Guide me in the life I live in.
You might as well just have an imaginary friend. Why wouldn't you it doesn't make sense to me that one, you don't read the Bible, so you don't know your own God's morality. Because if we go through the Bible, which I've read you several passages in the Bible, we can go back to literally Genesis, Abraham and Isaac. That was horrendous torturing of somebody. But this is your God's morality. So what God are you worshiping if it's not the God of the Bible? And what guidance can you get from somebody that doesn't exist?
And that's why I said faith comes into play. That
you know what? You know what?
Homie, I really think you just be having thoughts and then you say that it's God that gave you those thoughts when actually it is just you. You understand what I'm saying?
No, that's
when you cross the street.
Wait. Thank you. Listen. I was just doing the God topic. That's not what this is. So respectfully, this is not what I'm here to do unless this is your reasoning for thinking being lesbian is wrong. You don't think being lesbian is wrong, which is lovely. However,
yeah, we can move on if you want.
Yeah, the people are wanting to talk about the queers. As a queer, I understand why. Thank you for coming up. But we can talk about this another day. I do think that you should maybe read the rest of the Bible before claiming to be a Christian.
I would recommend you watch Matt Dillahunty and you watch Christopher Hitchens.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to watch anything that's gonna sway my viewpoints, or I see what you guys are giving valid viewpoints, I guess, or reasons to.
Well, that's fine. I actually kind of understand that sentiment. I still think you should challenge your beliefs by watching people who disagree with you. But since you're first starting out, read the whole Bible.
Challenge my beliefs.
That's what I said.
Well, because I think that
he's not moral.
In a sense that he's not a perfect human, or that he's not perfect, I guess.
Yes.
Which he claims to be, which is a straight contradiction.
I mean, unless you like following a liar, because me personally,
yeah, what kind of moral
I'd
guidance
rather
are
not.
you going to get from somebody who's equivalent to Hitler?
You're equating God to Hitler?
Yes, because
Can't
he
say
does
his-
several mass G-sides all throughout the Bible. He offs
Sounds in the
children
chat,
and
everybody.
infants. He does mass G-sides all throughout the Bible. I mean, God, look at Genesis. He flooded the entire earth. And you could be a Christian apologist and say, oh, he did it because of this. Well, free will existed and he took away everybody's free will. Also, if he created it this way, then he's a pretty damn terrible creator to create everybody this way. Create an imperfect creation simultaneously and then needing to off them because they're so bad. I just think you should challenge why you needed God in the first place. That's all.
I mean, I feel like there is no need to challenge. Like, I live a happy life, a faithful life. I try to live good morally, and I feel like from the Bible.
He had no critical think. I can't do it. I can't do
Why
it.
not be open-minded to the idea?
But not even that. Not even
That's
that.
fine. I hope you watch Matt Dillahunty, and I hope you watch
Please.
Christopher Hitchens.
Just the critical thinking. Just where is it? Where is it?
AG,
Where is it?
you ate the fuck down,
Indeed.
as always. I can't
Right.
do religious topics. I do not understand them. It sounds like math equations in
I
my
fucking
head.
love it. Fucking love it.
The way you can fluently speak about it and shit, bro, I commend you, my guy. Like, I'm literally like swaying my hands right now. You can't see it, but just imagine a short girl just doing like the little concert, like, you know what I mean?
Thank you.
That's what I'm doing for you. I got you.
Hello. How old are you?
I'm 21.
Okay. Do you think being lesbian is wrong?
Yes.
Why is that?
I'm going off the Bible. Even though
come on.
No, not again, please. No.
All right, so I got it, everybody. So prove your God exists.
Okay, but my question to you guys before.
Oh, okay.
My
What's your
question to you guys beforehand is, if you guys don't believe in any sort of God or Satan, whatever, what do you guys believe in?
Nothing.
Science.
Science.
Data.
Yeah.
So where do you guys think you came
Numbers.
from? Monkeys?
You mean
What,
the great
Gabby?
apes?
Yeah, I'm asking you guys, what do you guys think you came from?
Yeah, we believe in evolution,
The Big Bang.
abiogenesis, the Big Bang.
No, we don't. Well, there's no abiogenesis. Only religion claims abiogenesis. So.
Really?
Yes. The Big Bang does not claim abiogenesis.
I saw just to ask because
it's the creation of the universe, but not abiogenesis. Only Christians claim abiogenesis, which means
Really?
yeah. But
Ian claims abiogenesis.
Really?
Yeah. Weird.
Might be for the sake of the argument.
It wasn't. I guess we gotta figure that out. Anyway, continue.
Well, maybe. Okay. Well, I think in the sense of like abiogenesis from evolutionary standpoint, yes, but from the Big Bang, it does not claim abiogenesis.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Not like
so the
that.
Big Bang and then evolution, yes, we came from. Then from evolution, yes.
Okay, but I was hearing you. Sorry. If I'm
Look
not
at that,
speaking
Sam. Look at the
standard.
screen.
Thank you for the galaxy, Shelby. W Shelby's
in the chat for Shelby.
Fucking chat.
W Shelby. Thank you. My eyes are so pleased, and I honestly needed that little distraction because I am brain rotten.
It was very
Thank
pretty.
you.
Gabs, what were you saying?
Okay, all right. So I heard you guys. Oh, first of all, if my accent sways sometimes, I'm not American. I'm Jamaican.
No, you're good. You're good.
Yeah, you're fine.
So basically, I heard you guys saying beforehand that can't believe in something you've never seen, or there's no scientific proof for, or whatever. But at the same time, we've never seen oxygen, but it's what
we can observe.
We can demonstrate it, and we know the
Okay, but
molecules that make it up. So in the same way that I can demonstrate to you that we need oxygen to survive, the same way that we've proven these things, these are backed up. These aren't like hypotheses. This is theories that are backed up in evidence. You would have to demonstrate the same thing for God.
Oh, that's so cute.
So demonstrate God's existence.
Thank you for the relaxed goose.
Well, in the Bible, there are prophecies that are coming, to pass.
Like what? Like what?
Like the Euphrates River drying up. It says in the Bible
what?
that the Euphrates River.
Okay.
It says in the Bible that the Euphrates River will dry up, and when it's fully dried, then angels that were, trapped under from beforehand will be released, and that's when Sunday law begins. And I heard Gohan saying something earlier about, many Christians, what happens with them is that they were born in the church, raised in church, and they have trauma because of what happened to them throughout their life in Christ.
Yes, religious trauma does exist. It exists in a lot of people.
I disagree with you, but I feel like, just like how we have our different religion, I feel like you guys categorize, I'm not talking you generally, but I'm just saying, not talking you specifically, but I'm saying generally people categorize Christianity under one thing, but you have a lot of different denominations that probably if, you wanted to go to another one, you'd have probably gotten a different outcome from what you got from the one you were in. Because, you have Seventh-day Adventist, Baptist, Church of God, a whole bunch of stuff that you could have gone to probably get a different outcome from what you got at your preferred church or whatsoever.
So I have to ask, I absolutely have to, because I am so morbidly curious right now. Is the Bible and God the only reason that you hate the fact that I kiss women on the lips?
I feel like morally, okay, so the country I come from, being a lesbian or gay, it's illegal in our country because we don't think it's morally right.
Yeah, so Gabs, I'm going to challenge you on this, okay? So why is grape wrong?
Grape is wrong, firstly, because you shouldn't be doing something that's not consensual to somebody.
Yeah, that's in the definition. So break it down to me why it's wrong.
Okay, reasons wrong is you take somebody, or however it's done, you essay them. Can I say that?
Yes, you're giving the definition. I'm asking you why it's wrong. I know the definition of grape. That's why I asked you. So I want you to break down to me morally why grape is wrong.
Because
TikTok friendly wise, please.
Oh, okay. All right. 1 second. It's wrong because, first of all, how can I say this in a TikTok friendly way? All right.
Grape, and just breaking down why it's wrong. I mean, I don't feel like this is a difficult question whatsoever, but
all right, it's wrong because it hurts the person that it's done to. So
right,
it's wrong.
Causes suffering and trauma, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so would you say that for the most part, all of our morality comes from that? We talk about the innocent offing of a being, right? And is morally wrong for some of the same reasons, right?
Yeah, it's morally wrong, but it's also spoken about in the Bible as well. And
yeah, but my point being is, so with that being said, take that same logic and apply it to being lesbian. Why is being lesbian immoral without the Bible?
Can I use? Could I also use?
The Bible does. You can't say GAY, but the Bible does not tell you why it's immoral. So I need you to break it down to me. If you're going to believe something is immoral, you need to understand why something is immoral. So if you can't break it down to me why it's immoral, you're just told something is immoral, then you're just a sheep. And you don't have morality if you can't break down to me why something is immoral.
Okay, and I could try my best to break it down to you why GAY is wrong and also lesbian.
Okay.
Is wrong. Okay, it's wrong because, alright, I don't want to say this in a wrong way. I don't want to say this and offend anybody, but can I? Okay, so
I just want your honest opinion. I want you to break it down to me the way you see it.
Okay, alright. So my whole thing is when I personally don't have a problem with people being who they want to be. I think it's wrong, but if I have a friend and she says, oh, I'm this, I'm that, I'm not going to stop being friends with her, correct? Or he, I'm not gonna stop being friends with them, correct? My whole thing is, I believe that if you are grown and born to think one way, or you know one thing growing up, why is it that all of a sudden there's that change? Or can I speak about TRNS as well?
No.
No. Okay.
It's not the topic.
Just les and
yes, homosexuality.
Okay. So my whole thing is, if you are born to think one way and born to do one thing, why is it that you have that change? And I don't want to seem like, don't want to come off wrong, but
So when you say, so I'm going to stop you there. So when you say born, so you're you believe that you're born straight, correct?
Yes, I believe that everyone's born straight.
You believe everybody is born straight. Can you give me a study that says everybody is born straight?
No, I can't, because it's my belief.
Okay, well, your belief is wrong. So are you going to believe things that aren't backed in logic and science and psychology? Like, do you just want to believe things that aren't true?
I don't only believe in scientific backings and stuff like that.
So you do when it comes to trans people, but you don't when it comes to this subject? You want to pull the trans card because you want to talk about science and biology when it comes to trans people, but when it comes to somebody's sexual orientation that's backed by science, that it's not a choice, then you want to say that it's wrong?
Actually, I wasn't going to speak about biology when it comes to trans. I was going to speak about, if you're born one way to think, oh, I'm a female, what is in your brain that is going to say, oh, I think I should be
gender
born?
Dysphoria. We have scientific.
I think that's a mental illness. I genuinely think so.
We have scientific evidence to back all of these things up. I'm not going to go the trans route with you. I'm going to stick to the topic. But you're not born straight. Nobody is born straight. You don't get it's a developmental stage where you're not born straight the same way you're not born 6 foot tall. Like, you have a predisposition to a specific sexual orientation, and that just develops as you get older.
My whole thing
it's not a choice. But if you're going to make the claim and have a belief, then wouldn't you want that claim and belief to be true? Or do you just want to hold a bias and an unfair prejudice towards a group that's backed up by nothing, not backed up by science, not backed up by logic, not backed up by fact?
So you're telling me,
or truth?
So you're telling me, right? You're telling me that, all right, you believe it's okay to be gay or lesbian? Cool.
You can't say the GAY word.
Sorry.
F1's in the chat, everybody. Please.
It's amoral. It has no moral significance, just like you being heterosexual has no moral significance. It doesn't matter.
I think it's wrong because, as I said, I think, not to be disrespectful to anyone, I think it's a mental illness, because if you are...
Okay, so where in the DSM... Okay, hold on. But so where when you say it's a mental illness, you think being homosexual is a mental illness?
Yes, I do believe.
Okay, so where in the DSM-5 or where have we proven psychologically that being homosexual is a mental illness?
The thing is, they're not going to try... scientists...
No, we did. We used to classify it as that, and then we disproved that it was a mental illness.
How?
So with how? With psychologically studies. They studied this and figured out that it's not a mental illness. When we talk about mental illnesses, people have to suffer, right? With any mental illness, you suffer. I don't suffer being a lesbian. I only suffer because you guys hold prejudice and then hate crime people, and it's just hard. It's like the same as being a woman. Like, being a woman in the world is hard because men oppress us, right?
Continue.
So, with that being said, like, if you can't give me a study that says, if you believe that it's a mental illness, but you're just believing that without any evidence of that, like, that's illogical, and it's just a prejudice at that point.
But
I also, at this point, I don't believe you completely understand and know what a mental illness actually is.
But I do.
Okay. I don't think you do.
Actually, let me take this from here, because this is, whenever people start talking about stuff that involves ableism, I get really fucking pissed off. Define mental illness.
mental illness. She literally just described it.
Okay, great. What's mental illness?
A mental illness, sorry, is defined, as she said, anything that, puts somebody in harm or discomfort, makes like.
Oh, brother.
Okay, so not necessarily, no. Mental illness is something that causes you immense distress and prevents you from doing daily activities. What about being lesbian would do that?
I'll do you one better real quick. A mental illness is a chemical imbalance in your brain.
Also that.
All in your brain.
I still believe that it's wrong. That's just my.
You still believe that, regardless of fact.
Wait, but hold
Regardless,
on. I just want to make this clear to everyone, right? So you think it's wrong because it's a mental illness. You now have to concede to the fact that it's not a mental illness.
I think it's wrong overall, not only because.
Okay, so you concede to the fact that it's not a mental illness, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay,
regardless
great.
of, yeah. But
now what?
What do you mean? Now what?
Well, okay, if it's not a mental illness, why do you think it's wrong?
Why do I think it's? You guys said I shouldn't use the Bible because you guys don't believe in it.
No, you can use the Bible.
No, I wanted you to
God's
break.
real.
I wanted you to break down to me
all right,
when we
let's
talk
go
about
to-
morality, why something is immoral. I want you to break down to me why it's immoral. And you said that, like, if you're born this way, and I proved that nobody is born straight. You can do a quick Google search if people are born straight. That's not how it works. Science has already proven that it's not a choice. And we theorize where it comes from. So we're still figuring out where sexual orientation comes from, but they've come to the conclusion, and I can prove this through conversion therapy too. Do you know what conversion therapy is?
Yeah.
You do?
No. Can you define it for me?
Yeah, so conversion therapy is, I think it mainly was in the U.S., but they did it to 700,000 adults and 400,000 kids, and it was used to, using torture methods to change homosexuals and heterosexuals via electroshock therapy, via like nausea medicine, hypnosis, and then Bible study. So they used the Bible. It was a Christian who created this. And so he used all of these methods in order to try and change a homosexual into a heterosexual. And so if that was the case, that it was a choice, why wouldn't these 700,000 adults and these 400,000 kids choose to be straight?
Because they already made, like, I feel like if you make your mind up to something and you know you're going to pursue that thing, nothing can really bend your mind from it.
Wrong.
Because if I make up my mind that tomorrow I'm going to go somewhere and I've put the plans, made everything, I have everything set out in the way I want it to be, nothing's really going to change my mind from not doing that.
Torture has caused people to reveal information and change their minds in so many instances. So why would it fail on all of these queer people?
You think like torture methods don't cause people to cave in on themselves and be like, okay, like they're not set on this. It's just that you can't change sexual orientation. If you did a quick search, like if you just literally looked this up and looked into the scientific studies about sexual orientation, then your entire mind would be changed. But you refuse to do that, and you're just holding a belief.
I have.
Okay, then pull up a study that tells me sexual orientation is a choice right now.
Repeat?
Can you please pull me up a study that says sexual orientation is a choice?
I can't. I haven't found one. And
yeah, you can scroll out of the app and you'll still be here, and you can find a source in a study that says sexual orientation is a choice, unless you want to still hold to your belief without any logic behind it and just being and holding a prejudice without reason.
Okay, let me research. But can I talk about the Bible verse that I was speaking about before?
Not if you can't prove that God is real first.
Okay, all right, okay. So, first of all, you guys believe in evolution. I can't take someone's belief away from them. But I believe in the Bible and God and the prophecies that are coming true today. As I said, the Euphrates River is one of them, and we see it's pretty big. I've seen it on TikTok and multiple other places where the Euphrates River is drying up, and I don't want to be quoted, but I think in Revelation it said something about when angels were trapped under that river, and when angels were trapped under the river, it says in the ending the river starts to dry, then the angels will release. We can see, keep in mind, Euphrates is one of the biggest rivers. We can see that river has started to dry up. Scientists, which you guys do believe in, have said that. So, if you guys take a quick look between both sources, the Bible and your scientific source, you can see that that is true. Also, another archaeologist, he...
by the way, you're completely wrong on this, by the way. It's been debunked. There are several theist scholars that are of the Bible and the religion that have done several videos debunking that the river you're talking about is drying up. They've made claims for over a year that the river is drying up, and it's not.
Okay, but also what about the evidence of the archaeologist that has found? I'm talking about Jesus right now, who has found when, doing his little research, he found where they crucified Christ, and he found dried up blood that was proclaimed.
Yeah, and you know what happened is if you go and just read the rest of that study, they say it is not Christ.
Then what is it?
It's just blood.
But blood from who?
It's nobody knows. They didn't find shit.
But it can't say.
The literal people that did the test, they said it had no. You are getting misinformation. If you actually look into, I can't remember what it's called. It was a cloth. The Shroud of Turin. If you just do like a quick, just actually research of the Shroud of Turin, you should, they already tell you that it's not. It couldn't have come from. If you literally go to history.com, where they break down the Shroud of Turin, literally in five of this study, there have been many scientific studies about its authenticity. At the very bottom, researchers used forensic techniques to argue the bloodstains on the shroud couldn't have come from Christ.
Okay, but my whole thing is, if most scientists, if people don't believe in Christ, if you guys don't believe in Christ, right? Why would they say, oh, it's from Christ? Why would they put
because people make up shit all the time. We have Ron Wyatt, who was a fraud.
No, I'm asking why
Ron Wyatt was a huge fraud that made up a bunch of fucking claims that were all debunked just to prove it. What?
I'm saying that why would the history.org or whatever you said, I don't remember it exactly, but why would they, if they don't believe that most of the people who make those websites, they believe in scientific evolution just like you guys. So when they do their little research, they're not going to be like, oh yeah, I do believe this is from Christ, I do believe this is from Jesus. They're not going to come up with those proofs. They're going to...
No, it's an unbiased source. You want an unbiased source. You don't want a source that is from a theist, because what we've seen is that the theists actually screw it towards their beliefs. So these are unbiased sources that are using forensic techniques to test the blood, and it could not have come from Christ. That was already debunked. The Shroud of Turin is not from Jesus Christ's blood.
But you guys don't believe in Jesus Christ. So,
exactly, but I'm debunking what you're saying right now. You're bringing up the Shroud of Turin. I'm telling you that you're wrong.
The problem here is, okay, right now, this is an internal critique. We don't believe that Jesus Christ is the Son of God or that he did miracles. What we're doing is we're working under your framework in order to debunk it. So people are saying some people think Jesus Christ existed, so let's see if they're right by testing this blood. And the blood was not supernatural like people were claiming it was. You have to think like the person you're trying to disprove them, which is what they were doing.
Okay. So what about Noah's Ark? And what about Lot's wife? And what about Lot's wife?
What Noah's Ark? The mountain that geologists say is a mountain.
Okay, but what about Lot's wife? That's my question. What about Lot's wife?
Hold on.
Lot's wife?
Pause.
Yeah, search it.
What about Lot's wife?
What about alright, so in Genesis 19.
I can't get over that, bro. I'm sorry.
In Genesis 19, when they were speaking about Sodom and Gomorrah. Lot's wife, when they were leaving, she turned around, which the angels did tell her, oh yeah, don't turn around because we're about to destroy this place. Don't turn around, don't look back. She looked back, she turned into a pillar of salt.
Oh, yeah. What about it?
There's proof of that. There's proof of that though.
Where?
Proof of there's a pillar of salt somewhere.
You also never gave us any type of source at all. And I hate to end this conversation like this on my end. You didn't give us a single fucking source to say that I choose to kiss women.
Huh?
Not one single source.
Let me find that.
True.
Let me find out. Because you guys did ask for that, so I will find out. GBT.
I fear you ate once again.
I have to sometimes. I'm hungry,
I feel
man.
like I personally wouldn't be able to speak to you guys about certain stuff because, you know, you guys already have your mind made up about what you guys want to be.
That's not true. I believe in things that are true. I want evidence for it. Now, yes, if the biblical God existed, would I worship him? No, because the Bible is horrible. But I would acknowledge his existence if he was real.
But
I would say God is real, but I don't worship him because he does horrendous things all throughout the Bible. But that doesn't mean anything because I would acknowledge that he's a real being. But you'd also have to prove the Bible's real and proving God's existence.
You guys said.
But you also have your mind made up. So what's the difference?
I have my mind made up as well, but I'm saying you guys believe that you guys don't believe in the God, and you guys say, oh, it's horrible, blah blah blah. The only time God did things that were quote unquote horrible were to people who constantly
wrong.
Okay, then explain how I'm wrong.
All right, verse Samuel 15.
I'll explain your.
All right, we can go through. We'll start with my favorite one. Let's do Genesis 22. Abraham being tested. You should know this one. It's the first book in the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So whenever Abraham was testing God and commanded
God
him
was testing Abraham.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. Did I say Abraham was testing God? My bad.
Yeah. Sorry.
God was testing Abraham, and you're going to look at this through a lens of Christianity and how God is all good. But if God is all knowing, and he knew that Abraham actually trusted him, he would never need to have Abraham do this to begin with. So, this is horrendous, torturing behavior to have Abraham take his only son, whom you love, Isaac, and go to the region of Moriah, sacrifice him there as a burnt offering on a mountain, and I will show you. Even though he knows, because he's an all-knowing God, which contradicts him.
He didn't. But at the end of the day, God didn't allow Abraham to do it. So
exactly, which is torturous. That's torturous behavior. We're talking on a psychological level. Could you imagine if God commanded you to take your only child, whom you love, and take them all the way to a different part of a different region and sacrifice them? And then right before you're about to do that, Abraham has no idea that God is going to say, "Hold on, don't do that. Just kidding." Abraham has no idea. He just thinks that he's about to go off his child for God. It's psychotic.
Quite.
It's psychotic because God wanted to see.
No, because God's all knowing. God knows that Abraham doesn't need to be tested. God already knew what Abraham was going to do because he's all knowing. It goes against his nature. It contradicts God, and it shows that he really is just a control freak, and that he just thought this was funny. In my opinion, it's absurd. It's disgusting behavior.
Do you have another instance?
Yes.
We could talk
1 Samuel
about the
15.
Bible all night.
1 Samuel 15, 2-4. The Amalekites. So we know what the Amalekites are doing, right? So we know the Amalekites were. Okay, cool. You know what the Amalekites are doing. So this is what the Lord Almighty says: I will punish the Amalekites for what they did to Israel when they waylaid them as they came from Egypt. Now go attack the Amalekites and totally destroy all that belongs to them. Do not spare them. Put to off men and women, children and infants, cattle and sheep, camels and donkeys. Now your God is equivalent to the Amalekites because he did the same fucking shit that they did. He offed the children and the infants, and all good God should have taken the children and the infants. Besides the fact he offed the cattle, the sheep, and the camels and donkeys, who have nothing to do with this, but he wiped off everything. This contradicts an all good God, and this also just proves that he's just as bad as his creation, if he
Well-
created this,
well,
because he
he
offed
created everyone with-
children and infants. Who that's why he was offing the Amalekites to begin with, was because they were doing child sacrifices.
He he created everyone with free will. So
And he
it's
took
not
their
only
free
created-
will. He took their free will. He took these children and infants' free will. You want to talk about God created free will? Well, he took it.
Okay.
It's
Alright,
this
so
is
I'm
not
going to
this
use
is not
this
morally
example.
this
I'm
is
going
not
to-
morally acceptable.
I'm going to use this example, right? All right. So if you if you have a algorithm, right, and you make one mistake in the algorithm, is the whole algorithm not messed up?
What?
If you have an algorithm, if you're doing a pseudocode and you put in all the information but you made one mistake, is the whole algorithm not messed up?
It depends on where you make the mistake.
Are you talking about coding?
Huh?
Yeah. I think
If
you're talking about coding.
if you're talking about coding,
it depends on where you make the mistake.
But you make a mistake somewhere.
Yeah. So how can a perfect God create mistakes?
I'm not talking about God.
But I am, because I'm working under your framework,
I just asked you a question, yes or no. If you make an algorithm,
The answer is no. It depends on where you put the mistake.
Okay. If there's a mistake somewhere, it
yeah,
shouldn't
and your
be.
God is perfect. How did he create mistakes?
Hey, I'll ask you a question. If there's a mistake where it shouldn't be, is the whole algorithm not messed up?
No.
No. So what you're implying here is that the Amalekite children are going to be just as bad as the Amalekites, but you don't know that. And what you're presupposing, he didn't give them a chance. He took their free will. He didn't give them a chance, and God could have changed their minds the same way that he hardened the Pharaoh's heart. He hardened the Pharaoh's heart. Please let me finish. He hardened the Pharaoh's heart. He's an all-powerful being. He could have changed the direction of these entire children's lives, but instead he chose to off them. So he's just as bad as the Amalekites.
I don't believe so, because
then you're just dense, and there's no conversation with you.
Okay, maybe you're the problem, because maybe you don't want to listen to what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, no, I absolutely do not think it's AG that's the problem. You are actually delusional.
I'm tired.
You're delusional.
I can't. I simply
Go
cannot.
on, be careful, because Sam will get taken down for that.
Oh, really?
Yes, for bullying, yes.
The fuck?
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
We'll put another F1 in there. I love the TikTok shop. I buy all my things from the TikTok shop.
Crazy work. Okay. Moving on to the next guest.
I learned something new about this app every single day, and it's against my will because I keep saying dumb shit.
I just don't want I don't want Sam to get banned.
Oh shoot, wait, is this
I don't
working?
either.
I'm sorry, I've never done a join thingy.
That's fine. How old are you?
Yeah. I'd prefer not to say, but I am over 18.
What year were you born?
That's kind of the same thing.
Well, yeah, but if you
Jay,
don't
we have
tell
to know
me-
it's TikTok terms of service.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, sorry. Yeah, I'm 19.
Okay. Okay. Do you think being lesbian is wrong?
I don't think the people are wrong, but long story
Are you
short,
Christian?
She is. I just saw the bio.
Okay.
I mean, I feel like that's not really a fair reaction, but that's okay.
It's just
It
because
is.
I've been debating the God topic for 2 hours. I'm tired. I'm tired. But it's
Yeah, I feel like
that's a me problem. It's okay.
I mean, if you're able to say that, though, that's. By the way, excuse my voice. I'm getting over something. I don't know what, but
No, you're good.
I feel like maybe the reason for that is because that's like that really is the only argument, you know? Like,
Jay, let me hit you with something. You think don't you think it's ironic that P3DO was so prevalent in the times the Bible was written, but it's not in the Bible anymore, and the word homosexual is?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
So P3DOs were
Right.
so prevalent in the time that the Bible was written, right? If we go
Okay.
back to historical times, that was the most prevalent thing. And isn't it ironic that that's not in the Bible whatsoever, but the word homosexual is?
So I am still working on reading through the word. So I can't really say how much it is or isn't in the Bible. Would you have?
I can tell you it's not in the Bible at all because they took it out and they replaced it with the word homosexual in 1946. So the original words were pedikos in Romans. The original words were arsenikotoi and malakoi and arsenikotoi. And there's a massive mistranslation. You can go back and there's there's so much shit to back this up. It was mistranslated back in 1946 whenever there was a huge rise in HIV. It was a political thing.
So how do we know it was more prevalent at that time?
P3Os?
Yeah.
We go back in history.
There are paintings for it. There's documentation about it. There's people's journals.
Well, also because we go back and look at the original translations of the Bible. The original translations were for PDFs. It was not for homosexuals. It literally the words that were translated from Hebrew and Greek in the original translations of the Bible did not say homosexual. They were talking about smexual. They were talking about smexual abuse, and then they were talking about PDFs.
Okay, I see. So wait. If I have this right, is what you're saying, like, do I think it's weird, like, that they, from your perspective, that people changed what it was supposed to say about P3DOs to be about homosexuality?
No, what I'm telling you is it's ironic that that was taken out of the Bible, and because you want to say that the Bible, that's why it's immoral, but it was never originally in the Bible if we go back to the original text. But it's ironic to me because PDFs aren't in the Bible, even though that was the most prevalent thing back in that time. We look at, for example, like Lot and the Sodom and Gomorrah, right? The gang rape that was going on back then, and they were gang raping children. And so we know this to be true just from historical fact checking and understanding the times and the historical and that was prevalent back then, but it's nowhere in the Bible because they took the word homosexual out, or the word all the words that they use in Hebrew and Greek to display PDFs, and took that out and replaced it with homosexual because there was a rise in HIV. It's a political thing. You can look it up. It's from 1946. If you literally look up 1946 in the original translations, you can just go back to the original translations of the Bible.
I'll also ask you the same thing that I have been asking guests this whole time. Do you have any reason besides the Bible to even have this type of belief?
I mean, that's kind of, I'm so sorry. That's kind of what I mean, like, when I first joined, where I said, I feel like that really is the only argument, is because it's, like, really only two perspectives that you really can come at it from. And so I feel like that's probably why the majority of yes and no is so, like...
Yeah, so that's why I like to challenge you on this, because when we talk about morality, right, Jay? So when we talk about something as immoral, you believe something is immoral, the Bible doesn't tell you why it's immoral, right? It just says it's immoral.
Can I pause you right there? I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I actually don't take this how you will, but I really don't have my own opinions on morality. I can have, like, my opinions on what I feel like is good or bad, but if I think about, like, from my perspective... Right, the God that created, like, literally everything, I don't feel like it's in my, I don't feel like it's my right to decide what that he made is good versus what that he created is bad. I feel like...
That's so absurd. So you think that slavery is okay?
No. And God didn't think that it was okay either.
Yes, he did. He specifically commanded it. Leviticus 25:44-46.
Exodus...
You said, what was it? Leviticus what?
Leviticus 25:44.
Verses 4-46.
All right, 1 second.
Exodus 21.
Oh, Sam.
That just woke
Exodus
me
21,
the fuck
1
up,
through 11, 20 through 21, 20 through 17, Deuteronomy 20, 10 through 16, and 5 and 21. And then we can go to the New Testament, Ephesians 6, 5 through 9, 1 Peter 2, 18 through 19, 1 Timothy 6, 1 through 3, and Colossians 4 through 1. 4:1, sorry.
Oh, you're okay. Sorry, I'm trying to find...
But I'll read you Leviticus 25 through 44. So Leviticus 25:44 through 46. Your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. You may also buy some of the temporary residents living among you and members of their clan born in your country, and they will become your property. You could bequeath them to your children as inherited property and can make them slaves for life, but you must not rule over your fellow Israelites ruthlessly. Then we'll go to Exodus 20 through 21, which were Exodus 20, 21 through 20 through 21. Anyone who beats their male and female male or female slave with a rod must be punished if the slave offs as a direct result, but they are not to be punished if the slave recovers after a day or two, since the slave is their property. So God made it clear you can't eat shellfish, you can't eat pork, you can't have mixing of fabrics, but he made it very clear that if you have slaves, that they are your property, what to do with them, how to beat them. He made it very clear. He made it very abundant of what things are important to him, like not mixing fabrics and not eating shellfish and all that bullshit.
So, what about Exodus 21, titled "Fair Treatment of Slaves," where it says, "If you buy a Hebrew slave, he may serve for no more than 6 years. Set him free in the seventh."
So that's talking about indentured servitude. So there was two different types of slavery in the Bible. There's indentured servitude, and then there is like where Leviticus, which is not talking about indentured servitude, because indentured servitude is only for 6 years.
Yeah, I'll say I can't speak on Leviticus because I haven't gotten there yet. So
it doesn't really matter because owning anybody for any period of time is wrong. Could you agree with me on that? Slavery is wrong, period.
Okay.
Do you agree? Yes or wrong? Yes or no?
If it's
Oh my god, you're kidding. You're kidding. I want you to give me a single instance removed from the Bible that slavery would be okay.
I can't remove from the Bible. That's what I base my life on.
Everything? Everything?
Oh my!
You base everything off of it?
Oh my gosh!
Because that's
oh my gosh!
A lot of the anxiety and depression.
So is slavery wrong? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So then indentured servitude doesn't fucking matter because it's still wrong. And they're telling you that you can own people for 6 years. So there's two different types of, like I said, there's two different types.
Okay.
Of slavery in the Bible. Indentured servitude, which is for 6 years, which is still wrong. And then we go to Leviticus, which is not talking about indentured servitude, because indentured servitude is for 6 years. Leviticus is talking about owning them as property for life, and then passing those people on to, passing them on as property to your children for the rest of their life.
So, but
until that slave offs.
In that time period, though, people could also like offer themselves as slaves. That way, they would have like food and shelter, and they would like almost as work, basically, but like not really.
You think that's okay? You think that's okay? That your God allowed that to happen?
Oh no!
But he made it very clear that you can't mix fabrics, and he made it very clear. Let's go to here's something that's absolutely absurd to me. So let's go to Numbers 15, 32 through 36, because God didn't give a shit about fucking owning people as property, but you know what he did care about? This is a penalty for violating the Sabbath. Now while the children of Israel were in the wilderness, they found a man gathering sticks on the Sabbath day, and those who found him gathering sticks brought him to Moses and Aaron and to all the congregation. They put him under guard because it had not been explained what should be done to him. Then the Lord said to Moses, "The man must surely be put to off. All the congregation shall stone him with stones outside the camp." So as the Lord commanded Moses, all the congregation brought him outside the camp and stoned him with stones, and he offed. So you can own people as slaves, but if you don't fucking obey the Sabbath, you're going to be stoned to death. So this is your God's morality, by the way. This is what your God condones. An all-good God, an all-knowing God, an all-just God. This is your God. This is who you back up and who helps you get rid of your anxiety and depression.
Right. So where are you going with that? I guess
that your God is horrendous.
This is the part that I don't understand, truly.
Yeah.
Is you're claiming that this person, well, this God took away your depression and your anxiety. And I love that for you, by the way, as someone with depression and anxiety.
Yeah.
But you're fine with everything he did to everyone else as long as he makes you feel good?
No, not at all. Not at all.
You sure?
That's... Can you clarify?
I just gave you a verse where God commanded this man to be stoned for picking up sticks on the fucking Sabbath. Tell me how picking up sticks is harmful.
Okay, so I do want to remind you, right.
I don't care about the law. We're talking about an all-good fucking God. I don't care about the Levitical law, and I don't care about the Mosaic law. When we're talking about an all-good, just God, this is what he commands to be done, he's not moral. It's not a just punishment. It's not a proportionate punishment, and it's fucking horrendous.
Okay, so before the New Testament and all of that, though, we were, like, it even says in the word that we were enemies of God because of the things that we chose to do to each other.
Yo. So here's something that blows my mind, right? So in what fucking world do you have to pay for two people's consequences? Did you play a part in Adam and Eve's sin? Did you play a part in that?
No.
You didn't. And you have to suffer because of that? But God knew that they were going to do that. God knew Satan was going to fall, but he kept Satan. He could have just destroyed him. This is the problem of evil. This is why I don't believe in your God, because I think it's contradictory. But so God created Satan knowing he was going to fall, then kept him, cast him down to earth. But then we go to Genesis where he created Adam and Eve. He put the knowing Adam and Eve were going to eat from the tree of knowledge. And mind you, the serpent is the only person who told the truth. God lied to them. The serpent didn't lie. The serpent told them the truth. So they ate from the tree of knowledge, knowing good and evil, just like God, right? And then they get cast down to earth. So then let's talk about creation, what God created, okay? So we can talk about natural evil. So this is what your God has created. He's so fucking cancer. He creates all of these things for what? And what purpose?
He loves us.
I feel like that goes back to the point, though, of like when you mentioned how like we didn't eat the fruit like you said, but we were still like, it's still something that we are born into. Like I didn't decide like that I want to be 5'3".
Why would you want to believe in a God that would create it such a way? Because he didn't have to. Do you believe that in heaven that everything... Hold on. Do you believe in heaven that everything is perfect? That there's no sin?
That's what it says, yeah.
Okay. So God can create a place where you don't need that shit, right?
Right.
So then why the fuck does he need to create it this way when in reality he could have created just a perfect place that is exactly how he is? Right?
Well, because that's what heaven and the garden was, and then when Adam and Eve chose to go against God,
no. It proves if evil was in the garden, it was never perfect, because perfect cannot be. What is the definition of perfect? It can't be improved, right? Okay. So, for the Garden of Eden to be perfect, the tree of evil would have never fucking been there. The tree of knowledge, would have never been there. He would have kept them in the Garden of Eden, and just lived their happy life. But he didn't want that. Because if he did want that, he would have never created the tree of knowledge in the first place. He wanted control and power. That's what he wanted. He knew that they would eat from the tree of knowledge. He knew that.
He's a fucking dictator.
I can respect that, yeah.
Okay.
I think my thing, though, is I am not going to claim to know everything about God. I'm not gonna claim that I'm, like the perfect Christian and whatever, because I'm not. None of us are. But I will say, if I could know everything about God, and if I could know why he did everything and why he chose to do everything the way that he did, then he wouldn't be big enough to be worthy of that.
With the utmost respect, this is a cop-out. I can no longer deal with this conversation. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Okay.
But no.
Yeah, God bless you.
Simply and utterly no.
God will not bless me.
No.
Absolutely not. Not without my consent.
No.
Are you kidding me?
No.
I don't want God touching me like that. No, thank you.
True. Hello?
Ugh. Hello? Oh no. Oh no. To be fair, it was in the username. I didn't think it would be literal though.
Yeah, exactly. I thought that shit was a metaphor, but never mind. Damn. Hello?
Hello.
The echo sounds serious.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, there's an echo.
Just re-request.
Swipe out of the app, clear the TikTok app, and then come back in and request.
Yeah.
I do not want God to come inside me. It's crazy. Real though.
Hello?
Real.
Yo,
Hi, how old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born?
2006.
Do you think being lesbian is wrong?
Yeah, hell yeah. I think this girl in the chat with the AG, she only got like short hair because she's a lesbian, innit? That I'm asking.
No, actually, I have autism, so that's why I have short hair. I think so.
But what's that got to do with short hair?
Because it's
Sensory issues.
What sensory got to do with your hair? You don't censor your hair.
Sensory
Is that the
issues.
only reason you came up here?
Yeah, because
sensory.
bro,
Do you know what? Do you know what a fucking sensory issue is?
Hell yeah, I know what sensory is.
Okay, then what's a sensory sensitivity? What's a sensory sensitivity?
Because when you sense something in it.
No, not in it.
What then, bruv?
So.
Okay, explain it then.
Okay, so for example, when people that have autism have sensory sensitivities to light, sound, textures of clothes, taste of food, textures, all of those things.
You're waffling. You're telling me you can't taste or hear.
Explain it, bro.
I didn't say I can't taste and hear. I said we have sensitivities to textures.
So you can taste, but you can't taste properly.
Does it feel good to have a bunch of women laugh at you, dude?
Go on, please stop. I never said that I couldn't taste. I said we have sensory sensitivities to textures and taste of
So
food.
explain that. Like,
So,
what do you mean?
do you know what autism is?
Hell yeah.
It sounds like you fucking don't. So what's
I
the point
do.
of this argument?
Why are you swearing, G?
Because I can't.
They're
Thank
just
you very
spreading
much.
misinformation about people's abilities.
I didn't
What
spread
is
anything.
autism?
I was asking.
And I was explaining it to you, and you said I can't taste, and you keep
I asked
changing
you if
what
you
I'm
can
saying.
taste. I said
Yes, I can taste. You obviously don't know what a sensory sensitivity is. Do you need me to fucking give you the definition of a sensory sensitivity?
Go on.
Okay. Mister, I know what autism is.
Hell yeah, I know what it is.
You don't.
I do, G.
Okay, what is autism?
Autism is where you act. She flipping muted me as soon as I was
Okay,
gonna
the moment is over. What's autism?
it's when you act up a bit, kinda low key.
No. I don't act
It's
up.
a
I don't
dis-
act
okay,
up at
it's-
all.
All right, it's a disability.
Act up a bit,
It's a
kind of low
disability.
key.
It's a disability.
And
Yeah,
what kind?
You know what else
kind?
is a disability? You know what else is a disability?
No, yo, tell me.
I'm sorry, I want to hurt you. I mean, no, I don't. No, I don't. Educational purposes, no harassment or bullying of any kind. Things
Were
like
you that girl on the video?
Things like no.
You know, with that 2 metal bullets by her nose. You know that girl on that video that was debating the people.
Metal bullet?
Toodaloo.
What the fuck? Metal bullet? And anyway.
Why does sensory mean cut your hair? Because I couldn't stand my hair being long.
Hello?
Hey, how y'all doing?
Hi, how old are you?
I'm 28 years old.
Okay, do you think being lesbian is wrong?
No, I don't believe that it is. I'm a man, and I don't think that a man should judge a woman based on her sexual orientation at all, nor should they
period poo.
be sitting here talking about, like that guy who just came in here and spoke about autism and what is it, the sensory disorders?
Yeah, sensory sensitivities. You're muted, brother.
Yeah, I don't know. I said that moderator muted me. But no, I don't believe that being lesbian is wrong whatsoever. You have a right to be attracted to whoever you want. It is a free country, a free world. I mean, we're not in a free world, but we are in a free country. We're in the United States. I don't know if everyone here is in the United States, but there should be no judgment cast to anybody just because they're attracted to a woman or a man. It doesn't matter. Like, it's stupid. There's so many more serious issues than sexual orientation. Like, that's so stupid. Period.
Okay. Well,
I hope y'all have a great rest of your night.
You too, man.
Yeah,
Take
thank
care.
you for allowing me to come up.
Of course.
Bye.
Bye. Much
Sorry,
needed.
Gohan. Sorry, Gohan. By the way, I just get triggered as fuck when people are ableist.
Yeah, understandably so.
Elevating right now, and I didn't want to cough in your guys' ears, but you're totally cool.
elevated.
sometimes I take shit a little too far, and as long as you're just like, go on, please, I can kind of reel it back a little bit. So you did it in a really respectful way, though, bro. No problem here.
Hello.
Hi, how old are you?
I'm 19.
What year were you born?
2004.
What month?
October.
Better have. Do you think being lesbian is wrong?
No, but I just wanted to say, like, I wanted to say, like, before anyone came up here, I just feel like the fact there's not a lot of people up here, like,
Carl, I gotta give you a raise.
Yo,
I'm gonna cash app you.
All right, listen, AG, I looked it up, right? No, I'm about to eat.
Who is this? You're gonna
okay,
eat
no,
moldy
I'm gonna be
food.
respectful
That's
to
what
AG.
you're gonna eat.
You said that you could.
The ableist.
Oh, I'm gonna block you, actually.
No, don't block me, bro. What you ever think I before have a...
You're being blocked.
Don't block me. Let me say
You're
something.
being blocked. No. You've said more than enough. Get the fuck off of my life. Ew. The fuck?
Don't block me, bro.
No, don't block me.
Wait, let me tell you what I've learned about autism. Hold on, wait.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi. How old are you?
It's happening again. It's happening again.
Salem, ow. Ow, Salem. Ow.
I don't like the sound of my own voice.
I don't mind the sound of my own voice, but when it's layered like that, it sounds very demented. Hello?
Yo.
Hi, how old are you?
Oh, this one's gonna be bad.
What's none of your business? Hey, listen. Before I get on your ass, why do you enjoy being lesbian?
Bitch, the fuck?
Are you what? None of your business.
Hey, who taught you that it was okay to talk to women like that?
Yeah, this fucking
Real.
disgusting. True.
Real.
Kill yourself, you stupid nigger.
Oh, wait, hold on 1 second. Let me catch your fucking address and shit real quick. Hey, by the way, he's blocked so he can't fucking hear me, but the screenshot will be in the Discord.
I can't.
I'm not fucking playing around tonight.
He couldn't even use the R at the end because Saxon wouldn't let him. Y'all are gonna send me to the hospital, bro. I can't. So polite. I've never been told to off myself so respectfully.
You stupid nigga. I hate this app so much. I fucking despise this app, bro.
My stomach hurts.
I hate this fucking app. I'm crying.
Respectfully, go fuck yourself.
Each man's toasted. Shut the fuck up. Oh my god. I'm crying.
Beans on toast. Beans on toast for breakfast. And fuck yourself.
You know what makes me so angry? I just found this the other day on TikTok. These motherfuckers be putting baked beans on baked potatoes.
Oh yeah, it's called a rocket or something.
How you gonna kick me out like that?
That's illegal.
Because you said the nastiest fucking shit. That's why. Bye.
And we'll do it again.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me block you real quick while you're up here. Let me block you while you're up here. I don't give a shit. Shut up.
Oh, that's who you are. Oh.
Yeah, I blocked him. Toodaloo. Bye now. You're a fairy. You don't get to speak anymore. Goodbye. When you say mean things, you have consequences. Goodbye.
Wait, why did the accent improve? Accent kind of
did.
Accent kind
Hey,
of.
I just wanted to know why sensu means you have to cut your hair to the girl that has short hair.
What?
What is with all of you and being so curious about AG's hair?
You know what?
Yeah, I didn't get how sensu means you need to cut your hair.
But I'm gonna answer this because
y'all are being fucking annoying. I'm gonna make this very short and sweet. And if you don't get it in the 30 seconds I explain it to you, then you're being dropped. Before I answer it, though, do you think being lesbian is wrong or no?
No.
Fine. Then here's a little piece of education. Something that a lot of us have the ability to do is feel things. Those are one of your senses. Touch. I'm sure you know this, right?
Yeah.
Some people, like people with autism, have a really high insensitivity to certain sensations. This would be considered a sensory issue if it gets in the way of your daily function. For someone like AG, having long hair touch areas like your shoulders, your neck, or your back can be incredibly distressing on a level that autistic people or people without autism will be able to understand. So in order to be able to operate and do her daily functions, as she is a barber, she has a lot of moving around with her hands to do. She cut her own hair, so that way when she's moving around, she doesn't have the sensory issue of her own hair on her back while she's moving.
Wow, I've never heard that, but it's interesting to hear.
I think you should just look into autism, what sensory sensitivities are, and that's why they wear headphones.
Right, yeah, I've seen those people, yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, they wear headphones, and I wear headphones out in public because it's too loud for me.
And that freaks you out, just any noise?
It's not freaking out, it's distressing.
Okay.
Because so like I'll give you an example. So for a person with autism, where your brain doesn't it. I'm trying to think of the word. I can never think of it when I'm actually talking about it. So like your brain censors out all of the things my brain doesn't. I hear everything and smell everything. So
sensory overload.
Oh, so everything's dialed up to like 100% or whatever.
Essentially, yes, because I don't filter anything out. My brain doesn't filter anything out. That's why, like, we have meltdowns and stuff like that, and why things are overwhelming and overstimulating is because my brain doesn't filter out things. So, whereas your brain does filter out things. So you can go out in public and be fine. But if I go out in public, it depends where I'm at. But I'm gonna like my things are smells, sounds, and light. And certain textures, but I'm an adult now, so I can pick what fucking clothes I wear and how I wear my hair. So,
wow. How do you even sleep at night? That's crazy.
How do I sleep at night?
Yeah. Do you know? Is your mind not going
like not in the offensive way, AG? Like, how do you manage to sleep?
Yeah, that's
anxiety.
I went straight to the offensive route. I was about to stand up
anxiety
for homie.
meds. No, it wasn't. No, I didn't mean it like that.
No, you're good. You're good.
No. Anxiety meds are a huge helper, but.
Do you not try smoking weed? Serious question.
I did, and it actually made it worse.
Oh, really? Yeah, because
we're it's funny for most autistic individuals is that we actually weed is, or sorry, can't say that. That specific the devil's lettuce. The devil's lettuce is a lot. We're more sensitive to the devil's lettuce. I tried it for a year when I was like 17, turning 18. And I liked it, and then it made my anxiety like 20 times worse towards the end. But that's just because we don't have 70s devil's lettuce anymore. So,
truth.
We have, really high strains, and so it gets really complicated really quickly. Made my anxiety a lot worse and more paranoid. And then I could feel things more, so I didn't like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I did try.
Daily user. As I am a very daily user, and I can't confirm. There have been points in my life where I have used the same amount, and all of a sudden I'm like, I need to go to the hospital. Please help me. I'm good. I need to lay down on the bathroom floor and just try to breathe through this, man. I can't do this. Like,
but it also depends on the person.
Different.
Like, it wasn't for me, but I do know that it does help other autistic individuals. So it just depends on the person. It's just same with it's not for everybody. We know that, but it does help a lot of people, and we should absolutely decriminalize it because it's 100%. Weird that it's fucking not.
100%.
Fucking illegal. It's just stupid. But you do live in Europe.
Yeah, no, it's completely illegal in the UK, unfortunately. But it's easy to get hold of.
Go to Amsterdam.
Really matter, does it?
Go to Amsterdam and you're all good.
Yeah, love Amsterdam.
Yeah. I think the Netherlands too. Is the Netherlands? It's legal there.
Well, that's where Amsterdam is in the Netherlands, Holland.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah.
But yeah, it's so cool. You go into a cafe, you get like a menu, it's all done properly and stuff. But just don't buy the pre-roll because they rip you right off.
Damn.
Makes sense.
Real.
Kind of same as California, probably.
Probably.
Well, I went
It's legal
to
in
California a few times. I went to the weed dispensaries there, and they're really, really cool. And my friend lives in San Diego. And he's got a proper medical
Say,
card.
hey brother, say devil's lettuce because we will get banned.
Okay, devil's lettuce.
F1, guys, F1. I love the TikTok shop. I buy all my stuff from the TikTok shop.
8 down.
Thank you. I try my best, man.
Did a
I really
fabulous
do
job.
try for you. I really do try for you guys.
Well, I appreciate you, Simon.
No worries.
Thanks for listening.
Yes, thank you for coming up and asking the question.
No worries.
Bye, Simon.
Take it easy, brother. Enjoy your devil's lettuce, by the way.
Indeed.
I actually kind of needed a break, and I feel like Simon gave that to me.
Yeah, I concur.
Yeah.
That was nice. No,
What a
we're
nice
not
guy.
all lesbians. AG is lesbian, I'm pan, and Gohan is bi.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Are you a dude? Kiss me. Are you a woman? Kiss me.
But harder. Hello?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Do you think being lesbian is wrong?
No, but can I ask you guys a silly question?
Depends on the
I
question.
don't feel like it's gonna be very silly.
Well, why is it that you girls would date girls?
Why do we date girls that are masculine? Because they're still women, and androgyny is hot.
Androgyny is so hot.
Facts.
Androgyny is
Facts.
so hot.
Also, while this guy is muted, 100K likes, everybody.
Thank
That
y'all
is insane.
for 100K.
But
is
I can
insane.
tell just by your question that you were going to ask it. Why do women date women that are masculine? You have to remember there's still women, and that's the entire point of it, is that there's not a man in the relationship, and that masculine women are just attractive. But not every lesbian is attracted to masculine women. It depends the person.
Very much so.
Titties, bro. Titties.
We've got the parts that we like. But I did want to unmute him so that he could speak. Was that the question you were going to ask, brother? You can unmute yourself.
That's all I was going to ask. I was just curious because you guys will use strap-ons and whatnot. So
Not
just,
everybody. So it's
Oh.
not everybody uses those, and typically a lot of bisexual individuals use those because they do like the parts. But when you're talking about like a lesbian relationship, most of us prefer fingers and tongue. And if we do use like the penetration part, the point is it's not an actual part, but typically you get colored versions and not flesh-colored versions. So like it's just penetration. But we also you also know. Yeah, but you also should know that the majority, like it's over 80% of women do not have a party by penetration.
Have a party.
Don't forget that there are hundreds of nerve endings, and a special little place where there is just a bundle of them. That I like to call the happy button.
DJing is your best opportunity at getting your woman the happiest she ever will be.
Tell you what.
I was just curious. I was just thinking about the other day, and I came through your guys' live, so I was curious to ask you.
Yeah, I
Thank you
appreciate
for coming
it.
up.
Thanks.
Bye bye.
Take care, brother. Also,
Carl
best
wastes no
respectful,
time.
very respectful way to ask. A lot of people come in here. Why you guys be using?
yeah,
if you want a man, if you want a man, why you want to?
That's what I thought it was
one
going to
sec.
go to.
One second.
Dude, you had so many seconds.
You had a lot of
Nice.
time.
You had a plethora of seconds.
Plethora.
No,
Ooh,
my
big word.
AirPods, they disconnected.
Oh.
My AirPods disconnected about that.
That's probably for the best because the audio quality is very much giving toaster, but I will forgive you.
How about now? How about now? How about now?
How about now? No, it's still not great actually.
Do you want me to disconnect them so that they sound better?
Yeah, actually that would be nice.
Okay, 1 second.
That is a very
It's like
good
3
question.
a.m. where you're at, bro.
Yeah,
Why
why every British person is awake right now? Scared.
Yeah, it's like 04:55, but the king has returned. If you do you remember me, Sam?
I remember you because you have a backpack in your username. I do not remember what your argumentation was like, but I feel like because of your intro, the argumentation was probably very mid, but your personality was entertaining, so I will allow it. do you think being lesbian is wrong?
Wait, but
You got a timer because my moms don't fuck with it, and it's okay because neither do I low key. The timer doesn't actually do anything.
It doesn't kick you. It just
Okay,
is
cool,
there.
cool. And by the way,
It's just to scare you, which I mean, it worked. So, period, mods. Do you think being lesbian is wrong?
yeah.
And
I
why
do.
is that? You had so much time to unpack this too. I don't know why you still hold this view.
Well, I have a backpack for a reason. Okay, so
I should block you just for that stupid ass comment. Anyway,
sorry.
do you why do you think it's wrong? Hurry up.
Because your reasonings for it being right, it's not enough reasoning for you to believe it's right. And I'll give you an example.
I'll give you an example.
Love that impression. Love that impression. By the way, so AJ, and
I can't do it as good as you, but
no. Wait, are you from the UK? You kind of sound like you're from the UK, by the way.
no, I'm just really good at mimicking accents whenever they're given.
Oh wow. Yeah, no, I'd give you that one.
Appreciate you, bro.
So, hear me out. Stop with the
Beans on toast.
Okay, hear me out now.
Brother, I want some beans on toast.
Follow through with me and let me finish the point, please. Okay.
Fine. Just make it already.
I'm making it. I'm cooking. Let me cook. Close your eyes and think about this. So, follow along with me now.
As long as you're cooking that beans on toast right now. Right now.
Love the accent. All right, I'm going to say it now. So, a mother and a son, long lost. Yeah, a long lost mother and son.
I already told you about this shit.
Wait,
it's not
Are you telling me a fucking bedtime story?
Does AJ not want to
It's
know?
just weird.
Can
It's
AJ
not
know?
immoral. It's just weird.
Can I know AJ's opinion? AG's opinion? Please?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, what
I really
about
wanna
me?
know what
You don't care
her-
about my opinion?
I want to know what her
AG,
opinion is.
do you think if there's a
No,
a
can I say it?
mom-
Can I say it, please?
Oh my,
please?
fine! Oh my
Okay.
God, make it quick.
AG, I really want to know your opinion. Okay, so
You doing a research paper?
I'm getting it now. So a mother and a son, or a father and a daughter, whatever. Okay, they are long lost. So they've just catched up, and it's been 20, 30 years, since the child was born, and they want to have consensual, protected intercourse. So it's basically incest. What would your opinion be on this?
It's absolutely more. It's not okay in any sense of the word. We see the psychological damage that's been done all throughout these relationships, and there's nothing to be good that comes out of it. So I don't see any.
What makes it wrong?
Well, yeah,
there's a power. There's a
you
power
said-
dynamic.
You said long lost. This means they've
But
known
can
each other
I just say?
before,
Can I
and
just?
then they haven't.
Can I just represent my position correctly? Actually,
Are you?
You're trying to
Hold on.
use incest as a reason to
No.
hate on
Can
me.
I
That's
finish?
icky.
Can I finish, please? With all due respect, can I?
I don't
It is an
want
Aussie
you to burn
accent.
the
Yeah, I switched it up. Sorry, y'all.
AG, I know you're gonna say, well, there's like a difference in power and stuff. Obviously, with teachers can't date their students, whatever. But with this situation, with this scenario,
You said a long lost mother and son. That's a power dynamic. It's a
no.
mother and a son.
How is it a power dynamic when they're long
Because
lost?
a mother and a son have a power dynamic. We
But
can
if
just
they
prove that
haven't
through
known each
parents.
other, if the mother and son hasn't been in each other's lives, where is the power?
Yeah, there's going to be an immediate power dynamic whenever you start to enter that relationship again. And you know that because when
They're
you have
both adults?
that bond doesn't go away. So like we look at maternal bonds. It doesn't matter if you don't know your mother. The moment that you see the mother that you're born with, you're going to have some sort of maternal bond with that person.
Can I tell you how that's
Ooh,
not really? Can I tell you why I don't accept that? AG, is that okay?
Are you going to go against maternal science?
No.
Is that what
I'm
you're
gonna
going to say?
give you my thoughts. I'm gonna give you my thoughts, AG. What I want to say is, what about a foster child? So, for example, if you grew up with your mother or your father, and you later on find out that they're actually not your biological parent, what would you say to that? Because then, if someone says, "I want to,"
Yeah. So and guess what the first question most of those people want to do? They want to know their real parents. Why? Because they have a maternal bond.
Yeah, but what about the ones that don't want to know their real parents and actually respect their foster parents more than their actual biological?
Then they have been satisfied, and they don't care.
Sorry, what do you?
And some of that has to do with hurt, right? Like if you're gonna leave me, like physically,
Yeah.
some people want closure, some people don't.
No, I completely get what you're saying. I'm not trying to prove you wrong. I'm just trying to get your thoughts. But I think if you see it the way I see it, if it's more of a long loss. So, for example, when I say long loss, what I mean is, let's just say your mother gave birth to you, and then I don't know.
There is still a power dynamic, regardless if they are long lost. There will always be a power dynamic between a mother and a son. always.
But what do you mean by that? Because if you've met a woman and you find out she
The
has
maternal
children,
bonds, which I didn't even know about. Now, thank you for that. Actually, AG, I had no idea.
I think the better question to ask now is, what do you mean by maternal bond? Did you say maternal?
Yeah, do you know what a maternal bond is?
No. Could you explain that for me, please?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll give you just a textbook definition of a maternal bond.
See, I'm learning. Yeah, something that Sam couldn't do.
A maternal bond is a relationship between a biological mother / caregiver and her child or baby. While typically associated with pregnancy and childbirth, a maternal bond may also develop in cases later on in life where the child is unrelated, such as in the case of adoptee or a case of blended family.
So could you explain that to, like, if you were talking to a 6th grader? Yes. Could you explain that?
That was in
me?
such simple terms.
No, I'm a bit extra.
Are you a 6th grader?
I mean, I have the brain of a 6th grader, so could you explain it to me more?
I'm not. I don't feel like I don't know how you couldn't understand that.
No, I genuinely
Okay.
just went over my head. Could you?
So, I mean, like the only way I could
Fuck,
explain
we're
that
so
would only
cooked.
be to the only way that I could explain that would only to be make it more complicated, because I feel like that was the most simplest definition on the fucking planet.
Could you re-explain it for me?
Yeah,
Could you just-
absolutely.
yeah.
A maternal bond, I know I read fast too, so I'll just read it slower. A maternal bond is a relationship between a biological mother / caregiver and her child or baby, while typically associated with pregnancy and childbirth. A maternal bond may also develop in cases later on in life where the child is unrelated, such as in the case of an adoptee or a case of a blended family, which goes directly against your argument. Now, if we want to go down, let's go like the psychological route of it, okay?
Yeah.
The mother-baby bond can be viewed as a bodily I cannot say this word. I can say it in my head, but I cannot say it out loud.
Immunological?
Yes. Perceptive
that
and
word's a
effective
little
relation.
funky.
Yeah, an effective relationship. The maternal physical change of pregnancy initiates the bodily relationship, which continues after delivery through mother's care and breastfeeding.
I mean, no, I do understand what you're trying to say, but if I was
It's an attachment. It's an emotional bond connecting the infant and mother is called attachment.
so it's like a motherly. Would you call it like a motherly instinct or something? Is that where you're?
No, it's called a maternal bond, but it's not every mother is maternal, but most are.
But you see, so with the case of ones where mothers aren't, what would you say about that scenario? Because look, like realistically, if you have never seen your mother or your father, and then you meet some woman in Costa, I don't know, in a coffee shop, and oh my god, hey, by the way, I'm your mom. Like, how are you really meant to, you know? Do you get what I'm trying to say? And also, when we talk about power dynamic as well, I just want to reiterate something. When we talk about, you know, there's a power dynamic and stuff, if they're both two consenting adults, right, who are having protected sex, so no diseases, you know, mutated babies, they're having protected intercourse, they're related, there's no power dynamic, there's no authority over anyone, they're both consenting adults. Why would you not advocate for this, you know?
Because
okay, so what the fuck is? Why are you so
there
obsessed with
there
this
will always
point?
be a power dynamic between a parent and a child. Can you acknowledge that? A parent and a child will always have a power dynamic. The parent will always, yes, and in this scenario, you're talking about a mother and a son that meet up later in life. So in that scenario, that mother is still the parent, which automatically puts it in a power dynamic.
But what about
in a power imbalance? Sorry.
But what about that? Because if you can understand my point, when it comes to a child, I can completely understand, because there is a sense of authority. One is a child, one is an adult. But in this scenario where both
for example, yes, but you still have a power dynamic in between your relationships with your mother. You know that you can't say certain things with your mother. You know you can't say certain things with your mother because she's still your mother. Now, as you're an adult, you can just you can say screw those things, but it's more of just a respect thing, right? But
respect is subjective
always
anyway. It's very subjective anyway. You know, some people take different things as disrespect. Some people take certain things that we see as disrespect as respect.
Exactly, but you never want to be out of line with your parent if you have a respectful relationship with your parent, which proves there's a power imbalance.
No, but that's the thing. When it comes to what is respectful and what isn't respectful, that is subjective.
It is subjective, absolutely, but it proves that there's a power imbalance, because when you talk about a power imbalance and a dynamic in a relationship, if you have a power imbalance in a relationship with a partner, you're afraid of being out of balance with them. That's a power imbalance. Right?
So I don't quite see how that's relevant to
in abusive in relationships where we see partners are abusive, right? The partner that's walking on eggshells, there's a power imbalance. We have a partner who is abusive to one partner. The other partner is always scared of being out of in like they're always walking on eggshells in the relationship, making sure that they're always doing the right thing so that they don't provoke the other partner. In the same sense, within a parent and a child, we see the exact same thing. Is once you learn your mother and you know what provokes her, you're not going to know those things until you figure that out. But in the same sense, when it's a parent and a child, doesn't matter your age really. You are still because you are still the child of that parent regardless of the age. You're still that parent's child.
No, but at the same time,
the same rules apply.
Child, with all due respect, I don't mean to cut you off in a disrespectful way, but if you understand my perspective here, we're talking about a specific scenario where they are adults and they've met up randomly, like they're not.
And you're not taking what I have to say, and you're not understanding what I'm saying.
No, I do. When you say child, then I can understand. But in this scenario, they're not children. None of them are children. They're both consenting adults.
But you're missing the point of child, right? Because you talk about a parent
their parent.
We're talking about a parent-child relationship.
Like you're still your parents.
That's their literal
you're still
child.
Your parent's child, whether you're an adult or not.
Yeah,
no, but
there's
a significant difference though in when you're a child and when you're an adult. Yeah, that's my parent.
What's the definition of child?
It's a young adult, someone, a young person, right? I don't know the exact definition, but
so it's a son or daughter. So there's two definitions, right? So we can talk about a child. There's two definitions: a young human being below the age of puberty or below the legal age of majority, or a son or daughter of any age.
Okay, so if we talk about the son or daughter at any age, when we talk about, because if I was to say, okay, son or daughter at any age, and then we talk about someone who's obviously not gone through puberty yet, we can clearly differentiate that, right? Because then
So you're talking about a mother, and if you're talking about a mother and a son, that mother, the son is their child.
No, but the son is also. But then, if I say the son is the son is the child and he hasn't hit puberty, but then I say that son is the child and he is over the age of 18, over the age of consent.
Please, may I?
They're still the child. They are still the child of that mother because that's literally the definition of child.
No, I know. In terms of definition, you are correct. I'm not disputing that. But what I'm saying is, when we say there's a child who is 18 years old, who is an adult essentially, like a 30-year-old child, right? That parent's son. That son or daughter is still that mother's child, but then we talk about the child who is young and who is not gone through puberty yet. Surely you understand that distinction, right? And that matters in an argument like
this. So you're talking about a 30-year-old. Do you believe that in relationships that there can be power dynamics no matter the age?
Depends on the type of power dynamics, correct? Yes.
Okay, so in a parent-child relationship, is there a power dynamic?
In the scenario I've given
in an abusive relationship, is there a power dynamic regardless of the age?
Of course, yeah, there is.
Okay, so in this specific scenario, there's a power dynamic regardless because it's a parent and a child. Doesn't matter the age. The mother can be 50 years old and the son can be 30 years old. There will always be a parent dynamic, a parent-child dynamic, power imbalance between a mother and a son.
Yeah, I would agree with you if the child is not gone through puberty and is actually like an actual child who is young. But because you know why?
You already conceded the point that it doesn't matter the age that there can be a power imbalance, and I just proved to you that in this scenario, the son can be.
No. But AG, I think you're a bit confused with my position here.
Shut up. Thank you. I'm going to restate this because AG is smart and Backpack is bad at explaining things. So I'm going to reiterate his argument in a way that actually makes sense because he's a yapper. He is saying in a separate universe where there is a mother and a son who never knew each other, are of the age of consent, and also there happens to not be a maternal bond, and they fuck. Is that still immoral? If so, why?
But what does this have to do with me kissing women?
Because he's just gonna try and say, like, if we say yes, then why? And since he also knows that there's no actual reason that he'll be able to give, aside from intuition, then he'll just go, well, intuitively, I think it's wrong, in the same way that intuitively, I think being lesbian is wrong. That's what he's trying to do. He's basically using incest as a replacement for being lesbian until we concede.
No, but you know,
that's so Yucky, you are so obsessed with that.
I'm not.
The whole time you have been up here, you have been doing
Gohan,
nothing
with all
but talking
respect,
about
you have
it. No,
offered
shut
nothing
up.
to this
You have
discussion
been
at all. You're
shut
just a
up.
bystander.
Shut up.
With all due
I'm
respect.
bringing something to the table right fucking now, so you can look at it.
Not really.
Having this conversation in general is fucking disgusting. It is foul.
Have
It
a
is
reply?
absolutely no. It is absolutely fucking foul.
That's subject.
This is no. Shut up. This is sickening. This is actually sickening.
Can I have a
I am
reply?
so no.
shut up.
I cannot believe legit that you are trying to use this as a reason for people being lesbian. That is, I can't with you. That is just disgusting. You are actually making my skin crawl right now.
Can I have a reply?
I feel grossed out. No, I feel like I need to go take a fucking shower.
Do you know that the long lasting psychological impacts on incest relationships?
Can I? You know, 'cause this is good. Thank you very much.
This isn't good.
You're actually talking
This
to me
isn't good.
instead of belittling me for proposing my
Instead of
argument.
belittling me, you're using
you're just
incest as logic. You're disgusting.
Okay, so S, when we talk about immorality, right? I'm not talking about intuitively that this is wrong to me because it's backed up in psychological harm, right? So it's not an intuitive thing to me when it's backed up in psychological when we talk about morality, okay? So in this situation,
piss the dog off.
I've been waiting for this day. I'll tell you that now. I've been waiting for him. I've been waiting. I've been itching. I've been
Yikes.
waiting
What, do you
for
have fleas?
Yeah. Please not get muted.
Carl, thank you.
Please not get muted. Like,
I need a hug.
Gohan, with all due respect.
With all due respect, suck my dick, dude. I don't give a
With all due
fuck
respect
about
and muted
you.
instantly. That's fantastic.
not fair.
With all due respect, suck my dick.
You see, this was
fucking
really well when,
weirdo. You're weird. You're creepy and weird.
You're hurting my feelings, honestly.
Good. I hope so.
What a discussion.
Good. I really hope I
Just
do.
trying to have like AG respect you, be conversating with me instead of doing what she's doing. and
Oh,
just
okay.
hiding.
All right. So what we're not going to do is that. Now, if you have a problem with Gohan being here for the conversation, that's fine. You can leave and come back another
It's
time when
not-
she's not here. I'm not done talking.
She's just being-
Thank you. I'm not done talking. Thank
Sorry.
you. Anyway, as I was saying, if you don't enjoy Gohan being here and the way that she entertains, that's fine. You are allowed to not like that. But you're not gonna call her childish or be condescending to her by putting AG on a pedestal, which is understandable. AG is an amazing person, but you don't have to compliment her by giving a comparison to Gohan. If you don't like
You
it,
just don't
leave.
like loud, opinionated women that are mean
Can I
to
reply,
you when you
please?
deserve it. And I don't mind being mean because I get enjoyment
Okay.
out of being mean to gross, icky, yucky people because they deserve it.
Can I just say,
They deserve it.
because I don't agree with you,
Carl.
so because I don't
I don't
agree with you,
care.
I'm gross and yucky. I haven't
it's
I
You're
haven't
using
insulted
incest
anyone.
you're using incest as a source, my guy, and it's fucking
But
gross.
in my opinion, I feel as though I'm allowed to use that as an argument. And instead of, I never insulted anyone
What?
here.
That's weird.
I've never insulted anyone like other people have joined and insulted people. I've actually tried to have a
don't care.
conversation.
I don't care if
And you're just
nobody's
being-
insulted you
just being
before,
quite
and you
unprofessional,
haven't
to be
ever,
honest.
ever gotten insulted before. I don't care.
can you understand that that incest is not a sexual orientation?
No, I understand your point, but I'm saying your reasonings for accepting lesbian and believing it's okay. By that reasoning, you should accept incest.
And
That's
what's the reasoning?
I'm gonna tell you. I'm about to tell you. And if Gohan just please.
Oh,
Gohan, please.
shut up. Just say
Please.
what you're gonna say, my
Okay.
guy. Just say it.
Okay.
This is so goofy.
Soundboard as well is crazy. Okay, so my point is, right, your reasonings for allowing like lesbianism, I don't know how to, yes, for allowing lesbian,
It's nonism,
you should
but okay.
you should allow incest as well, because you can't say incest is wrong based on your reasonings for allowing.
I can, because there's no psychological harm for it, right? So we talk about morality and we talk about what things are immoral.
What's the
okay, so we talk
psychological
about
harm?
There's no psychological harm in being a lesbian. There's no psychological harm in being a heterosexual. They're in there, but there is psychological harm, and a fucking slew of psychological harm in incest relationships that are backed up by psychology.
Can you tell me why there is with incest and not with?
Yes.
lesbianism?
Okay. So these are the causes or the psychological damage that comes from incest relationships. Okay. Depression, anxiety, PTSD, sexual dysfunction, attachment issues, self-worth problems. The effects can span generations, impacting not only the immediate the victim, but also their families and future relationships. But actually, I'll just go further. Okay, so we talk about so trauma and PTSD, depression, anxiety, shame and guilt, disordered sense of trust and attachment issues, sexual dysfunction, identity and self-worth issues, cognitive distortions and confusion, disassociation and fragmented identity, generational impact and family dysfunction. I can't say this.
No, you're good.
Coping mechanisms that have to do with drinking.
Okay.
All of those are associated with incest relationships.
So can I just say, if all those things that you've mentioned, those can happen to people that are not in incest relationships. So I don't really.
But those are solely like those are the studied psychological harms that come from incest relationships. That's like this. Those are the studied psychological impacts that come from incest relationships.
But how do we know? Like this is, I'm not trolling or anything. How do we know that the studies are accurate in saying that it's because of these incest relationships?
Because they studied these people, and because the conclusions have been the same all throughout the studies and through the groups of people that have come forward. All you have to do is do a quick.
But
I can give you a source. Would you like me to give you a source?
Of course, but before you do that, would you think that I'm wrong for saying that those reasonings for being against incest and stuff? If I was to say, well, these things can happen to people that are not in incest relationships, would you call me wrong for denying the credibility of these sources and these studies that have been conducted solely based on the fact that these effects of incest relationships can actually happen with someone who's not been in a incest relationship at all? Like, would you say I'm wrong for saying that? Because do you want me to?
Yes, because we're talking about something that's immoral, right? So we're looking at the psychological impact that this has on somebody. Just because somebody can go through the same things without going through a incest relationship, doesn't take away from the psychological impact that the incest relationship causes on the person.
But can those things happen to people in lesbian relationships?
I mean.
Of course they can. So the question is, how do we know?
I mean, no, we haven't found these to be true. We haven't found the same psychological impacts. There's not a unless you're in an abusive relationship. Like if you're in an abusive relationship, we can say that. But this only proves that the incest relationship is a power dynamic abusive relationship.
No, but my point. I understand what you're saying, but my point is, because other people can have those these issues, these psychological issues. The question is, how do you know that they have come from incest relationships and not other factors?
Because they studied it, and these people came forward, and they did case studies of this, and hundreds of people's of samples, and they proved this without a shadow of doubt. That's why we've come to the conclusion that incest is immoral.
So where are
because my morality stems from suffering, and so we don't find the same conclusion psychological impacts from being just straight up being lesbian, like just having the attraction towards somebody. We don't find those same psychological impacts that they have all of these struggles. We don't find that whatsoever. What we will find, though, if you've gone through hardships as like rape or abusive relationships, you can have the same sort of effects. But the psychological impacts of those would be still conclusive to abuse.
So can
but not for solely being lesbian. Because if you're a lesbian in a healthy relationship, then no, you wouldn't have any of these side effects.
And you think that these side effects...
Not side effects, psychological impacts.
Psychological effects. What if someone was in a quote-unquote healthy incestual relationship? What would you say about that?
There's no such thing. Send you $10 when I get paid.
Listen, there's no healthy incest relationship.
You must
is what I'm trying to tell you. There is no healthy. There is no healthy incest relationship.
And you base it on these psychological effects, right? That's why.
Yes,
you think
because it's been proven there is a power dynamic. I've already tried to explain this to you.
No, the whole power dynamic thing. I don't agree with you on that. We didn't even get to finish.
Well, then
that.
do you disagree with?
No, I disagree with your.
Do you disagree with all the professionals that talk about this?
No, because I believe that the reason why I don't think it's credible is because you cannot, you don't have to be in that kind of relationship to have those kind of psychological issues. So the studies will have to prove that these side effects.
They do. They do prove that the psychological impacts are from the Wincest relationships.
But how,
By this incredibly ignorant logic, you would have to say that you don't agree with any kind of study that studies the psyche ever.
No, but I mean, if with all due respect, if you just look at a study, the studies that are being done every day.
$10.
Oh God! Yeah. Hold on. I'm about to get really loud. So please, warning. Gohan's about to get loud.
And Jennifer also sent $10. He's creepy in it. Kick him. So
okay,
now we have a free kick.
Y'all have had your warning.
Yes.
Fuck it! Thank you! Oh
Also,
my God!
The logic just doesn't track whatsoever. You would have to prove that there's psychological damage that is being done by just solely being like in a lesbian relationship, the same way that we've already proven that Wincest relationships have psychological damage and impacts.
That is correct, chat. We have a future kick.
Yes.
We have a future kick.
Actually, I think that's everyone in the guest requests. I'm pretty sure the two people in the guest requests are friendlies, so
I would love a second to breathe. I would love a second to breathe. I feel absolutely disgusting. Oh my God. The internet really is a terrifying place, folks. And you did warn me, but I did not listen. Thank you, Cara.
Very true.
They're eating the cats and dogs.
I'm telling my therapist about you, sir.
Eat the cat. Eat the cat.
I need reparations immediately.
No, for real. That was challenging. That was mentally
challenging. How did you not lose your fucking brain?
Because I've heard it,
that?
and I like to argue with people, and I like to tear apart their entire argument, and he had nothing to stand on, but he just wouldn't admit it.
Yeah.
I love you.
Period.
I really love you. I don't have to. I need to get more patience. This is why I can't do debate lives. Like, I can't host my own because I would just be like, you know what?
Get out.
I just love psychology. So like I just love psychology. So when you break it down, like most of these people don't even have like a psychological leg to stand on, and so they don't understand the actual psychological impact. So once you start to break that down, like morality wise, they have nothing to stand on. So, like, it's just really easy to tear these people apart.
He just literally sounded like he just really, really, really likes his mom.
No, they use this argument a lot, actually. It's a very common argument that they want you to concede to Wincest. They personally don't believe, like, it's just an argument.
That's horrible. That's such, yeah, you know what? Since there are no guests in the box, everybody, let's go get some water and wash our hands of the filth that we just had to hear with our ears. I am going to go do that. And then I, chat, am going to take the biggest dabby wabby yabba doo I have ever taken in my entire existence to try to escape from the things I have just heard. Let's take a quick 5.
And I actually wanted to kind of give an example of like what a audio sensory overload was like. So I'm going to be playing a sound clip that kind of simulates it. So anyone who
he said that shit and I had to fucking hear it with my own ears.
So anyone who is sensitive to that, please turn down your volume, take out your headphones, so on and so forth. I'll have Sam wave whenever we're done. Okay. Like it's just everything.
Oh my god, we have to do this, chat. Look, it's a new piece of
But yeah, that's just a small snippet. Like, you can hear, like, literally everything. Sam, go ahead and wave. Thank you, Sam.
Yeah, that's a very realistic representation of that. I take my earbuds everywhere. Actually, if I don't think I have my earbuds on me and I'm in public, I will have a panic attack. It's not cute.
Yeah,
not cute.
Ivy, exactly. That's essentially what we deal with. Like, we can hear everything.
Not only that, but I'm so sensitive to smells. Like, I will leave. I've left
Owen's
restaurants.
back, bitches.
I've left restaurants because it smells too much.
Yeah. Very
Or
I
lights
needed
are
some
too bright.
pudding
Actually,
after
I
all
had
that.
chronic headaches all throughout high school, and I had no idea why until I got diagnosed with autism. Because the lights were too
Can't
bright.
believe that motherfucker made me like feel so disgusting. I needed to go get a goddamn pudding cup to recover. That is crazy work.
No, for real. Also, AG, can I just give you my number? Because every time you text me on Discord or TikTok, I'm not inclined to respond because I hate TikTok and Discord DMs. I hate it. I hate it so much.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was wondering why you never responded to me. I was like, Sam hates me.
No, I adore
Sam
you.
hates
I
me.
don't
Sam,
like Discord
send
though.
it my way,
Yeah.
too, if you would.
Yeah.
Don't send me your number because I'm gonna take some pictures of really stupid shit throughout the day and just kind of send it to
No
you.
context too.
Yeah.
No context.
It's
I'm
gonna be a
sure.
picture of just some old man walking down the street, and I'm not
You're
gonna
finna
say
take a picture
fucking
of a
word.
rock, and you gonna send me the rock.
I'm
Look
gonna
at this
throw a rock and just
irregularly
be like,
shaped rock.
relatable. Me too.
This rock looks like a chicken nugget.
No.
I will tell you guys a
very
very interesting fact. When I was younger, I'm 26 now, so I want to say maybe when I was in my early 20s, about your guys' age, I had the biggest obsession with going around with my boyfriend and just finding strangely cool rocks and then hiding them throughout his entire apartment. And so he would just like open up the kitchen cabinet to get like a mug or something, and there's just a rock there. He would open his car door to get into his car, and his hand would just touch a random rock on that I found that I just fucked with. There was even one point I put it in his fishing gear. So he went all the way to the other town. Yeah, to go fishing. And he opens up his tackle box, and there's just a random rock in there. And he texts me every single time a picture of the rock and goes, I found you out, bitch. And I'm like, nice. And we have done that for so many years now, because not only do I like shiny things and rocks, but I absolutely love when he acknowledges that I like shiny things and rocks. And he has ADHD really bad, so it also encourages him to clean his room to find more rocks.
I love that you can just shower him with rocks.
And he accepts it. It's like cryptocurrency for this guy, okay? He
not
puts
the
them in a
Bitcoin.
box.
Wow.
He puts them in a box. It's the coolest thing, but I love, especially the texture of rocks. Like, sometimes there's like, they have like either like a really bumpy texture or a smooth one. I'll play with it for a while, and then I'll be like, oh my god, what am I doing? And then I'll kind of put it in my pocket and keep going. It's a really big problem. I have a lot of rocks.
That's awesome.
I collect them. Yeah, I love rocks. I don't know, like maybe it's because I want to low-key eat them, but I can't.
Go on.
Because eating rocks is bad.
The other day.
But sometimes, I know.
No, you don't understand. The other day I was at Five Below. They had edible rocks.
Oh my fucking god, you gotta be shitting me right now. I swear to god.
Edible
That will actually make my life complete. I know that there's chocolate ones that look like
they're just
rocks and they're
candies.
chocolate. I love that. I that's why I like Wonka Nerds so much, because they're like little aquarium rocks.
Not to cut y'all off, but I'm gonna go to bed.
No, yeah, I was
That's
about
so
to say,
fair.
I'm about to make some
You went-
Alfredo and go to sleep.
I'm gonna tell you something. You went absolutely fucking insane, dude. Like
Per usual. Per usual.
I love it.
I get my
love
comeback tomorrow. Yay! I get my account back tomorrow.
Okay, you have to tell me what time you're going on because it's gonna be fire.
Hold on.
I'm gonna go live Monday because I don't get my account back until like 7:43 p.m. I think.
Noted.
And then Monday I'll probably go live early. I'll just text you.
Okay.
But I know that
can't
you
wait to watch it.
Tuesday you have one class and then you get off at 3, right?
No, that's Friday. Tuesday I have no classes.
Tuesday you have no classes. Okay. So then Tuesday we can go live earlier in the day and we can.
Let's go.
Please. I want to see this so bad.
Okay,
Like the way
y'all.
you debate is so calm. I love it. Tashika did show
not all
up,
the
by the
time.
way. I don't know if she's still here.
Not all the time. I'm just calm because I took my meds, but typically
Fair.
like it really depends my mood, but I've also chilled out a lot. But that's why I got banned. Because I wasn't chill.
I love it.
No chill.
I
Yeah,
fucking
but
love
honestly, it's just a lot easier when you're like on a panel, I feel like. I don't know what it is, but like when I'm hosting my own live, I feel like I get a lot more aggressive really quickly. Like my girlfriend would text me and she'll be like, "Tone it down."
Like, are you dying?
She'll be
Is
like,
everything okay over
she'll be like a little on the aggressive side, today, and I'll be like, okay, hold on.
That's such a
I gotta-
queer way to tell you to shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, let me put on my like hand pan music or something, or like SpongeBob music, and let me calm down,
Please.
Zen mode it, because
gotta mellow myself out a little bit.
no, literally.
Oh. Damn.
A down.
Caro.
Period.
Busting it down. I thought that I didn't know you were a
Are you gonna
DJ
make
too,
homemade
bestie.
Alfredo, Sam?
Yes, from scratch.
Period.
Oh,
Yes.
that's hot. I need pictures.
Cajun
I need pictures.
Alfredo, actually.
Oh, that's what my girlfriend makes. My girlfriend makes Cajun chicken Alfredo.
That shit is so good. Well, it depends on whether or not I'm not too tired, because I did order a pizza and I have some of that pizza. I think I might just eat the pizza tonight and then make the Alfredo tomorrow. Because I'm on the 4th floor of my building. I have to walk all the way downstairs, make the pasta, then bring the pasta back up here to eat it. So
No, I just heat up that fucking pizza and go to bed.
Yeah, absolutely. No, you know what? I would do one even better. I would just eat the pizza cold.
Oh no.
Listen, I can't.
No.
I'll throw it up.
No.
I'll spit it out.
No.
No.
Don't
It won't even
ever
make
say
it
that.
past my fucking tongue.
Okay. All right. That's not tism friendly. I understand.
Are you
I don't know.
Are you Gohan? Do you like cold pizza?
I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Sometimes I be too fucked up, and that's the only thing that I can eat. It's not something that I like. Cold pizza is something that I
Gohan is
eat if
over
I
party.
absolutely have
It's over.
to.
You're done.
If I absolutely have to.
There's
okay,
only
there
one.
are very rare
There's
occasions
only one
for it.
pizza that I can eat cold, but it's here. But I can't really eat it cold.
I
I
won't.
don't like it. I don't like
honestly,
it.
I don't even really like leftover pizza. But if you're gonna make leftover pizza, you got to put that bitch in a skillet and then stick it in the oven and put it in the broiler setting.
Yeah.
But
That's a lot of work.
Cook
The
it in
only
the
food I
skillet,
can eat
crisp
cold is
crisp
fried
up the
chicken.
bottom, or you can just stick it in the oven, crisp up the bottom, and then you turn on the broiler at the end so it melts the top.
Yay! Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Okay. Hi, Carl.
AG, for real though.
This is just a quick question. So because you guys have like sensory issues and like, do you guys listen to music really intently? Like when you have your headphones in, you can hear like every single part of like the background of like the end. Okay, well maybe I need to get myself diagnosed.
Well, autism. With autism, there's a lot. First of all, with autism, autism is very different. So it's not just sensory sensitivities; it's a social developmental disorder. So it's not just sensory sensitivities. If you're sensitive to sensory things, that could be like
That could be its own separate thing.
It can be its own separate thing. But they're like with ADD and ADHD, you have sensory sensitivities, but then there's a load of other issues because they're both developmental disorders. But autism is specifically a social developmental disorder. So like not picking up on social cues, emotional dysregulation. There's a whole lot of things. But just because you can pick up on sounds and stuff like that doesn't make you have autism whatsoever.
Okay, I can pretty much pick up on social cues. So I think it's just ADHD for me, honestly. All right. Well, thank you so much for answering my question in every way. I'll see you guys later. Bye bye. Have a good night. Good night.
Take it easy, Faith.
Bye bye.
Thank you.
Bye, Faith.
Appreciate you.
All right, y'all. I'm ending the live now.
All right.
Period.
Well, Sam, real quick,
wait.
we have a
Oh.
Discord event
I know.
going on after this. We are
Okay.
playing Jackbox.
I'm going
Ooh.
to sleep.
I'm going to sleep too.
Sam,
All right,
can you at least stay for one game?
I'm so tired, Garo.
You can spectate. It's
Sam
just
is a college
hilarious.
student.
Oh, I just want to
You
eat
can
my
literally
pizza
sit in
and go to
VC
bed.
muted and just watch. It's just funny.
Oh, God.
I do
I'll
love
think
Jackbox.
about it. I'll think
You
about
did miss
it.
the last one where you were a legit topic.
Really?
I was a, who is
Yeah.
I was a topic. Who's the topic?
Sam was a topic in one of our Jackbox games where we were talking about how Sam was the best debater, and everybody was like, all hail Sam. Sam the God. We stand Sam. There was a lot of answers that were really, really fucking solid. One of them was kiss me, Sam. It was absolutely amazing.
That's so funny.
Well, first of all,
It was great.
that's so cute.
It
but
is.
I
It
really
is.
don't think I should be in the server with one brain cell left to my name. I will try to go live earlier tomorrow. I'll try and do like a 5 p.m. because it's Sunday. And then maybe I'll end around 10 and not midnight, so I don't feel like my brain is exploding.
We appreciate that, Sam. Thank you. I actually really like that compromise. All right, before we go, because I know it's coming, so I'll get this out of the way right now. Follow AG. Follow me since you're already here. You might as well since you're pressing those motherfucking buttons. Follow Caro. We love Caro. Thank you all.
And if
for
you don't
all
follow
of your love
Sam,
and
you should
support.
follow Sam. Obviously,
You absolutely
silly
should, and
goobers.
a million times. Please follow Sam first before you follow anybody else, okay?
Yeah.
I am so excited to announce it's Discord after party time, bitches. Let's get
go.
fucking litty.
And
I'm so excited.
All right.
No, that brought
Toodaloo,
back some
everybody.
AMV
Summer
scares.
afternoon. Okay,
Bye, AG.
Yeah, because you just said that being a woman is an insult.
Okay, are we gonna get back to the debate? or
No,
are we
Christian,
gonna
can you
go
answer the
back and
question?
forth?
Is being a woman an insult?
No, I mean, if you're
No, so then why'd you just use it as one?
Well, I mean, I said you were being a little bitch, so it's kind of the same thing.
No, you said that I look like a woman.
You do. You're a man, aren't you?
Is that an insult?
Are you a man?
Do you not know?
Are you a man?
Are you
Oh, no,
saying
I
you don't
can't
know?
tell. I can't tell.
You can't
You
tell?
have the facial structures of a woman.
Really? Really? Is that because you're attracted to me?
Oh my god, bro, you're fucking hilarious.
Wait, Christian,
that,
Christian,
that was
because you
funny.
said
That was funny.
what-
I'll give you that. That was funny. I'll give you that.
Casey, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much.
So can we get back to the debate?
Yeah, go for it, bud.
So Trump wasn't trying to ban Muslims. Trump was trying to make sure ISIS didn't get into the United States and do any terroristic attacks.
Okay, so why are you associating Muslims to be terrorists?
Because of where ISIS would have come from, Muslims are there.
Appreciate the handout. Why are you saying that all Muslims are ISIS? That's fucking crazy.
He never said that.
So then why are you associating Muslims with ISIS?
Because
Appreciate the handout.
it's a slippery slope. It's a very, very slippery slope. Do I agree with banning
Are you
all
Christian?
Muslims from- What did you say?
Are you Christian?
Yeah, I am.
Should we compare you to the people who committed the Crusades? Or who justified slavery in America by using Leviticus 25, 44 through 46?
Break that down for me.
Leviticus 25, 44 through 46.
Yeah, break it down for me.
Appreciate that handout.